based upon the defense counsel's witness list, that they're going to be attacking the Williams rule evidence. My concern is they're going to be showing Ms. Mathewson phone records from the February 18th incident. My concern with that is we've already had a Williams rule hearing. Another court and another judge has found this evidence to be reliable enough to be placed before a jury.
And I think she's already testified to it, right?
She's already testified to it. Now that defense counsel wants to cross-examine her and bring out phone records from February 18th, it's making it a feature of the trial, which I understand is not permitted.
So are you suggesting they should not be allowed to cross-examine her on the Williams rule evidence that you presented?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I want to put on the record that if they are going to be bringing out things regarded or related to the February 18 incident, the state has to rebut that. And the only way to rebut that is to admit more evidence regarding the February 18th incident. And so while the state is doing everything we can to redact and eliminate other things, making the February 18th incident not a feature of the trial, we are going to have to rebut that. So we will be introducing more confessions that he made regarding the February 18th incident, other than what we had already agreed with defense.
Okay, well, first of all, we don't know exactly what they're going to do. We haven't seen it yet, but I understand you've advised the defense of what your intent is, depending on how much, how little, or if they go into cross-examination regarding items that were covered on direct examination by the state, including the Williams rule evidence that was covered by the state. So it's their decision and trial strategy whether they want to not cross the witness on that, or if they do cross the witness on that, it is the state's intention to revisit it on redirect to address whatever they did on cross-examination.
That's correct.
And I can only cross that bridge when I'm at it and I see it.
And the only reason I brought it up now is because I don't know how involved it's going to be, and I was just trying to avoid having the jury have to go out again. And
nor do I, nor is it appropriate to ask him what his cross-examining questions are going to be. So there's no way to know until we get to it and I see it, and then when I'm at that bridge, I will determine how to cross it most appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, are we ready to bring them in from the state?
Yes.
Are we ready to bring them in from the defense?
Defense stands ready for trial.
Let's get the jury.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
All right, jury in the courtroom.
Is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Wednesday. First question, as you probably expect, is, was anyone, by show of hands, exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom from the time you left yesterday and the time you returned this morning, by show of hands? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you very much. We are going to pick up where we left off. I will remind the witness, Ms. Mathewson, that she is still under oath from yesterday, and we will continue with the direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mathewson. Good morning. So I think where we left off yesterday was we were talking about the morning of March 13th of 2017, and you had discussed that that morning was the first time you had left, you and the defendant had left the area of where you had originally arrived on the night of March 11th of 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that morning, where's the first place that you were driven to by the defendant?
McDonald's.
And what happened at McDonald's?
So before we got into the drive-through line, he told me if I made any motions to anyone, if I tried to escape, that he would slit my throat. So we got into the drive-through. I sat in the front seat. I handed him the money from my wallet and paid for the McDonald's. I looked around to see if there was any opportunity, but I was afraid.
So at this point, on the morning of March 13th of 2017, were you in the mindset or the mindset that you were convincing him that you were going to be getting on this boat with
Yes.
him, and you were not going to do anything to make him not believe that that was in fact your goal?
Yes,
Why was that?
because I wanted to stay alive.
At what point had you made that decision prior to this morning that that is what you were going to do this time to maintain his trust?
I made that decision when I regained consciousness with a pillow, and then one opportunity arose at Walgreens, and was my only opportunity to try to get help or get away.
And then shortly after that is when your wrist was cut.
Yes.
And from that point forward, you wanted him to trust you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Absolutely.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit R for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Those are my initials.
And did you have an opportunity to view this disc prior to trial?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of you and your Saturn vehicle in the passenger seat in the McDonald's drive-thru?
Yes.
Judge, by stipulation, defense and state have agreed for the introduction of this video.
Agreed. It'll be admitted. What was the number?
It's R.
R. R admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You absolutely may publish it to the jury at this time.
Yes, Judge. Here, loading, but it's not going.
Okay.
And I'll publish this at another time when we can figure out what's going on.
I understand.
Hey, Jess, this looked.
Just so everyone knows, I plan to take our morning break around 10.
Ms. Summers, did you do anything to alert the teller that took your money,
No.
the person that gave you your McDonald's food at all?
No.
Does the video show you sitting there in the passenger seat?
Yes.
Where's the
Objection.
defendant?
Leading the witness, anticipating what the evidence would say.
Well, wait till she finishes the question, but go ahead and rephrase it.
Where were
Wait
you-
to object till she finishes the question, though.
Where were you seated in the vehicle?
The passenger front seat.
And where was the defendant seated?
In the driver's seat.
And does the video capture your interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
Are you tied up at that time?
No.
Where is the next place that you then go?
It's almost across the street. There's a Sitco gas station.
And at the Sitco gas station, where are you in the vehicle when you arrive there?
I was in the front passenger seat when we arrived.
And where was the defendant?
In the driver's seat.
Is he the one who drove from the McDonald's to the Sitco?
Yes.
And what happened at the Sitco?
Before he even got out of the car, he made me climb through the car and go all the way to the third row.
Did he tell you why he was making you do that?
No.
How many rows did your vehicle have, the
Three.
Saturn SUV?
3 rows.
And did you have captain chairs in the middle row, or was it a bench seat?
Captain chairs.
So when he told you to get in the third row, did you do that?
Yes.
And where was the vehicle parked at that time?
The first pump closest to the entrance of the Sitco.
Were there other people around at this time?
No, it was early morning.
And at this Sitco, were your hands tied or bound in any way?
No.
What happens once you go to the third row in the Sitco?
He
Third row
went.
of your vehicle once you're at the Sitco.
He went inside the Sitco.
What did you do when he went inside the Sitco?
I remained in the third row.
Was the vehicle locked?
I don't know.
Did you try to leave the vehicle at that time?
No, I did not,
Why is that?
because I was afraid.
At some point, does he return?
Yes.
Does he have anything with him?
Yes.
And what does he have with him?
He has Kodiak wintergreen and a newspaper.
Is that the dip that you were talking about?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, by stipulation, defense and state have agreed to State's Exhibit Q, the Sitco video.
Q. All right. Q will be admitted at this time.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Miss Mathewson, I apologize. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
That has my initials.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the Sitco that you were aware of
Yes.
that you had stopped at?
Yes.
Now, did you ever enter the Sitco gas station at any point that morning?
No.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that morning?
He was wearing my Ann Taylor shorts.
What color were they?
They were khaki.
Do you recall what color top he was wearing?
Still the black t-shirt.
Why was he wearing Ann Taylor shorts?
Because his jeans and shoes and everything were covered in mud from when we walked on the farm.
And was that what you had described had occurred when you went looking for water on March 12th of 2017?
Correct.
Judge, may I have your assistance from your judicial assistant? these discs when we have a break. After the Sitco, is any gas gotten retrieved or anything like that while at the Sitco?
I believe he put gas in the car.
And what happens next?
He left the Sitco and said, we're going to Anna Maria Island to get the boat. We're going to find this safe house. And as we were coming on to Anna Maria Island, we could see a police car up ahead. And so he pulled off into one of those pull-off areas where people go fishing, and he pulled off into that area.
And this is at Anna Maria Island?
Correct, the entrance of Anna Maria Island.
Are you still on the third row, or did you move to a different location in the car at that time?
I was in the third row.
Does anything happen at the location that you pull off at?
Yes.
What happens at that location?
I asked if I could go. I had to pee, and we had gotten some water at the McDonald's, so we had been drinking water, and I needed to go pee. He wouldn't let me get out of the car to go pee, so we had orange juice in McDonald's cups that we had drank, and I had to pee in the McDonald's cup inside the car. Then at this point, I'd moved up to where there was more room in the second row, and then he climbed back to the third row and said, I think it's best if you stay behind for the children. You can get medical attention, and I am going to leave you everything.
Had you been complaining about your wrist throughout this time since it had been injured?
I was very worried about all the mud and infection, and I needed stitches. It was an open wound, and I was very concerned for it.
So when he says that you should stay, I mean, what were you thinking at that point?
Oh, I was so relieved. I was so thankful. I was so happy. I just said, well, if you think that's best, but I think it's really good for the kids, and that way, it'll just be better for the whole situation all the way around.
And so did you agree with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see that as your opportunity to be free?
Yes.
Okay, stay alive.
Yes.
What was your conversation about? Are you contacting the police?
Yes.
Things like that?
So he had said, well, you need to have a story of all of this. I'm going to disappear. Similar to the video that he had made in my home was, I'm going to give you all of this kind of proof that I left you everything and I chose to be gone, to go away.
So you were concerned originally when these videos were made on your iPhone that people were not going to believe you, that he was going to leave and then you were going to be left holding the bag with nothing to show that what you were saying had actually happened?
Yes.
So does that conversation happen again, that
Yes.
when he's saying, okay, well, maybe you can stay, that you're going to need some kind of proof that he's leaving you everything? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so are you agreeing with everything that he's saying to not make him upset?
Yes.
Is that how your relationship was for the past 16 years? Is that you would agree to not cause conflict?
Yes.
And so were you continuing that as you had continued it for the past 16 years?
Yes.
So what did he say he was going to do to show or to prove that he was leaving you everything?
He wrote out a written confession.
Did you ask him to write that?
No, he didn't. So he wrote that out.
Did you see him write it?
I did see him write it.
Did you read it?
I did.
Did he write anything else?
He wrote a quit claim deed for his home. He wrote some sort of thing for his car, his bank accounts, and then he wrote another letter for the children, and he said it was between him and the kids.
Okay. So the letter for the children, did you ever read that letter?
No.
And at the time that you are in this pull-off in Anna Maria Island, did he write that letter? Did he tell you he was writing that letter?
Yes.
Did you see all of the other letters that were written?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not he had owned his Newberry Grove Loop residence?
He told me that he had purchased that home.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Ms. Summers, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 4. Various documents titled A Quitclaim Deed, Bank of America, and a document referencing a Chrysler Pacifica. Have you previously looked at these documents?
Yes.
And do they fair and accurate copy of the letters that you observed the defendant write on the morning of March 13th of 2017?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 3. You never read the letter that morning that he made to the children, is that correct?
Correct.
But do you recognize the handwriting in State's Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And whose handwriting do you recognize that to be?
That is Trevor Summers.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, I don't see a 3. I
S3.
thought we'd been using I'm sorry,
S3.
yes.
I apologize.
That's not a problem.
State's Exhibit S2. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Have you previously reviewed it?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the confession letter that you observed the morning of March 13th of 2017?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit S1, surrender of parental rights. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the document that you reviewed regarding the custody of the children on the morning of March 13th of 2017?
Correct.
State offers an evidence states S1, S2, S3, and S4 at this time.
Any objection?
No legal objection.
States S1, S2, S3, and S4 will be admitted at this time.
And Ms. Summers, the handwriting that is encompassed within all of these exhibits, do you recognize that handwriting?
As Trevor Summers.
And you had known him for 16 years?
Yes.
Was familiar with his handwriting?
Yes.
And you watched him write these letters, is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, do you move from that location?
Yes. The police officer moved, and that's when then he told me, okay, now the new plan is you help me find the safe house. We need to look for a green and yellow flag. And we drove around Anna Maria Island, and I looked all around for this yellow and green flag, because once I found this yellow and green flag, and he was going to go onto a boat, and I was going to be able to live my life.
And it sounds kind of funny or kind of crazy. I mean, that he's,
Comments?
5 and 6.
Suspend, rephrase.
so in your response there, you kind of were acting sarcastic about looking for this yellow and green flag. Why is that?
Because I really was kind of excited that now he's going to leave me behind to be with the kids, and then more events happened that made me realize that was never the case.
Is it, looking back on it now, do you feel naive that you believe those things as to after what happened?
Yes.
So did you ever find this flag?
No.
So do you then leave Anna Maria Island?
Yes.
And where is it that you were driven?
So he stayed off of the highway, drove up Route 41, came to Shell Point Road in Ruskin, and turned. Now we're back in Hillsborough County, and he turns left and goes down into the little harbor resort area.
And what happens there when this car stops?
He pulled up behind where Hook's restaurant is. There's a dumpster, and he pulled up behind this dumpster. And I'm in the third row. The whole drive up to Little Harbor, he had me laid down in the third row. And he.
So I think you had previously stated you had moved into the second row
Correct.
when he was in the third row writing the letters.
Correct.
So when did you move into the third row?
When we were leaving Anna Maria Island, he told me to lay down in the third row so nobody would see me.
And so did you know what was the purpose of going to Little Harbor and Ruskin?
He knew exactly where this safe house was that was located in Little Harbor.
And the safe house, what was going to happen with the safe house?
He was going to get like an undocumented boat charter that he wouldn't need to have any kind of show any proof to go leave the country, like no passport or anything.
And so what happens when he arrives at the Little Harbor, at this dumpster area near the Hook's restaurant?
So he gets out of he climbs through the car from the driver's seat and said, move to the captain's chair in the second row. I forgot a letter that I need to write to my parents.
Did you make a statement at that time?
I made this statement. I don't understand why you'd write them a letter. They're going to be in trouble for all of this too.
And why did you make that comment?
Because of him telling me about their involvement, them coming to the home, knowing there was a protective order, not coming to check to make sure I was okay, not notifying the police, taking the children.
Taking the children on the early morning hours of March 11th?
Correct.
Because that was your belief all the time, is that they had taken the children from
Yes.
your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when you make that statement?
He got very angry. He had tied me to the captain's chair, and he had tied the rope around my arm here, knotted this, ran the rope around through the back of the chair, basically tying me to the chair, looped through on this arm, the injured arm, and then it came back around. So
Did you know why he was tying you up at that time?
No, he tied me, so I was laying, when we got there, he moved me to the second row, he tied me to the chair, and because of the position of how he tied me, my hands are like this because of the pull of the rope pulling my hands back. So I'm in this position.
Was this immediately after you had made that statement about his parents?
I was tied in this position when I made this statement about his parents.
Okay. How did you get then, because we skipped a point, how did you get from being in that middle seat, him moving to the third row, and he's going to write a letter to his parents? At what point were you tied up?
So when he had me moved to the captain's chair in the second row, and he went back to the third row, that is when he tied me in that position, and then he said, I forgot I need to write another letter.
When you were tied up in that chair, did you have any idea that this note that he had written to the kids that said we're between him and the kids, did you have any idea what was in that note?
No idea.
When did you ask him why he was tying you up? If he was going to let you leave and he was going to find the safe house, what was the purpose of tying you up? Did he say anything like that?
No.
Did you question him about it?
No.
Did you know how this was going to happen? He's writing these notes and he's going to let you go be with the kids. Was there discussion about what the next steps were going to be, that how you were going to be let go, basically?
It was he had to get out to international water before I could be released.
Okay. So you are tied to the middle chair in your captain chair in your vehicle.
Yes.
And you make that statement.
Yes.
And what happens after that?
Rope came from behind me over my head, and because of the position of my hands, it grabbed my hands, and he pulled the rope back and started strangling me.
So the way you were positioned, can you show us the way you were positioned when you were tied in the chair before he makes contact with your body?
It was my arm tied here, running the rope round through the chair, looping and going back. And
So
so,
show me how you were positioned in the chair.
just like this chair, and my hands are kind of right here.
So your hands are cupped at your the top of your chest underneath your chin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point you stated that you feel the rope where?
It came very quickly over my head, and it just luckily grabbed my hand. My hand was right there.
And where was the defendant at this time?
He was in the third row. He was directly behind me.
Could you see him when you were in the captain's chair?
No.
And could you feel his body near you?
Yes, I could feel the force, with full force, pulling at the rope.
Okay. Did he say anything to you before that?
No.
What were you doing at this point?
I just was fighting. Luckily, my hand was there, and I was just, with as much as I could, fighting to try to get the rope off from around my neck.
Did the rope touch your neck?
Yes.
Where did it touch your neck?
So it didn't touch right here because my hand was here, but it all up through on the sides.
On the sides of your neck.
Yes.
Do you have problems to breathe when that was happening?
It was difficult to breathe, but also I'm struggling full force, so it could be either reason.
Okay. So you were fighting back at
I
this
was
point.
fighting.
What happens next?
Suddenly stopped and dove into the driver's seat, just threw the whole car over and just got into the driver's seat and peeled out of there. And I start gasping for air, and I'm like, what is going on? And I look back and I see a black pickup truck behind us.
You said it like, what is going on? Like you say this like in a calm manner. That's how you said it. Is that how you were acting at that moment?
No.
Okay. Can you describe how you were behaving?
I was in a panic. I was in an absolute panic. It had been calm through the days of me complying, and the hours of me complying, and now it is just complete chaos, and I am frantic.
Does he say anything when he dove into the front driver's seat?
He didn't until he pulled underneath a house on stilts.
How far did he drive from the location near the hooks to this house with stilts that you're describing?
It was probably like 3 blocks. You pull out of Little Harbor Resort, you turn right, you're on the main road, Shell Point Road, and it kind of curves around, and then there's houses that kind of face out to the Gulf, and they have boat docks.
At the location where you were strangled, is that located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes.
So he drives approximately 3 blocks. You said he peeled out of there. Is he driving quickly to this house with stilts?
Yes.
Did you know this person that lived there?
No.
Did he tell you why he was going to this house?
He told me that was the safe house.
Okay. And so what happens when he arrives at this safe house? Are you still in the captain's chair?
I'm tied to the captain's chair.
And what happens next?
He pulls underneath the house, and he moves from the driver's seat over to the passenger seat, so he's sitting catty corner to me, looking back right at me, and he says, "There's an unmarked police car right there." And I didn't believe him. At this point,
Could you see the vehicle that he's
I did. It looked
to?
like an older Chevy Malibu, and so I didn't believe him. And he began slitting his throat and saying, "This is what love is. I'm laying my life down for you. You don't deserve this."
What did you do when he was doing that?
I was screaming. It was very traumatic, and the blood and the whole thing was traumatic.
What did he use to cut his neck?
The razor blade.
Was that the same razor blade that was used on your wrist?
Yes.
What's the next thing that, did you tell him to stop doing that, or were you encouraging him to
No,
slit his throat?
I said, "Stop. Please stop. Please."
Did you ever tell him he should commit suicide?
No.
What's the next thing that happened?
With his neck slit and open, he leaned backwards in the seat with a razor blade at me, and he said, "Let me cut those ropes off of you." And I took, because it was just looped on my injured arm, it wasn't tied to it, I was able to pull my arm out of the loop, and I had my hands like this, and I said, "Look, I'm out, you don't have to cut the ropes off." And at this point, law enforcement surrounded the vehicle, my door opened, I was grabbed and taken out.
And did you see what happened with him in the vehicle when law enforcement got you out of the vehicle?
I did not.
What is going through your head when law enforcement pulls you out of that vehicle?
I was in complete shock. I can't believe that I'm alive. So I asked if my parents knew what happened. So yeah.
So you had asked about your parents.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where the kids were at this point or anything like that?
No.
Did you question the police about that?
I did. Once we got to the police station, I said, "Where are my children?" They said, "They're with deputies. Your children are fine."
Okay. When you get taken out of the vehicle, where are you taken to?
I am taken to a South Shore Sheriff's Office, which is down right next to the Big Lots in Bruskin.
Is that a district office for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It is.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you photographs from the defendant's vehicle, and I know you had testified that you had not seen the vehicle. He had only told you that he had purchased a new minivan.
Correct.
But I want to show you State's Exhibit J23. Do you recognize that phone in that photograph?
Yes.
And State's 24?
Yes.
And State's 25?
Yes.
J25?
Yes.
Whose phone do you recognize that to be?
That is my old Samsung phone that I replaced 2 weeks prior with the iPhone.
Where was the last time you had seen that phone on the night of March 10th of 2017?
When we were struggling in the living room and I had dialed 911 from that phone in the struggle that happened between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit P1 through 50 for identification purposes. Do you recognize these photographs, and have you previously viewed these photographs?
Yes, I have.
And do they fairly and accurately depict your vehicle in the days between March 11th and March 13th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
State offers in evidence States P1 through 50 at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
States P1 through 50 be admitted.
Publishing, permission to publish, Judge.
Yes.
Publishing P1. Is this the front of your Saturn vehicle?
Yes.
Your Saturn SUV? And what color was it?
Navy blue.
P8. Is this your license plate number?
Yes.
And P10. Does this include your VIN information from your vehicle?
Yes.
states P11. Are we looking at the inside of the driver's seat?
Yes.
And do you recognize those shoes in that photograph?
Yes, those are my flip-flops.
And there appears to be what appears to be some dip underneath that driver's seat.
Yes.
And is one of the drinks a Dasani water and what appears to be a McDonald's drink?
Yes.
P14. Is this the McDonald's receipt from the Monday or from the morning of March 13th of 2017?
Yes.
And do you recall if you were there approximately 6:49 a.m.?
Yes.
P16. Directing your attention to the armrest that appears to have some kind of red substance. Do you know what where that red substance came from?
That is Trevor Summers' blood.
Is that from when he cut his wrist or neck? I apologize.
Yes.
P18. Looking at is this the middle?
That is the second row.
And what are these shoes in the floorboard of the middle row?
Those are Trevor's shoes, muddy shoes,
And where did that mud come from?
when we walked on the farm.
P19, is this the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is this the seat that you were mainly in for part of the time between March 11th and March 13th?
Yes.
P21, drawing your attention to what appears to be red substance on that passenger seat. Do you know where that came from?
That is from Trevor Summers slitting his throat.
P25, do you recognize that item on the floor of the vehicle?
That's the razor blade that he used to slit my wrist and slit his throat.
At the time that you were strangled, what seat were you in?
The behind the driver's seat, so driver's side, second row, captain chair.
Showing you states P31. Is this the third row?
That is the third row.
Is this the area in which you previously described Trevor Summers preparing his letters?
Yes.
And pointing to the center right of the photograph, is that one of the letters?
Yes.
P39, what are we looking at here?
That is my suitcase.
Are there clothes beside the suitcase?
Yes.
And whose clothes are those?
Those are the muddy and bloody clothes from when my wrist was slit. So some of them are Trevor's, some of them are mine. So it would be my clothes that I was originally wearing that Saturday evening when he slit my wrist. the pajama pants that I was wearing when we walked on the farm that were covered in mud, his jeans that were covered in mud.
P41, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That is the sweater that I was wearing over top of the white button down.
And what is that red substance on the left sleeve?
That is my blood from when he slit my wrist.
You were wearing this sweater.
Correct.
P44, what are we looking at here?
Those are the pajamas that I had on for most of the day on Sunday that were covered, that sank down into the mud on the farm. So the bottoms are covered in mud.
P46, what are we looking at here?
That is the white button-down shirt that I was wearing.
Were you wearing this underneath that green sweater?
Correct.
And P47, is this that shirt spread out?
Yes.
And so is this the back of the shirt and your arms would go through and it buttons down the front?
Correct.
First witness, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit V 1 through 10. Have you previously viewed these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the defendant on March 13th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers an evidence states V 1 through 10.
No objection. All right, let me just, they'll be admitted, but my B on the state's exhibit list is different.
V as in Victor.
V, I apologize. Let me take a look. There it is. Admitted.
Showing you V8. What is this article of clothing?
Those look like boxer shorts.
V9.
That is the black t-shirt that Trevor Summers was wearing through the entire ordeal, and my Ann Taylor shorts.
V10.
That's his boxers, my Ann Taylor shorts, and his black t-shirt.
Did he not have any clothes in the vehicle because you all were not able to go to his home to get his suitcase?
Correct.
And V6, was this the location of his neck injury?
Yes.
When you are taken to the district office, does law enforcement take photographs of you?
Yes.
I'm sorry, before we get there. May I approach the witness, Judge?
I'm sorry, yes.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit O1 through 19. Have you previously looked at these photographs of the location where the ultimate law enforcement was rescued you?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict that location?
Yes.
State offers and evidence states O1 through 19.
No objection.
It'll be admitted. It's O 1 through
1
19.
through 19.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Publishing O3. What are we looking at here, Ms. Mathewson?
Oh, this is the home that he pulled the car under that he said was the safe house.
O5. The second door opened up. Is that where you were rescued by law enforcement?
That is where I was rescued.
O17. Is this the son? Was the defendant was he was in the passenger side of the vehicle when law enforcement approached? Is that
Yes,
correct?
the front passenger seat.
And so he was taken out on that side. Is that best your recollection?
Correct.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit F for identification purpose, F1 through 26. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Have you previously viewed these photographs?
Yes, I
And
did.
are they a fair and accurate representation of what you looked when you first were taken to Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office District?
Yes.
State offers and evidence, State's Exhibit F1 through 26.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Takes F through 126. 1 through 126 will be admitted at this time.
May I have permission to publish?
You may publish.
Publishing F1. Ms. Mathewson, approximately how much did you weigh back in March of 2017?
Approximately 120 pounds.
Publishing F3. Drawing your attention to your right arm there. What is that item located on your arm?
This would be the black nylon rope that he used multiple times, but the last time was he tied it around this arm to loop it through the back and attach me to the chair.
Was that the only rope that was left on you when you were pulled from the vehicle?
Yes.
F5. Does this also depict rope that was still on your arm when law enforcement had pulled you from the vehicle?
Yes.
F6. It looks like there's several knots on that. Who tied all those knots?
Trevor Summers.
F8. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the rope mark on the side of my neck.
From when he strangled you in the vehicle?
Yes.
F9. What does this photograph depict?
That's showing more of the rope burn around my neck and some other injuries on the back of my neck.
F12. What is this?
That is the front of my white button down. Oh, no, that's when the EMS had already rewrapped that. So, yes, that
So-
is when they cut my wrist.
Had you gotten medical treatment prior to these photographs
I did.
regarding your wrist?
EMS came in, treated me at the sheriff's station, and then I went to the hospital.
Was that after you were taken to the nurse examiner's office?
Yes.
Was your entire body photographed
Yes.
with any noted bruises, markings? Is that correct?
Correct.
States F24. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is where my wrist was slit.
Did you require medical care at St. Joseph's for that wrist injury?
It had been open too long. They couldn't stitch it, and it was not something that they could reopen to then stitch for me. So I got antibiotics and things like that.
Were you interviewed for a long length of time by law enforcement?
Yes.
At that district office?
Yes, I was.
Did you remain at that district office, or did you go elsewhere?
I went with the detectives to go to the different locations to collect evidence.
This incident occurred almost 5.5 years ago. You spoke to law enforcement, you just stated, for several hours. Have you had to attend court hearings and testify about these events within these 5 years?
Yes.
Where did you go with law enforcement after you were done being interviewed?
We went down into the area where Bunker Hill Winery is. We were able to locate my cell phone. They were able to locate the area where he slit my wrist.
Did they ask you to take them and show them where you had been taken?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit W1 through 8 for identification purposes. Have you previously looked at these photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the location in which your iPhone was located?
Yes.
State offers an evidence states W1 through 8.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish. Publishing W1 was the area in which he threw your cell phone out after you had gotten the message from Cheryl. Was it in this area?
Yes.
Scarborough and State Road 62?
Yes.
Do you know if this is within Hillsborough, if it's within Manatee County?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. When you were in this area, was it dark or light out when you were there with the defendant, when he had taken you there?
It was very dark.
Publishing W3, is this the area, the wooded area that you had previously described that he had pulled into prior to discarding of your phone?
Yes, this is where the farm fence is.
States W15. What are we looking at here?
That is my iPhone.
Did law enforcement retrieve that?
They did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit X for identification purposes. Looking at this document of a cell phone download of the iPhone, I want to direct your attention to this phone number right here. What was your phone number at the time?
813-520-2439.
Is that still your same phone number today?
Yes.
And is that phone number, was that the phone number to your iPhone?
Yes.
That we just viewed in photographs?
Yes.
And your Apple ID, the Gmail email located here, is that your email, Gmail Apple ID information?
Yes.
After you drove law enforcement around, did you take them to an area where you believed the defendant possibly discarded his cell phone?
Yes.
Was law enforcement able to locate the defendant's cell phone in that area that you believed he had thrown it?
Not to my knowledge.
After you drove with law enforcement, did you were you taken to the crisis center?
I was taken to the crisis center.
And did you receive a full medical exam there?
Yes.
Was a sexual assault exam performed on you?
Yes.
Was a rape kit collected
Yes.
by a nurse? Were you also photographed there?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Need a break at this time, by show of hands? If you need to stand up and stretch your legs or anything, you're welcome to do that momentarily. All right. You may.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you State's Exhibit K, 1 through 17. Have you previously looked at these nurse examiner photographs?
I have.
And do they fairly and accurately depict how you looked when you were at the nurse examiner's office and
Yes.
the dates surrounding this incident?
Yes.
State Officers and Evidence, State's Exhibit K, 1 through 17.
No objection.
Be admitted.
When you were interviewed by law enforcement, were you aware whether or not they were relaying information to other deputies or detectives regarding what you were telling them?
No.
Okay. Permission to approach Judge the witness. Permission to approach Judge. Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you State's Exhibit Set 2, A1 through A32. Are these photographs of your home?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict items collected from your home ultimately based upon information you provided them during the interview?
Yes.
State Officers and Evidence, State's Exhibit A1 through A32.
Any objection?
No, sir.
A1 through A32 will be admitted at this time.
And did you describe for them the color pillow that you had been suffocated with?
Yes.
And I apologize for interrupting you, Ms. Johnson, but looking at the exhibit number list, there's A,
This is-
and then there's set 1A, 1 through 104. There's multiple A1, set 2A. So this is set 2 for
This
the
is
record.
set 2, Your Honor.
Okay.
A1 through A32. Permission to publish, Judge. Set 2A6. What are these items?
Those are the Christmas tree lights.
And did you tell law enforcement that those were the light that you were tied up with Christmas tree lights?
Correct.
When you were interviewed by them.
Yes.
Set 2A7. What are we looking at here?
Christmas tree lights.
These appear different than the Christmas tree lights in A6. Do you recall which Christmas tree lights you were tied? Which ones were utilized when you were tied to the bed?
The first set.
The ones with the green wiring?
Yes.
Were you there when law enforcement was taking these pictures, able to direct them specifically to the exact items?
No, I was not.
At some point, did you return to your home and locate some items that law enforcement did not collect?
Yes.
Were you aware that law enforcement, well, let me ask you this. Did you know law enforcement went into your home on March 12th of 2017?
Yes.
When you were still, did you know at the time?
Oh, no.
When you were being held by the defendant that law enforcement went into your home subsequent to a search warrant?
No.
To photograph and document your home?
No, I found out later.
Okay. When you went back to your home, did you see some items that were left that you then contacted law enforcement about?
Yes, immediately.
Why did you do that?
Because I knew that those were items that he had used for the time that we had been in the home, and so I called them, asked them if they needed these items. They came and got them.
And when you returned to your home, did you see that your door had been damaged, or had it been replaced at that time?
It had been replaced.
Did you know that they had to force entry into your home when they were to serve the search warrant and document the scene?
I was told after.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm showing you set 3, A1 through A22. Have you previously looked at these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict your home when you returned and then you called law enforcement out to see if they wanted these items?
Yes.
State offers into evidence state set 3, A1 through 22.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Set 3A1 through A22 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes, you may publish it.
Set 3A4, is this the new door that law enforcement put on your home?
Yes, they painted it before I got there.
Painted it and fixed the doorknob?
Yes.
Set 3A8, when you had returned to your home, had your fitted sheet been removed
Yes.
from your bed?
Yes.
The blue and white fitted sheet? Set 3A10, did you draw your attention to those items on top of the armoire?
Yes.
Is that because you realized they had not been collected?
Yes.
And why did you think that law enforcement may want them?
Because he used those to tie me up.
Set 3A15, did you direct them to your laundry basket?
Yes.
Were those the clothes that had gone in there after you were allowed to take a shower or told to take a shower?
Yes.
And did you point out for them the PJs that you had been wearing?
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but let's go ahead and just take a little brief stand-up break. Everyone just stand up and stretch your legs in the jury for a moment. All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and you can be seated, and you may proceed.
Set 3A16, are these the pajamas that you were wearing when the defendant pulled you from the bed up until the point that you were allowed to take a shower?
Yes.
Set 3A17, are those the pajama bottoms?
Yes.
And did you direct them to also underwear that you were wearing
Yes.
at that time, that day? Have you since viewed the Walgreens video?
I have.
And do you recognize the individual that walked into the Walgreens with the black shirt and the denim bottoms on?
Yes.
And who was that?
Trevor Summers.
And you watched the Sitco video?
Yes.
Who was the individual that walked into that Sitco with the khaki shorts and the black t-shirt?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We have not seen the Sitco video. We would like to see the Sitco video first before any questioning about it. And I know they've had some difficulty doing it. I know they wanted to do it. But we should at least, again, show the video before we have any questions about it.
If she has knowledge about it, she can testify to what's in it. And you certainly can cross. At what point do you intend to publish the video? We're going to take a 10 o'clock break in about 15
As
minutes.
soon as we can take the break and we have somebody audio coming up here to figure out what's going on.
So you don't anticipate that you're going to be finished with this witness before the break, correct?
I hope to. We can publish it at any time, Judge, so I'm happy to publish it as soon as we get it working.
Okay.
I don't need to ask any questions
Yeah.
of the witness.
I would be agreeable to that as long as we can get it working. We
Okay,
publish it,
not a problem.
take it out of order.
Okay. But
just
she
for-
testified that she saw it, she was there, she knows what's in it, so I'll allow the questions. Then subsequently the video will be published, and then you can conduct your cross-examination.
That's fine.
All right.
Who was the individual that walked in the Sitco wearing the black shirt and the khaki shorts and no shoes?
That's Trevor Summers.
I'm going to have some questions for you now, and they may kind of seem out of left field. At any point, did you put pictures of your kids or place of employment on any dating websites that you were on?
Yes.
And what happened? Tell me this, facts and circumstances surrounding that.
I'm going to object to the relevancy of this line of questioning.
Approach.
Can you tell me what kind of photographs and how those ended up on your dating website?
When I signed up for the dating app that I only used briefly, it pulled information from Facebook because I logged in through Facebook and I removed them.
Did Trevor Summers, the defendant, ask you to remove them?
Oh, he demanded that be removed.
Did you know that information was on the dating website that had been pulled from Facebook, looking at your profile on that app?
I didn't pay much attention to it.
And did you take it down? Did you remove that information after the defendant requested you to?
Yes.
Would the defendant question you about your involvement on these dating apps, who you were meeting, who you were talking to?
Yes.
Would you freely offer that information to him, or did he only gather that information because he questioned you about it?
Yes.
Did you try to hide that information from him, or would you answer his questions?
I would answer his questions.
Was he happy about the divorce, or he was unhappy about the divorce?
He was unhappy about the divorce.
Did he want the divorce?
No.
Did you tell multiple men that you loved them?
No.
Did you video chat with anybody that you were dating, including Jeff Mathewson, who you're now married to, in front of your children?
Not in front of the children, no.
At any time when you were there at your home on March 11th of 2017, did you and the defendant fall asleep together in your bedroom?
No.
Did you have sex for hours on February 18th of 2018?
No.
Did you have sex those 2 times that you discussed, one before the signing of the divorce documents and one after the signing of the divorce documents?
Yes.
Did you play on his jealousy at any point in March of 2011, between February and March, regarding your new dating life?
No.
Did you leave Landon at the house when you left the marriage in October of 2017 and took the other children with you?
Yes.
And why is that?
Landon refused to get in the car.
Or how did you try to get him in the car to come with you?
I asked him, I said, Landon, come on, we have to go. Please come. And he says, no, no, I'm not going.
Was he the child, is it fair to say that he was the child that was most upset about the divorce?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Absolutely.
Before you began being strangled, how is it that the defendant got into the third row, or what was the purpose of him being in that third row?
It was to write the letter to his parents.
Okay. And so was he in the third row when you had made the comment to him, why are you writing that letter, because they're involved in this?
Yes.
Did he make any statement to you when he peeled out of the Little Harbor area, when he stopped strangling you, jumped in the driver's seat? Do you know why he fled that area and drove to the house on the stilts?
No.
Did he later tell you why he stopped strangling you and fled to that area?
When he said there was an unmarked police car.
Okay. Did he see that unmarked police car at the Little Harbor or at the house on stilts?
He pointed it out to me at the house on stilts.
Okay. Did you ever think law enforcement was going to find you alive?
There were moments where I had hope. When he asked me who Cheryl was. I could hear helicopters when we were on that farm location. But no, I thought I was going to be dead that weekend.
The state would pass the witness, Judge.
All right, it's a perfect time for our morning break. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. Gentlemen of the jury, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. We started right about 8:30. It's 10 o'clock. What was the conservative estimate?
I don't have 10 o'clock, but I have 3 minutes.
Oh, you're right. It's 3 minutes till 10. And I apologize for what I did having the jury stand up, but they appear to be sleeping during the direct, so I wanted to have them stand up. We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony. You will be back on the stand for cross. Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have been informed by Mr. Summers
Yes.
that he wishes to discharge me as lead counsel.
Okay.
He wishes to exercise his Sixth Amendment right, to represent himself. And I've explained to him that should he choose to do that he may have to do that throughout the remainder of the trial.
That's absolutely correct.
I was prepared, or started to prepare for cross-examination, but I had something different. I was told this morning, so I think he wants to address the court now. The bailiff also has issues. We can do this at the break because they have to do other things if he is going to represent himself. But this is where we are right now.
Okay, I appreciate the heads up. Let me talk to Mr. Summers at this point. Mr. Summers, you have a request of the court, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it?
I would like to resume self-representation and discharge Mr. Marchese as lead counsel.
And you believe that to be a wise decision?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Are you unhappy with the services of Mr. Marchese?
I'm not unhappy with the services of Mr. Marchese. I do not believe that he fully understands the circumstances surrounding the events, and it would be better if I did the cross-examinations from here on out.
You realize that you're able to continue communicating with him, as I have observed you doing throughout the course of the proceedings, to talk to him while he's representing you, to write notes, to ask that during his cross-examinations he come over and confer with you. You realize that those are all options to you while he's representing you, do you?
I do understand that.
You've stated your reason that you believe that you are more familiar with the facts in order to conduct the cross-examinations. Is that correct?
Yes, and as Mr. Marchese stated earlier in the week, that he truly isn't prepared to do this. We've talked about it back and forth many times. So
Let me ask you this, and I just have to ask you some questions to make sure.
yes,
You have seen Mr. Marchese make objections based on evidence. You have seen the attorneys discuss things regarding the admission of evidence. That's going to continue. The state's case is not over. This is not their last witness. You feel comfortable being able to address there is additional items of evidence that they intend to introduce? Do you feel comfortable and prepared to be able to address those evidentiary issues as they continue to arise during the course of your trial?
I do, Your Honor. I've requested noticed the same discovery or evidence on my defense as well.
So you don't anticipate any objection to the remainder of the items?
No, Your Honor. I accepted all of the items and requested they be on the defense evidence list too.
Do you understand specifically that I have permitted you, you came into this courtroom pro se, we had several discussions, I ruled on motions while you were representing yourself, you then made a decision that I found to be a wise decision to have a trained attorney represent you, and I allowed you to have representation. To now go back, at some point there is a line that has to be drawn, and that the courts allow, the appellate courts allow the trial court to draw. It's not a ping pong back and forth, back and forth. So you were originally represented in your case by a variety of attorneys, one of which you hired, or two of which were private attorneys you hired on your own. Then, for whatever reasons unknown to me, they withdrew, and then you were represented by the Public Defender's Office, who ultimately withdrew. And then you had appointed counsel, and I believe Mr. Marchese was the first appointed counsel. But you were represented, then you became unrepresented under Judge Fuson. I have the date down, April 13th, I think is what I remember, approximately. April 13th, unrepresented. Then in the beginning of this trial, which was August 22nd, you became represented again. Now on August 24th, if I were to allow it, you would become unrepresented again. So you see what I'm presenting there, a back and forth, represented, unrepresented, represented, now unrepresented. So that's a total of 4. And if I tell you that I am not, if I allow it, that I will not allow you to go back, do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree with that.
Do you also understand that if I do not intend to allow you to go back to representation, there is absolutely no need or reason for standby counsel, and that you are not entitled to standby counsel? So we will not get into a discussion about 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet. If I discharge Mr. Marchese, I will be discharging him not only as your attorney, but as your standby counsel. Do you understand that? Do you want some time to think about that?
May I speak with Mr.
Absolutely.
Marchese about that?
Absolutely.
May I ask too if Mr. Marchese, if he is discharged as both lead and standby, if he would be able to turn everything over to me?
You could ask him that. How about this? How about if we take our break? I'll allow you to continue talking to him. I haven't made a decision whether I'm going to allow you to discharge him, but I am telling you that if I do allow you to discharge him, that I believe that we are at the point where I will not allow you to go back a 5th or 6th time, whatever we're at. So what I want you to be aware of is the absolute totality of the consequences. And if there's no opportunity for you to go back, there's no need for standby counsel, and I'm telling you I'll discharge him as standby counsel. So there'll be no talking to him whatsoever. As far as him being able to turn stuff over to you, I will allow you to discuss that with him, and then if there's something I need to get involved in when I return from the break, I'm happy to do that with you. But I want you, now that you know that you will not have standby counsel, I want you to reconsider, I want you to talk to him, and I want you to let me know when I come back.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Still. All right, Mr. Marchese, Mr. Summers. Let me just go back to my question of you. Did you have a sufficient opportunity now to talk to Mr. Marchese about anything you needed to or wanted to talk to him about regarding your request now to return to pro se and represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Marchese about it.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I have had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Marchese about that.
Okay. What is your decision after talking to Mr. Marchese?
Your Honor, we would just like to ask you about the standby counsel concern. Mr. Marchese had some questions for you.
Sure. Mr. Marchese, you're still representing him, so you have some questions?
I do have some questions. I mean, number one, he has my computers. We went through all the trouble that I had before when he was representing himself. Everything was with him at the jail. Then I complained when he said he was going to be his own counsel. Everything had to come back to me, and it did. And now I have to give everything back to him and leave him. I certainly understand that if he gets a point, if he represents himself, he's no longer going to have the opportunity to change again and swap back in for me to come in. And normally you would have standby counsel around for that purpose. And so that if we're not going to do that, you're going to discharge me. But I'm also going to suggest that there's other reasons for standby counsel to continue without having to step back in later. I have depositions I'm going to go get from Mills that finally printed them out. And I have to go get them and bring them. He has a lot of stuff on my computer that helps. I have a lot of notes and things. I would also consider for the court, anything can happen. He could have a mental breakdown in this mental situation. He could be disruptive. He has not been disruptive. He's been very respectful. But he could be disruptive at some point. And then I wouldn't want a mistrial. I'd be happy to stand in. I understand from time to time when there are objections and you have to approach the bench, you may not want the defendant to approach. We've been talking with the bailiffs about how that could be conducted on his own. But as standby counsel, I would do that for you. I would say that he still wants to represent himself. There's some issues of witnesses and questions he has. We have some subpoenas that haven't been served, especially on the victim. Subpoenas
That's part of the risks of him deciding to represent himself. That's part of the colloquy that's done every time a defendant requests to go pro se, and they're instructed they're at a disadvantage. That's why it's not a wise decision. You may not be able to take depositions like a private attorney. You may not be able to serve subpoenas like a private attorney. I mean, that's part of the original colloquy that has already been gone through with him when he made his decision in front of Judge Buson.
I agree. I'm saying that I could help the court to make sure we don't have a mistrial. I could help.
Well, you're welcome to stay in the courtroom, but there's no reason for you to be standby counsel. You are right, though, that if something happens that would otherwise result in a mistrial, it would be my, opportunity to consider appointment of counsel, but it's a situation where he had been warned and told that he'll no longer be in the courtroom, is what I'm thinking. You know, when you say disrespectful or disruptive to the proceedings, I will warn him, as I believe I need to do, before I remove him from the courtroom. Then if I remove him from the courtroom, I would either have to declare a mistrial or I would look to the appointment of counsel. I would prefer to look to the appointment of counsel, but it may be just calling the next person on the list, understanding they're not ready, and understanding that it's not their fault. Just like I told you when you said you weren't ready. It's not your fault you're not ready. So I may appoint him counsel who knows nothing about this case. Or I might then appoint you, and you're welcome to sit in the courtroom, and you certainly have more knowledge about this case than anybody else that I might appoint. So I would certainly consider reappointing you. But I can reappoint you. I guess what I'm getting to is I can reappoint you without you being standby counsel up until that point.
What I'm saying is I don't want to leave him in a lurch. There's a lot of things.
He's leaving himself in a lurch. It's his decision.
But I may still help whether I sit in the back of the courtroom. If you discharge me, I certainly understand that the point is that if he represents himself, you are not going to allow him to stop and then have counsel come back on.
Absolutely.
That's standby counsel.
I'm also not going to allow him to have that hybrid counsel that
I
we
agree.
went back and forth about.
I was just going to say, we're not going to do the 2 feet, 4 feet. Do I sit here? Do I sit there? I don't mind sitting in the back. But as I said, I have to go get a transcript from Mills. He's got my computer. He's going to have to keep my computer the whole time. I have to come protect my computer.
Well, are you telling me that you won't allow him to do that and that you won't go get the transcripts from Mills unless you are standby counsel?
No, I'm saying I will do it. I'm going to do it anyways, what I'm saying.
Then why do I need, and tell me one reason why I need to call you standby counsel if I get all the benefits with discharging, the same benefits if I discharge you?
From my perspective, at this point, even though I was telling Judge Fuson when I came on standby counsel, I'm no longer on the court-appointed list. I was before, but I'm not now. So when he appointed me this year, and I still don't know if I'm going to get paid. I'm still in that position now that if I do this, I would at least like to try to get paid to remain a standby counsel. Otherwise, I'm doing things for free, which I'm going to have to do anyway. I just can't leave the gentleman in the lurch. Like I say, everything is on my computer. I have all the other stuff. I would just say, for the court's position, from my position, also and I certainly understand. I'm not going to give him advice. I'm not going to give him objections, and I'm not even.
You convinced me on the issue of whether if I discharge you and you still stay in the courtroom, anticipating the possibility that I might have to remove him from the courtroom. No disrespect to you, sir. I'm not anticipating, but you have to be prepared for any possible thing that comes up. So if that was to come up, and you continue to be in the courtroom, or you continue to go get the transcripts, or you whatever, and because I said I discharge you, you wouldn't be able to submit a bill for that, I'm going to allow you to be standby counsel, but you're not going to have any conversations with him. You're going to sit in the back of the courtroom. You can do, other than you're not going to have conversations with him throughout the course of the proceedings.
But I could talk to him at the breaks and over at night before the next day.
I'll allow it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I need an answer from you regarding, I have to make a finding, sir, that your request to represent yourself is unequivocal. What that means is that there is absolutely no doubt. So, do you have any doubt whatsoever, the slightest doubt whatsoever, regarding your decision to represent yourself?
I do not, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or prescription medications at this time?
No, Your Honor.
I asked you on Monday when we were talking about this whether you had any mental health issues and that might affect your ability to make this decision. I believe you indicated that you didn't, but 2 days have passed. Have you developed any mental health conditions or concerns that you believe may affect your decision, your ability to make this decision freely and voluntarily?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to make this decision?
No, Your Honor.
You want to represent yourself?
I do, Your Honor. After seeing how it's going, I'm comfortable.
You understand the potential consequences if the jury finds you guilty as charged.
I do, Your Honor.
Punishable by life in prison. You understand that?
I do.
And you want to represent yourself.
Yes, sir.
You understand that I am telling you, that Judge Fuson has told you, that it is not a wise, we do not consider it a wise decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to let you represent yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Marchese, I am not discharging you. I'm going to ask you to stay on as standby counsel. I'm not going to revisit any of my arguments. We just discussed on the record what I would allow you, the very little opportunity that I would allow you. I appreciate you giving him your equipment, your computer, even though I think in the beginning you said you don't use computers, you're old-fashioned like me, but that's fine. Whatever you are making available to him while you are standby counsel, I appreciate your ability to go get transcripts for him. I appreciate, I'm sure he appreciates it, but at this time I'll ask you, Mr. Marchese, to go ahead and step to the back of the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll leave everything here. I'm just doing myself. I have one question. How do we tell the jury?
Oh, that's a good question. Appreciate that. We have an instruction.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
We'll pull up the instruction. Same instruction that we would have given in the beginning, that he's made a decision and they're not to hold that against him. We're going to use the standard instruction on pro se representation.
I'm good here.
All right. As long as you're not talking to him. I suppose I can't tell you where to sit in the courtroom. You're fine.
Are you okay for this email?
Yeah. Pull it up so that I can see it. I do want to go over one more time, and some of this is new, Mr. Summers. Now that you are representing yourself, that I've allowed it, you have to play by the same rules as attorneys. You cannot be disrespectful to this witness or any other witness. You cannot argue with the witness. There's a specific rule on argumentative with the witness, and I suspect that Ms. Johnson will make any and all appropriate objections. There's also the issue that I discussed with you regarding relevance. So you cannot ask things of any witness that are not relevant to these proceedings. And the definition of relevance is that the information tends to prove or disprove a material issue in the case. So that's the analysis that I will go through to consider whether any evidence is relevant. Does it tend to prove or disprove a material issue in this case? So I just want to give you those ground rules so you know. Again, you have been absolutely respectful to this court in the proceedings, and I appreciate that, and I thank you, and I don't anticipate anything else. A couple of other things. I don't know if you intend to introduce any evidence, but there's already evidence that's at the clerk, which can be published through the Elmo, but I'm not going to allow you to approach the witness. Okay.
That's understand. We discussed that with the bailiffs.
Okay.
They said I would ask them, can you please show this to the witness?
Okay. And as to approaching the bench, if there's objections, I'm gonna make a ruling on them. If you request to approach, at this stage, I'm going to excuse the jury each time, and we will conduct the discussions in open court. But we will excuse the jury each time if there's a need to approach. But I will listen to the basis for the objections, and I will make a ruling. And then if you wish to approach, then we can address that at that time. There was one other thing I wanted to, I got it, I'll go into that with them. The jury. The jury has requested of the bailiffs if we could take shorter breaks because they fear that we're not going to get to the end of this. So the jury is concerned. They're probably happy that they're being told now that we're taking a 30-minute lunch and their lunch orders are being taken. So they may be wondering why this 15-minute break has now turned into a 45. Yeah, it's 45. No. Well, not quite. 33-minute break, because I said it was 10 o'clock. Even though it wasn't 10 o'clock, I said it was 10 o'clock. And it's 10:33 now. So it's much longer than 15 minutes. I'm sure they're wondering. But I think they'll get the picture when they come back in and I read them the pro se defendant instruction. It reads as follows. So listen, Mr. Summers, and listen, state. Mr. Trevor Summers has the right to be represented by an attorney or to represent himself in this trial, as do all criminal defendants in this country. He has, what I will say is, it says he has exercised his constitutional right to act as his own attorney. He has now exercised his constitutional right to act as his own attorney. This decision should not affect your consideration of this case. It's the standard, except that I am adding the word now. Any objection from the state? No. Any objection, Mr. Summers? All right, so that's the first thing I'm going to read to them, and then they will probably understand why the break was so long. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put the witness back on the stand. Ms. Mathewson, I'm going to go ahead and put you back on the stand, as we would have done if Mr. Marchese had continued representing Mr. Summers. And then once I've read that instruction, I'm going to turn to you and allow you to go to the podium and do the cross-examination. I see you have a question, and I think the state had something they wanted to. You raised your hand first, so I'll go with you, Mr. Summers.
Your Honor, I just wanted to ask if I may serve the witness the subpoena for the defense side now in court.
It's not necessary.
He doesn't have any service power, first of all, Judge. He can't serve a subpoena.
What's the purpose? Well, I don't know.
To be able to call the witness as a defense witness.
All right, well, let's cross that bridge in just a moment. She's here, and you get the right to cross-examine her because they put her on and she gave direct testimony. So there's absolutely no circumstance where you wouldn't get the right to cross-examine her unless you became disruptive or disrespectful to the point where I reinserted Mr. Marchese in the case. It appears that your intention is to serve her now with a subpoena so that you can then subsequently call her in your case in chief. Is that what I hear?
Yes, Your Honor, there may be some topics that were not brought up in direct examination, so I would not be able to cross on that.
As beyond the scope.
Yes, but I could introduce it in direct, so.
Is there any objection from the state regarding his ability? I mean, she's indicated a desire to stay in the trial, even though she hasn't been served, if he wants to call her in his case in chief, if she's here.
If she's here, I have no objection, Judge.
Are you aware of any reason why she wouldn't be here for the rest of?
No, I'm not
Okay.
aware of
And
it.
I'm going to research whether he has the power to, now that he's representing himself. It's the state's position that a pro se defendant has no power to subpoena witnesses. Is that what I understand?
It's my understanding all defense counsel send their subpoenas out through a process server or someone who has the ability to serve individuals.
So
They don't.
in the history of this courthouse, no pro se defendant would have ever been able to call witnesses in the defense case. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, they have to send their subpoenas to a process server to serve this, to someone who has the authority to subpoena someone.
Okay. All right.
Him handing it to, that's not proper service.
Okay, understand.
Because he doesn't have subpoena power.
Understand. Well, clearly this case is not going, the state is not going to rest their case today, so he will have additional time to attempt to serve her with a subpoena tonight, tomorrow.
That's fine, Judge. He would need to serve it through me, first of all, which I already told Mr. Marchese that her information is private.
Right.
So we would accept a subpoena on her behalf.
Okay.
First.
Okay.
Second, I
But
have
you
the
need it
videos.
served by a process server, not by him, not in court.
I have subpoena power. I can serve someone with a subpoena.
Oh, okay.
So
So
I'm
you'll
accepting
accept his
service.
subpoena and you'll serve it on her.
Yes.
Okay.
So, also the discs are working. We have it. It is working it worked on the break.
That's good news.
20 minutes ago. So I don't know if Your Honor wants me to play it now, because
Yes.
once he starts changing it, changing things, I don't know if you ask me to play it, if it's going to be ready to go, but I know it is working right this moment.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to leave the decision up to you, but I'm glad you reminded me. It was my understanding that was your intention to publish the material once we had the break, even though you finished the questioning, that you were going to publish the material. I will absolutely allow that if that's what you would like to do.
I think it might be best
Okay.
since we
All
are
right.
having some
So
technical
then,
issues.
Mr. Summers, you're not going to start your cross-examination until after they have published the evidence that they introduced to this witness that they were unable to do during the direct examination.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, not a problem.
May I provide the subpoena?
Let's just hold on to it for now. I want to get the jury out here, but most likely. So we'll do that on the next break, the lunch break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unequivocal. Record is clear. Not only do I find that his decision is unequivocal, his request, but it is a knowing and voluntary decision that he has made to represent himself. So the record is clear. Let's get the jury. I told them yesterday, but I'll tell them when they come in that apologize for the longer break. We're going to take a short lunch break, and as they may recall from yesterday, we most likely are going to be going late tonight. I will ask them if any of them had an issue with that.
Rise, jury entering courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. First thing is that I apologize for the 15-minute break actually being more like a 45-minute break. I have a instruction I'm going to read to you in just a moment, which may explain some of that. You also were asked about lunch orders. We're going to take a shorter break today, so to make up some of that time. And yesterday, before I discharged you, I asked you all to check and see if you would all be available if we went later tonight. So I want to ask at this time, is there anybody who has a commitment tonight that would prevent us from going late past 5 o'clock tonight? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. All right, so I have an instruction for you before we proceed. Mr. Trevor Summers has the right to be represented by an attorney or to represent himself in this trial, as do all criminal defendants in this country. He, Mr. Summers, has now exercised his constitutional right to act as his own attorney. This decision should not affect your consideration of this case. Now, you may recall the state before the break had finished their questioning, but there was some evidence that was introduced that they were unable to publish. They have requested to publish that evidence now before we turn to cross-examination. So I'm going to allow the state to publish whatever evidence that was introduced in direct that you were unable to publish at that time.
Fingers crossed it works now, Judge.
Please.
Judge, at this time I'll be publishing the McDonald's video first.
Let's just put the exhibit number on the record. I apologize for not knowing what that is.
It is exhibit number, or letter R.
R.
R. Judge, I'll next be publishing State's Exhibit Q, the Sitco video. Judge, there are 3 different camera angles on this. In the interest of time, I'm going to only be publishing 2 of the camera angles.
Okay. If they're identified, just so for the record, we
Yes.
can put something on the record to identify which 2 you published.
I'm going to be publishing camera angles 1, A and B, and 4, A and B.
All right. Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to republish camera A 1A as it was glitchy.
All right.
Publishing 1, camera 1B. Publishing 4A. And 4B.
Is that all of the items you wish to publish?
Yes, Judge, at this time, yes.
All right. Mr. Summers, cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mathewson. I'd like to just
Mr. Summers, your voice is kind of, that microphone, though, I don't know if it can be readjusted where it can amplify your voice.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Mathewson. I wanted to review the testimony that you gave here today. Excuse me. I'd like to just go through your testimony from the beginning. Starting with the evening of Friday, March 10th, 2017, your statement was that you went to Trevor's neighborhood to pick up the children, Arden, Bryn, and Grady, that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was at approximately what time?
Dinner time.
Was it still light out?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately how far the community center is from Mr. Summers' house?
Within the same community.
Okay. So you came to the same community 3 weeks after the alleged March incident?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to March 10th, 2017, that week, were you sick at all?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I'm going to allow a little bit of leeway. Let's see where it's going. What's the next question?
Let's go to the evening where I arrived. You've seen the estate's evidence in the videos and the photographs as you've attested to them. Do you remember seeing a video of your neighbor's camera from their house, an evening video from 1418 Dew Bloom Road?
I was never shown that video.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what time I arrived at your home?
I was asleep.
Do you recall which window I came in your room?
I was asleep.
Do you, or could you tell us if there were any doors on your house other than the front door?
No exterior doors other than the front door, the door leading to the garage, but no other doors.
Okay. Do you remember what was in your backyard?
A swing set.
Do you remember how that swing set got there?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did your children use that swing set?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Sustained.
Did the children ever utilize the windows to go into the backyard?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When you looked at the photos of the windows on the side of the house and on the back of the house, did you notice excess dirt in those, or would you like me to get the picture to refresh?
No.
Okay. Do you recall from any police reports or any of the evidence that you've seen how long I was at your house before you were awakened?
Judge, I'm going to object. She can only testify to what she is aware of, not what she read in a police report.
The witness can only testify to her own personal knowledge, not what she obtained from reading. So rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you know how long I was at your house until you were woken?
I woke up at 3 a.m.
You woke up at 3 a.m. and you said that you were woken by water droplets?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the first moment you were woken up by water droplets.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was dark in your room?
Yes.
How dark was it?
The only light was coming from my digital clock. Very dark.
Was that enough light to see a figure standing in a certain position in your room?
Yes.
And when you say that you were startled awake, do you know? I'm sorry. Let me change that. You said then that your feet were grabbed.
Yes.
Is it one ankle or two ankles?
I don't recall.
Did you recall me saying anything about calm down, it's just me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if you threw any other items?
No.
Do you recall how those items got neatly placed back on a table in a vanity?
No.
Do you recall other items that were on the end tables?
No.
Your Honor, may I publish some of the state's exhibits?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to use State Exhibit A, Set 1.
A set 1.
Let's start from here.
Actually, you need to push something to turn it to the camera. There's a button on there. I don't know, Deputy Estea, do you know what button that is to change it from the computer to the document camera? It's on the screen, I believe. Tina, do you know what to do?
It's hard.
We'll do that. It's above my pay grade. There.
Thank
And
you.
if you want to,
It's me, Tom.
yep, and focus, it's right there.
Okay. Let's start back with this picture here. I believe it was your testimony
Judge,
that...
we'll need to know for the record which photograph it is.
Yes, absolutely. Identify it. It should be on the back.
Yes, Your Honor. This is photograph Set 1, A10.
Thank you.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I believe your testimony was that this screen was not there prior to my arrival.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you believe that you put that screen there?
No.
Do you believe... So you don't know who put that screen there?
No.
Okay. This is picture Set 1, A14. May I publish?
You may.
Is that an accurate picture of the playground in the backyard?
Yes.
And did the children use that frequently?
Yes.
And you would agree that that playground and that window are directly behind the children's playroom?
Yes.
I'm at photo A21, Set 1. Am I published?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is the living room?
Yes.
And on the evening that the children were there, do you recall where you, Brandon Grady, and Arden were sitting?
At what point?
On the evening of March 10th, when they were with you?
We were sleeping in the master bedroom, me, Bryn, and Grady.
Sorry, let me clarify for you. On the evening of March 10th, when the children were with you in the living room, can you tell me where everyone was sitting?
I was in the middle on the closest couch. I was in the middle of Bryn and Grady, and Arden was on the love seat.
Okay. Is that the same love seat that Arden went to sleep on that night?
I don't know. I was in bed asleep. I don't know which couch she slept on.
Okay. Photo A23, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
You see that one very well. Can you tell me what is on that desk against the wall?
A computer,
Anything else?
a sweater, papers.
Did that computer have internet service?
Yes.
Is there any kind of internet feed or cable feed on that wall?
I do. Not that I know.
Not that you know of?
No. It was Wi-Fi.
Photograph A22, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
In this photograph, do you see any cable or internet feed or router?
The router over in the left corner.
Okay. And do you know if you can hook a telephone to that router?
That's not where I hooked my telephone.
I'm not asking where. I'm just asking if you can.
You can.
Photograph A21, or I'm sorry, A25, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
Miss Mathewson, in this photograph is a picture of is it the garage door,
Yes.
the front door?
Front door.
Is the key hook there?
Yes.
It's a hook, I guess, placard that you let keys hang on.
Yes.
Do you know what key is still hanging on that hook?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, we'll see if we can find a better photograph of that. The walls look pretty clean and intact.
Yes.
Would you agree that in the previous photos that the walls also were clean? There's no dents, no scratches, no marks.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph A32, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
Mrs. Mathewson, is this a picture of your garage?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when you left the home that evening, when you went to bed that evening?
Yes.
And can you identify some of the things that are in the garage here?
Bins and boxes and things that I haven't put away in my home or storage.
Okay. Thank you. Photograph A35, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mathewson, you said that your testimony is this was a toolkit that you had kept, and this was in the same location as it was when you went to sleep that night?
As far as I'm aware, it was normally kept in that general area on the washer or the dryer or the shelf, but yeah, I believe it was there.
Okay. Thank you. Photograph A37, set 1. May I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Mathewson, what is this a photograph of?
That's my kitchen.
This is your kitchen. And, do you see anything out of order, out of place?
No?
Did you have any struggle in the kitchen?
No?
No. Did you go into the kitchen at all?
To the very entrance of the kitchen to try to get to the phone that is normally right there, right where that tea thing is, it's normally hanging on the wall right in front of that.
Okay. Did you have any tea that night?
I don't recall.
Is the tea usually just sitting on the counter?
I would say normally no.
Thank you. Photograph A36, set 1, may I publish?
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Summers, you don't have to ask to publish each one. Just identify which one you're publishing, and you can publish it right after you identify what it is.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. And Ms. Mathewson, is this another picture of you into the kitchen?
Yes.
And those things sitting on the countertop there, are they in the same place that they were when you left that evening? When you went to sleep that evening?
I believe so.
Okay. They're not disorganized or thrown around or anything like that?
No.
No? Did you have any struggle near this location?
Near that location.
Thank you. Publishing A40, set 1.
That's upside down.
Ms. Mathewson, can you tell us what this is a photograph of?
This is my hallway.
Okay. What is the first door on the right?
I don't live in this home anymore. I believe that's a closet.
Okay. What is at the end of the hallway?
On the end of the hallway, there's a mirror. The left side is the master bedroom, and on the right side is a small hallway.
Okay. And so, in your testimony, you said that you were brought down this hallway,
Yes.
and you said that was by your ankles,
Yes.
and at the same time you were kicking
Yes.
while you're being held by your ankles.
Yes.
Okay. Do you notice any claw marks on the walls or any lines on the carpet? Anything that would indicate that kind of a struggle?
No.
Publishing A44, set 1. Ms. Mathewson, this is a photograph of the master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As you can see, the tissue box is neatly placed on the end table. Would you agree?
Yes.
There are hangers on the bed. Do you know what those hangers were for?
I don't recall.
The pajamas on the bed, those are the pajamas you had on before you changed?
I can't tell from this picture.
It is a gray piece of fabric and a pink piece of fabric.
It could be.
Okay. Do you believe you would have gotten changed on that side of the bed?
Possibly.
Do you sleep on the right side of the bed?
I would normally sleep by where the tissues are.
Yes, on the right side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also see two scarves on top of the hutch cabinet?
Yes.
Okay. And you see one scarf on the floor?
Yes.
And you see a belt to an outfit that you have?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Publishing A45, set 1. Okay. Mrs. Mathewson, can you tell me what the contents of that laundry basket are?
There's a pink sheet, there's some clothes, possibly, I can't really tell, maybe a towel.
Okay. Is that the pink sheet that you say you were wrapped in?
Yes.
So would you be able to explain why it's underneath the other clothes?
I cannot.
Thank you. Publishing A47, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, is this photograph inside your master bedroom?
Yes.
Do you see the variety of items in and around this piece of furniture?
Yes.
Do you see a large cord or a wire underneath of that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Summers or did myself attempt to use that to inflict any harm upon you?
No.
Do you see any cords on top of that cabinet?
There's a variety of things on top of the cabinet, but no.
Okay. Do you see, is this normally how this piece of furniture looks? You have a variety of things sitting on top of it?
Not normally.
Okay. Can you tell me how these things got there or arranged this way?
No, they just happened to be there.
This was this way before you went to bed?
I can't recall.
Okay. Publishing A48, set 1. And Mrs. Mathewson, this is the right side of the bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You see a variety of articles on the bedside table?
Yes.
Did you attempt to throw any of those items?
No.
No. Are they all kind of in order?
The lower shelves, no, did not touch any of the things on the lower shelf. The side table, yes, those were used throughout the March 11th. I used them to throw the box of tissues. So yes.
Okay. Is anything out of order on this table?
No. I mean, different than when I went to sleep.
It is different than you went to sleep?
The top of the table is different than when I went to sleep.
What's different about the top of the table?
My water cup is not on the side table that I sleep with every single night. The box of tissues is not where it normally is. It's normally against the wall behind the clock.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Publishing A51, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, is this a better angle for you to see the top of that dresser?
Yes.
Okay. Can you remember if this is the way things were before you went to sleep?
I don't recall.
Okay. Publishing A52, set 1. Okay. Mrs. Mathewson, this is a photograph of which bathroom?
The master bathroom.
And that blue cup is the one that you threw across the room?
Yes.
And that blue cup is now sitting nicely on the vanity?
Yes.
Did you put it there?
I don't recall who put it there.
Did you use it while I was there with you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Publishing A53, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, this is the vanity in that bathroom?
Yes.
The bathroom you used every day?
Yes.
Is there anything missing from this vanity?
I couldn't tell you what is missing.
Do you usually have cosmetic items, other cosmetic items?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Well, he's asking questions about items that you introduced into evidence, so I'll allow that question.
Yes.
Do you notice any of your cosmetics missing from this?
Yes.
Could you tell me which cosmetics were missing?
I cannot tell. I don't have the knowledge of what cosmetics I used 5.5 years ago.
How about your toothbrush?
My toothbrush is not there. Maybe off to the side, but my toothbrush is not there.
Okay. Thank you. Publishing A56, set 1. Ms. Mathewson, can you tell me what this picture shows?
That is the master closet.
Okay. Can you identify anything in that photograph for us?
Identify a bunch of stuff on the floor. Piles of clothes, random things. I can't tell you exactly what everything is.
Okay. Publishing A58, set 1. It's a little better of a close-up.
Okay.
Can you tell me what else you see? Can you identify any other things in this photograph?
All I see are clothes and just random things.
Do you see any belts?
At this time, I can't see. Oh, I see some belts under the clothes.
Is this location right here?
Yes.
Do you see any scarves?
I don't see scarves in this picture.
Anything in this bag? A bunch of scarves?
Those look like nylons.
Nylons?
Yes, pantyhose.
We could zoom in a little bit.
I do not see scarves. I see socks and pantyhose.
And this one here?
Socks and pantyhose is what I see.
Thank you. Publishing A67, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, what bedroom is this?
This is the kid's bedroom?
And you said this is how it looked before you went to sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the pink sheet that you saw in the laundry basket, is that the same, from the same set that is on that bed there?
I have 2 sets of pink sheets, one for the master and one for this bed. I don't know which one.
Okay, thank you. Publishing A73, set 1. Ms. Mathewson, this is a photograph of which room?
The kids' playroom?
And does it look this way normally, or did it look this way before you went to sleep that night?
It looked that way when I went to sleep.
Okay, so there was a clear path then right in front of the window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Publishing A75, set 1. Ms. Mathewson, if you look at that windowsill, do you see the staining on it, the dirt on it?
Okay. I see a windowsill, but I can't tell what is on that
Do
windowsill.
you see any discoloration here?
Sure, there's discoloration.
No. Could that be from the children going in and out of that window?
They were not permitted to go in and out of that window. If they went in and out of that window, they were told they had to go through the front door and around to the backyard.
Okay. Thank you. Publishing A84, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, this is a picture of the, I guess, little pail that sits outside your front door you used to place cigarette butts in. Do you see any recently smoked cigarette butts in there?
I don't. I can't answer that. I can't tell if there's recent cigarette butts. There's no way of me knowing that.
No? Do you see one on top of all the rest?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Publishing A86, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, can you tell me what is on the sofa there?
That is my work laptop.
Okay. And did you use that at all between March 10th, or March 11th at your house?
No.
No? Did you use it on a regular basis prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. Who purchased that computer for you?
Objection, Judge, relevance?
And I'll sustain its relevance.
Publishing A93, set 1. Okay, Mrs. Mackey, this is the trash can in the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And you see the items that are on the top?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of water bottles, it's like a ball of string, and so maybe some random trash, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how much string that might be?
I have no idea. There was a lot of string.
It's a lot of string, and then it was your testimony that that string fit in my pocket.
It was wrapped, but I saw it come from your pocket. Yes, it was wrapped.
All of that string came from my pocket.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Publishing A95, set 1. Mrs. Mathewson, is That the NyQuil bottle that you say was used
Yes.
that weekend? Yes. And can you tell me how many doses you believe you took that weekend?
A few.
A few. Would you have attested to anything different in another matter?
I don't recall. I was in shock when I was found, but it was a few.
A few. Would you like to refresh your memory? Do you need to refresh your memory?
I don't need to refresh my memory.
Okay. Can you recall about how many times you've testified about this NyQuil?
This is the first time that I'm testifying about the NyQuil.
So you've never spoken about this in any other proceeding related to this case?
I spoke about it in another case.
Okay. Do you recall what you said about the NyQuil?
I don't recall what I said in another case about the NyQuil.
Okay. Do you think you were very specific in another case about the NyQuil?
I don't recall the details of the NyQuil in another case.
Do you believe you would have said 2 doses?
Objection, Judge, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
And you did just say earlier that you weren't feeling well that week?
Earlier in the week.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Publishing A96, set 1, please. Ms. Mathewson, you see some duct tape in that trash can?
Yes.
And you say that was used for what purpose?
I said that the duct tape was placed on my mouth.
Okay. Did you have any marks after the duct tape was pulled off?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if when you were evaluated at the hospital, they were able to test around your mouth for any kind of adhesive or any damage from duct tape?
I was thoroughly they had to, I can't recall.
Okay. Could that duct tape have been used for any other purpose that evening, that day, that in the past week?
That is I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Publishing A100, set 1. Ms. Mathewson, what is this electronic device on the chair?
Hold on, wait, one second, Mr. Summers. My exhibit list, and Ms. Johnson, you can help me, says set 1 is A1 through 104.
Correct.
So
This
check.
is 100.
I thought you said 107.
I'm sorry, no, you're on 100.
Okay, excellent. All right.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mathewson, what is that electronic device?
This is a tablet.
And your testimony was that it may or may not have been working?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
It was the kids' tablet. They were complaining about it not reacting when they touched it.
Okay. But it's plugged in charging?
I was charging it to see what was going on with it.
Okay, thank you. I am finished with this set, Your Honor. I'll return it to the clerk. Okay. Ms. Mathewson, let's move forward in time a little bit. So you're woken up, and you say that you were drug into the living room. Do you remember approximately how long you were in the living room?
Approximately 3 hours.
Approximately 3 hours, okay. And in that time in the living room, have you described in any prior testimony it as wrestling?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall 3 hours? It's a lot of talking. Other than just your comments about going into some boats or offshore, do you recall what other things we were talking about for 3 hours?
There wasn't talking going on at this point. There was fighting, wrestling, me trying to get free and out of the house.
And did those photographs depict the kind of wrestling and fighting that you're talking about?
To me, they did.
They did?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall our son Landon coming to the front door?
I recall knowing that Landon was there and him being in the vicinity of the front door.
Okay. Do you remember if you or I opened the door for him?
I don't recall.
How dark was it in that living room?
It was very dark.
Could you see my face?
As it got lighter, but at 3 a.m. I couldn't. I just knew it was you.
Okay. Well, I believe that you testified that the children left the home around 5:30 that morning. Is that correct?
Approximately.
Okay. So that brings it closer to 2.5 hours. The children, if they left at 5:30, do you believe that the sun was coming out at that point?
It was winter, not. That weekend was when daylight savings would have happened. We had not gone into the daylight savings yet, so I don't recall.
So you're just agreeing it was very dark in that living room?
Yes.
Okay. And, but you don't remember all the things we were talking about. You thought we were fighting, wrestling, that kind of stuff for most of that time?
Yes.
And is that where you sustained some of the bruises,
Yes.
some of the scratches?
Yes.
Okay. So you think most of the injuries that were photographed happened in that living room?
Some happened in that living room. Some happened through other moments of the events.
Okay. It was your testimony that you saw scarves wrapped around my body in the living room?
Tied to your belt loops.
Tied to my belt loops. And they couldn't have come from your closet?
Those scarves were not at my new home.
Okay. So you didn't notice them at any other time until we were in a dark living room?
Yes.
And you could discern in that darkness the colors of peach, pink, and white.
I could not see the colors at that time.
It was your prior testimony that you noticed the colors. You stated the colors.
I know that they are those colors because you used them to tie me up after the struggle, so I know what colors they were.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mrs. Mathewson, do we ever use scarves intimately?
Objection, Judge.
Legal basis.
Your Honor, it goes to...
She can answer the question.
Okay.
Oh. I do not recall ever using scarves intimately.
In 16 years of marriage, did we ever go beyond just regular intercourse?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Hold on, don't respond. I'm going to allow it overruled.
Mrs. Mathewson, you may answer.
I was a teenager when I began dating you.
I'm sorry, can you answer the question?
I'm answering
Wait.
the question.
Wait. Don't cut her off.
sorry.
But unless you intended to narrow the scope.
I just didn't want to get into the history that she's starting out with. I did want to just ask
Well, do you have
during
a
our
specific?
marriage.
Do you have a more specific question?
I asked during our marriage. I didn't ask about her teenage years. She started out with her teenage years. I asked about our marriage. Did we do more than just regular intercourse?
Well, do you have a more specific question than? I mean, that's a broad more than. You have a specific question during the marriage?
Okay, I can be specific. Did we, during our marriage, use peripheral objects in our sexual activity?
More in the early marriage, prior to having 5 children.
Okay. Did we get more adventurous in our sexual habits?
Judge, I'm going to object.
And the legal basis is
Relevance.
sustained.
Did we ever use scarves or strings or anything to as part of our sexual encounters from time to time?
I don't recall a single instance. I don't recall any.
Okay. But you do recall us using a variety of quote-unquote toys and things of that nature.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Sustained is to relevant.
Okay. Well, I'll move on. It was your testimony that we were in the living room when Arden came into the home. Is
Yes.
that correct? Is there any chance that you might be mistaken and we were in your bedroom when Arden came into the home?
The way I remember it is I was in the living room.
Do you recall possibly sitting on your bed when Arden came into the home?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Not this specific question, only if you know.
Oh, I don't. What was the question?
Do you remember if you were sitting on your bed when Arden came into the room?
The way I recall it is I was sitting in the living room.
Okay. And when Arden came in, did you say anything to Arden?
No.
Did you look at Arden?
I looked at her. She did not look at me.
Did you say anything to the 2 younger children?
No.
How long was Arden in the home?
A few moments.
A few moments as in seconds, minutes?
Enough time to get the children and leave.
Did she take anything with her?
I have no idea if she took anything with her.
Did Arden leave peacefully?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that if there was some problem, Arden would have spoken up?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Sustain.
Okay. Okay, we'll go forward. After Arden left, was I on my telephone?
I have no idea.
Do you know if I was communicating with Arden while she drove to my house?
At the time, I had no idea she drove to your house.
Okay. While she was, right after she left, what did we do?
You tied me up.
Before she left? After she left?
After she left, you tied me up
Where?
in my bed.
In your bed. And you said this was with string. You said, sorry, Christmas lights. And you said a vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Okay. So it was how did I go get the Christmas lights?
I was already tied with the scarf and the string. Then you left and went and got the Christmas lights
So I left the room to go get Christmas lights.
while I was tied up.
And there were other items you saw in the room that probably would have been easier than going out to your garage to get Christmas
Objection,
lights.
Judge. Speculation.
Sustain is to speculation.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Mathewson. What is the time frame between when Arden left and there were videos made on your telephone?
About 5:30, 6 o'clock she left. The videos happened when I was first hog-tied, which would be approximately 11 o'clock. 6, I'm trying to do the math while I'm thinking. It's 5 hours.
5 hours? Okay. What did we talk about for 5 hours?
I didn't do much talking. You can go on and on and on about random nonsense, and it's incoherent nonsense, but you can just go on about it.
Okay. Do you remember specifically what incoherent nonsense I was talking about?
Chartering a boat, money in offshore accounts, going to the island, having a bodyguard to watch me, your parents' involvement, our children, what happened through the marriage. There's many, many, many topics that you could go on for hours about.
Do you remember speaking to me about any offshore accounts? Do you remember questioning me about offshore accounts?
You want to talk about the offshore accounts?
Did you question me about where they are?
There are 2 reasons why I would believe that you had offshore accounts. 2 reasons.
I'm just asking right now if you asked me where those offshore accounts were.
Judge, we're going to need to approach.
All right. We'll excuse the jury, gentlemen of the jury. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or do any research related to the case. We'll take a very short break. All rise for the jury. In limine, that's why she's hesitant.
Yes, she's hesitant because he's opening up.
Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. She can answer.
To times federal agents have come and removed him from an airplane.
She can answer.
He believes that the feds were after him due to his money
Yeah.
issues.
He's opening the door. She can answer. But I appreciate her hesitancy, not knowing since there was a motion in limine. But if he asks for that information and that's the answer to it, that's called opening the door, which he clearly is doing if he wants to continue that line of questioning. Anything else? Did you want to be heard, Mr. Summers?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not asking about anything federal. I'm asking if she specifically asked me one question about having an offshore account.
So what exactly is your question to her?
If she asked me if
Did you ask me about the accounts?
I asked, did she ask me where I had offshore accounts? It has nothing to do with my
That's a
federal.
specific leading question that calls for a yes or a no answer.
Yes.
So, but be very careful.
Yes.
I'm going to just answer that question, yes or no. But if you ask any other questions that are not specific leading questions that call for a yes or a no, that require you to say something in response to that question that may have been the subject of motion in limine, you absolutely may do it. All right?
Judge, the concern is if her answer is she did not ask specific questions about it, which then calls in question to the jury, why didn't she question him more about it? She didn't question him more about it because she already knew all of these federal issues he has had for years and years and years. So it may seem...
So he may still open the door with his leading question. If she says no, then on redirect, you're welcome to ask redirect questions related to the answers she gave on cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? You understand that, Mr. Summers? I don't know what she's going to say. I know you want to know whether she asked you about them, yes or no. What Ms. Johnson is suggesting is if she says no, then that leaves open the opportunity and the question on redirect as to why didn't you ask him. And if the reason that she didn't is the basis of a motion in limine that stuff she wasn't supposed to talk about, you've opened that door.
Well, I think, Your Honor, we just put the idea in her head about that. That's not the basis of this question.
Well, I mean, she's under oath to answer truthfully, and the question you want answered right now is yes or no, did she ask you? And I'm going to allow it. You proceed at your own risk as to whether you open any doors. You understand that?
Yes.
All right.
Judge, we do also, I want to put on the record, I know Your Honor had mentioned yesterday that if we do not finish, the state had planned on resting Thursday. We are doing everything to move as quickly as we can. We are eliminating some of our witnesses that are not absolutely necessary to prove our charges.
That's good.
And we have serious concerns based upon the number of continuances that this defendant has filed in this case, that he does not want this case to go to a jury. Mm-hmm. And now that you have made that comment, that it is the state's serious concern that he is going to do anything and everything he can to prolong this case.
Approximately how much longer do you anticipate your cross of this witness is going to be?
Your Honor, you're welcome to see my notes. I'm on page 2 of 14. I'm just going item by item, crossing exactly the things she attested to.
It's a simple question.
So I would estimate, what time are we breaking for lunch?
As soon as the lunch gets here, which could be any minute now. Oh, they went to pick it up. So, yeah. So we're not going to break. We're going to go ahead and I'll bring them in and tell them we're going to break for lunch. No, you know what? There's no need to do that unless either of you want me to do it. We'll just tell them this is their lunch break. Give them the lunch, and we'll pick back up in 30 minutes from the time they get it. I want to give them 30 minutes to digest their lunch. But back to the topic of his cross-examination. I mean, how long was the direct examination of this witness in hours? Do we know? Including yesterday and today. Do you know? Do you have an idea? Not you. Ms. Johnson, you did the direct. Approximately how many hours?
I don't recall how long the breaks were, Judge, so I cannot honestly tell you.
Okay, well, during this 30-minute break, let's figure that out, because that'll be my first indication. If the cross is significantly longer, then absolutely. But if the cross is around the same time as the direct, I don't know that there's much room to criticize the cross. So I just want to know. And he knows how many more pages. So when we come back, we'll know how many hours, and we'll also figure out how long the cross has been going. So that'll give a good indication, a good window. Mr. Summers, would you agree with me that a cross-examination, but that if the direct examination was 4 hours, that perhaps you can say that your direct examine, your cross is going to be no longer than that?
I can agree to that, Your Honor, being that the state was willing to take the subpoena if we're willing to do that, and I can direct examine Ms. Summers or Ms. Mathewson when it's
Well,
defense.
okay. Well, but then that extends the time. Calling her in direct, which is also a different dynamic as to why you may or may not want to do it that way. But Ms. Johnson, are you willing to accept the subpoena from him to serve on her?
Yes, Judge, I have always told Mr. Marchese that I would accept the subpoena.
Okay, all right. Well, then you can do that during the break, and it's done. So absolutely, if you need to call her during your case in chief, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, Ms. Johnson, what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that I limit his time on cross? Are you suggesting that I limit his time on his case in chief? What are you asking me to do?
We are prepared to stay as late as the court will allow us tonight. We have witnesses lined up, so we only had 4 witnesses left tomorrow. That was our plan.
Okay.
Now that the defendant is representing himself, obviously that plan has kind of gone out the window.
Okay.
So if the court will let us go as late as possible, because
Absolutely.
we do have serious concerns, if we don't, that we will not fulfill our duty in telling the court we would rest tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do believe, though, I could be wrong, we can go back and check, but I do believe that you may have indicated before, he was pro se when he came in, and I think that's when I first verified how long the case was going to be. So I don't know that the estimate from the state changed from before he was represented to when he was represented. I don't know, and it's not necessary. I agree with you. I want to get the case done. I don't want to declare a mistrial and have to come back. And I don't know, and I'm not saying that we will have to declare a mistrial. We did not take the opportunity, because I thought you were going to rest on Thursday, to ask the jurors if they're available next week. They may very well be, and it's a non-issue. We'll go all next week. What? If we have to.
The state won't need all next week, Judge.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said I will give you as much time as you need to finish the case. Let's take a 10-minute break. the reporting service to get and are now providing to Mr. Summers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Let me just first apologize. I didn't mean to storm off out of here. I think there may have been a miscommunication, and I take full responsibility for that. I did not indicate that I thought that this case would go the whole next week or that the state would take the whole next week. What I meant to say is that I am available as long as the jury is available. I'm a public servant. I'll stay as late as we can, but the we can includes the jury and their ability, and next week. Now, if at some point, as you had suggested, the state suggested before, I determine that there's some, delay tactics going on, then that's certainly something that I would address at the time. And I'm sure, Mr. Summers, that you can know that have I done anything to indicate that if I think that you are unnecessarily delaying the trial, that I wouldn't do something in response to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I just want you to be aware of that. Within reason, the defense gets their opportunity to both cross-examine witnesses and to present a case. But there is some boundaries and reason. But let's hope that we don't even get there, that I have to consider where that line. There's a line somewhere. I don't want to have to find out and make a decision where that line is. And I am not suggesting in any way that you've done anything. Do we know exactly, just for a time frame of reason, how long the direct examination of this witness lasted?
4 hours.
4 hours. Do we know how long the cross has taken so far?
1 second.
It started at... We started at 10:45.
And do you know what time we broke?
The first break,
Well,
just
this what
the
turned
one
into the
before?
lunch break.
11:48.
So about an hour, right? I think. Sound like an hour?
10:45.
All right. Yeah, that's an hour. All right. Sometimes I got a question. I got to make sure. But all right. So just as a reference, Mr. Summers, the direct took 4 hours. You're 1 hour into the cross, just as a reference.
Very good.
Okay. All right. So are we ready? Then is there anything else we need to discuss?
Not that I'm aware of.
I suggest that we wait. I've already asked them whether they're available tonight. They said they were, and I'm willing to go. How long would the state like to go tonight, as long as the jury's available?
I'm available to be here till 10 o'clock tonight, Judge.
All right, I'm available to be here till midnight, if necessary. But I do have other concerns, like a court reporter who's been typing since 8:30, and court personnel. But the jury indicated that they didn't have anything tonight. So let's see how far we get at 5 o'clock, and then let's make a decision then, asking them what they think is a reasonable time to stay beyond that. If it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, as long as we give my court reporter, or I let my court reporter know to have someone available as a backup if at all necessary, and the supervisors know that if they have court personnel that need to be relieved, as well as the clerk. But let's do that now, because we're going late tonight. So,
Judge, I did hear the AC turns off at 5, but we can make a request for it to remain
if
on.
you make that request, I will. We'll send an email, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Is there anything? I was told they might have moved cameras or something. What do you need? You?
I was just seeing if
Oh.
tilt that down, if it's being used or not.
All right. Well, he's on cross, so Mr. Summers, I don't know that he was using it. You weren't using that screen, were you?
Not at the moment. I am going to republish the 2 videos, but
Okay. Do you know how to do that?
yes. Put it
Okay.
in there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is the jury ready now? Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Summers, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we have the witness back in the stand, and we'll bring the jury in, and then we'll pick back up where we left off.
All rise, jury entering courtroom.
jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I know it was a shorter lunch than we normally take, but we did provide lunch to you, and I hope that everything was satisfactory, and we are ready to pick up where we left off with the cross-examination. Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where we left off is I had posed a question. I'll strike that question and start with a new question.
Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Mathewson, let's continue talking about that Saturday morning, the 11th.
Yes.
You had stated that there was a sock put in your mouth.
Yes.
Do you remember what color it was?
No.
Do you remember if it was clean or dirty?
No.
Do you remember how long it was there?
No.
Did you notice that sock in any of the photographs that were shown to you of the bedroom?
No.
Did you notice that sock in a hamper or another place that may not have been in a photograph?
No.
No. Let me ask you, you said that Christmas lights were brought in to tie around you. Where were the Christmas lights in the photographs that were shown to you?
In the garage.
They were just thrown in the garage?
They were placed back in the garage where
They're
they were.
neatly in a container. Is that where they originally came from?
They were with the Christmas decorations. I can't remember exactly how I packed my Christmas decorations in 2016.
Okay. And you noticed the picture of a vacuum cleaner in the photographs?
Yes.
That vacuum cleaner was sitting up against a wall.
Yes.
Was the cord untied or unwound?
I don't recall.
Would you like to see a picture?
If you need to show me a picture, so it needs to be answered.
Your Honor, may I?
Do you may approach and utilize any exhibits that are in evidence?
Your Honor, yes, I think the last set that I just had, that's set 1A, 1 through 104. Publishing A50 set 1. Does that help your recollection, Mrs. Mathewson?
Yeah.
Does that vacuum look disturbed?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Continuing on, you're kind of paused in the middle of talking about this and went to a event that was in February of 2017.
Yes.
I just have a couple of questions to clarify that. You had said that you filed for divorce in November of 2016? Is
Yes.
that correct? And do you recall what the terms of your request was of your divorce?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustain. If you have a specific question, but I'm sustaining as to relevance at this point.
Okay. You stated that we signed a marital settlement agreement, giving 50-50 custody for the children.
Yes.
Was there any other negotiations other than our marital settlement agreement?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustain.
You also stated that the marital settlement agreement was decided upon on the 18th of February. Is that correct?
I said we had agreed upon a marriage settlement agreement. I didn't give the details of when that was agreed upon.
Okay. Have we been working on it for a little while before that?
There was communications prior to February 18th about what things would be needed for us to dissolve the marriage.
How long were we talking about the settlement agreement?
Probably about a week.
A week?
Yes.
Okay. On the 18th, you had said that you were held down, thrown around. Is that correct?
I said what now?
That you were held down and thrown around the room.
I don't believe I ever said I was thrown around the room. I said I was thrown down onto the bed. I said that a knife was pulled out, and I said that that knife was held up against my chest and that I could not leave.
Okay. Could I refresh your memory on this?
Objection, Judge. I assume he's attempting to impeach her with a prior statement, and it's not being done correctly.
Well, it is sustained as to either refresh or impeach at this point.
Okay. Miss Mathewson, did you ever state in a previous recorded statement that you were physically harmed or thrown around the room on February 18th, 2017?
No, all of my statements have been consistent as being thrown down onto the bed, knife pulled out, held against my will, as the knife was held at my upper chest, neck area.
You never said you were thrown into a wall?
I said at one point I tried to get off of the bed, and you pushed me against the wall. So that was, yes, but I wasn't thrown into the wall. I was pushed against the wall. The knife was held up at my throat. So this is additional, in addition to being thrown down onto the bed. At one point I was able to get up off of the bed, and I was pushed against the wall.
Were there any marks on you at all?
No.
After? Okay. And also, I just wanted to ask you, you stated now that you were held for a few hours on the 18th.
I was held for a few hours on the 18th.
In prior statements, have you been consistent in saying 6 hours?
Judge, objection.
Legal basis.
Improper impeachment.
Have you ever stated have you ever made a recorded statement saying that you were held for 6 hours on February 18th?
I don't know what recorded statement it is that you are referring to. I don't know of any recorded statement.
May I refresh your memory?
Judge, I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Well, let's continue back to March. That morning, you said that you believed a statement. I'm sorry. You said that I said that my parents came and got the children
Yes.
at 5:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And do you believe that is a reasonable thing to expect?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Not as to her belief. She can testify if she has a belief related to that without speculating.
Do I answer now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I had no reason to believe that a 14-year-old drove approximately 30 minutes at that time of day with her siblings in the car. There was no reason for me to believe that that ever would occur. So my only obvious answer would be that your parents came to the home and took the kids, which is what you told me.
Okay. Let's move on to next event in the timeline. You said that were several videos made on your phone.
Yes.
Do you recall if those videos were deleted?
Yes.
Were they saved by your iCloud account?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall where you were sitting at the time I made the video?
I was hog-tied on my bed.
Did you say anything while those videos were being recorded?
My mouth was not duct taped. I did not have a sock in my mouth. I don't know if I said something.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you heard your voice when those recordings were made?
No, it would not surprise me.
Okay. After those videos were made, is it true that we had sex?
After the several hours of being hogtied, you untied me and had sex with me a second time.
So you're saying the first time we had sex was before the videos were made?
Yes.
So it would not be your testimony that I made the videos before we had sex?
I just answered. No.
Okay. So at no point did you offer sex for me to make the video?
No.
Okay. Did you encourage me to make the video?
No.
Did you request I make that video?
I said that nobody will believe this.
So you said that no one will believe this, but then did you ask me to make the videos?
No.
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 You don't believe, do you believe that the videos would be helpful to you?
Yes, they would be helpful to me.
Do you believe they're helpful to me?
No.
Okay. Well, if you say we had sex before the videos, then let's talk about sex. You simply call it sex in your statements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did I threaten you to have sex?
You broke into my home in the middle of the night when I was sleeping, attacked me and tied me up. I take that as, yes, you threatened me to have sex with you. Yes.
I'm asking you specifically, before we had sex, did I threaten you or force you to have sex with me?
My answer is yes, you forced me to have sex with you.
Did I hold you down?
No.
Did I push you?
Not at that time of having sex, but prior to having sex, you did push me, you did hold me down, you did tie me up, you did attack me, and you did break into my home when I was sleeping. You raped me.
So you're calling it rape?
It is. That is the definition of rape, to come into someone's home and attack them and tie them up and then have sex with them. That is the definition of rape.
Did you know I was coming to your house?
No.
Did we have any conversations prior to, let's say, between February 18th and March 10th, 2017?
You had sent me text messages after February 18th about the vandalism of my home that happened when I was at work on February 21st. And you had offered to come to my home and clean it up in a text message. I told you to never come to my home. And then when the courts opened the following day, I filed the protective order that made you not be allowed to contact me, not be allowed to come to my home, or it would be against the law and you would be charged.
After you filed for the injunction, did you text me?
I have no recollection of texting you or having any communication with you because there was protective orders and I was protecting myself, so no.
Did you ask me to bring the kids over after you filed your injunction?
No. My attorneys were dealing with those issues.
Did we have phone conversations through WhatsApp on your phone and my phone?
No.
Did you believe we were texting through the children's phones?
No. I only communicated with the children and through my attorney.
Did you ever tell anyone you know that you believed that I was communicating with you through the children's texts?
No, I have no reason to believe that.
Did you were you utilizing the WhatsApp application on your phone between February 21st and March 10th, 2017?
I upgraded to an iPhone. I stopped using WhatsApp because now I had FaceTime and other things and I was only communicating through my iPhone.
Do you believe there would be records that could show you using?
If I used it, I don't remember using WhatsApp during that time period.
Do you believe there would be records showing you and I communicating between the 21st of February and the 10th of March?
I believe that if there are, that it would be something that you would have created or fabricated because I believe there's no possible way I was communicating with you.
Do you believe I could have fabricated those reports if those phones were in police evidence?
For me to answer this question, could you fabricate? Absolutely 100%. They have reason to believe throughout our marriage that you created and falsified documents multiple times throughout our marriage. So yes, I believe that you did have the capability to create such falsehoods.
I am talking about phones that were in police evidence.
I would not believe at any point that I would communicate with you after those what I already testified to.
So you would be surprised if there were communications between you and me between February 21st and March 10th.
Yes.
Okay. When you made the statement that nobody is going to believe any of this, how many times over that weekend did you make that statement?
I can't recall exactly how many times.
But you recall making it more than once?
Yes.
Okay. The videos that were made in your home, 4 videos, not asking you anything about the content, but I'm asking you about the location. I believe your testimony was that one was made in another room.
Yes.
Why do you believe that one was made in another room?
Because it appears in the video that it's a different room. It's different. There's no ceiling fan. The walls are different.
Do you know where I was sitting when those videos were made?
I don't. I was tied up, hog-tied on my bed. I have no idea.
Okay. Is it possible that I was sitting on the end of your bed while making those videos?
I do not recall that video that appears to be in a different room. I don't recall that video at all. It wasn't made in my presence.
Okay. Do you recall if you were sitting directly behind me when I made those videos?
I was hogtied on the bed when you made those videos.
Let me ask, did you know at that time that if I deleted the videos that your iCloud account would preserve them?
I had no idea.
When did you set up your iCloud account?
When I got an iPhone
So were
2
you
weeks earlier.
were you aware that iCloud backs up anything that is put on your phone?
I only had an iPhone for 2 weeks. I had no idea about these things.
Okay. Let's move forward to the evening time. You said you took a shower,
Yes.
and do you recall what you said to me when you took that shower?
I can't recall what exactly I said 5.5 years ago while taking a shower.
I mean, you made a statement in your testimony earlier, so I'm asking if you remember now what you said to me.
Earlier today?
In your testimony before my cross-examination, you made statements about that shower time frame. Do you recall?
I don't recall. I took a shower and you stood there with the curtain open and would not let me pass and watched me shower.
Did I ask you if I could join you?
I don't recall any of this.
I'm asking you now then. Do you remember if I asked you if I could join you?
I don't recall.
Are you getting an answer from yourself? Or?
No, I'm looking at this silver thing. That's where my focus is on these silver things, so I don't have to look at you.
Okay. Do you recall ever making a statement prior on any other official record about the shower?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling me that I could not join you in the shower?
Do not recall.
Okay. Let's talk about the sexual encounters that day. You previously stated that that there was a lot of fluids in your underwear. Is that correct?
I assume so.
Okay. Do you know if your underwear were taken for testing by the police?
Yes.
Okay. And that was shown in the photographs by the state? Do you remember those photographs?
The witness that came in, no, I know my underwear was tested. That's what I know. And I
Okay.
was told after I was found that they had to take the underwear and test it. I found one extra pair of underwear in the hamper, and they took that.
Okay. Do you remember what was the theme or the storyline behind the television show The Crown we were watching that night?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Not overruled.
The theme of The Crown, we were not watching it together. You tied me up, turned it on, and left. And I honestly, from the adrenaline and all, I can't tell you what happened on that show because I was trying to get free.
But you remember it being put on?
I remember that that's what was on.
remember?
I cannot watch the show because that is what was playing. So why would I go back and now try to watch this show?
Do you remember how it was put on?
Oh. The Fire Stick that had been set up, you logged into your Netflix account.
Okay. So you watched me put the Fire Stick in, you watched me log into Netflix account, you watched me put the Crown on, but you don't remember the rest of it.
While I was tied up on the bed, I watched you put Netflix on my TV, log into your account, and put the Crown on. But no, after that point, my focus was trying to get out of being tied up and get free. I wasn't focused on watching a TV show.
So what happens after you're watching The Crown? After the Crown's put on, I should say.
You left. I waited, trying to figure out what to do, how to get free, and then after some time, I started wiggling and trying to get free, and you opened the door, and you came in, and you put the pillow over my face with full force.
Okay. In your statement here in this courtroom, you said that the look on my face was of death or of murder.
Evil and hatred.
How do you? I'm sorry. No, I believe your statement was that you knew I was going to kill you when you saw my face. Correct?
Yes.
How did you know what was in my heart? How did you know what was in my mind?
All I saw was an expression of evil and hatred. And at that time, my thought is, he's here to kill me. I'm going to die.
So you believed, your thought is that.
Yes.
But you can't say that that's what my intention was.
No, I cannot.
Okay. Is there anything that would say that was my intention?
Yeah.
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
Well, any other objection?
Calls for a legal conclusion as to
I'll rephrase. Did I say I was going to kill you?
No.
Did I have the ability to, I don't know, use an alternative method.
Objection, Judge, speculation?
Well, that, yes, but I think the witness can testify as to why she thought he was going, what he did to make the witness think he was going to kill her. I'll allow.
Is that the question?
Well, that was the original question that was objected to, I think. But I'm going to allow, okay, it's gone. I will allow you to testify to what he did without speculating that made you believe that he was attempting to kill you.
He placed the pillow over my face with such force until I lost consciousness and had thoughts that I was going to meet Jesus and this was my last breath. That is why I have reasons to believe that you were there to kill me, because I came that close to death.
Did you state the same thing in your interview with Detective Steele?
My interview with Detective Steele, I cannot tell you. It was all over the place because I had just been found. I was in shock. There's some things with trauma that cause you to really just bounce all over the place. It's like ADHD kind of.
Have you consistently said that I just stopped?
No. I came to, and there was no more pressure on the pillow, so he stopped putting pressure on it while I was unconscious.
So you were unconscious, but you knew what I was doing?
I regained consciousness, and there was no pressure on the pillow.
That's not your testimony in this courtroom. Your testimony in this courtroom is that I just stopped. And your testimony in other cases...
Objection, Judge, improper impeachment.
Yes.
Sorry.
As to argumentative, as to testifying, and as to improper impeachment.
Let me rephrase. Has your testimony been, when questioned, that I just stopped?
Judge, he needs to be very specific. There have been multiple hearings where she has had to testify. So if he is
You can ask
referring...
if she's ever said that.
Have you ever said that I just stopped?
I probably said that he just stopped, because instead of saying there's pressure on my head and then all of a sudden there's no pressure on my head, I may have at some point said, he stopped putting pressure. He stopped.
Did you ever say that you could see?
I could not see. There was a pillow over my face.
Okay. Was there any other reasons we were using pillows that day?
No.
No. Had nothing to do with sexual encounter?
No.
Had nothing to do with arguing?
No.
No. You believe the only reason was to kill you?
Yes.
And you believe that because you say a pillow was put over your face?
Yes.
And you believe that's the only reason someone puts a pillow over someone's face is to kill them?
To kill them to the point, to have them to the point that they lose consciousness? Yes. With that force that was used? Yes.
And do you believe that you've made any contrary statements to that in other proceedings?
No.
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 Okay. But you do agree that it stopped?
It stopped.
Okay. Moving forward. When you say the pillow stopped, or the pressure on the pillow stopped, did I ask you to go with me, or did you ask me to go, or did you tell me you wanted to go with me?
I begged for my life, and I said I will do anything. And you said you're going with me.
So you didn't want to go with me.
No.
You didn't have any idea of what else we were planning to do that night.
No, I did not want any of this.
Okay. So, after you say that I'm telling you to go with you, or you're telling me to go with whichever it is, you say that I went to the garage and got your suitcase,
Yes.
and I packed your suitcase.
Yes.
How did you know what the contents of the suitcase was?
I never said I knew the contents of the suitcase other than me laying on the bed while you packed the suitcase, taking things out of my drawers, taking things out of my closet, taking things out of my bedroom or my bathroom.
Have you ever testified to the contents of that suitcase?
No.
Okay. If you were shown a transcript, would that refresh your memory?
There's I am not aware of any transcript that says that I packed my suitcase, I knew the contents of my suitcase.
I didn't say whether you packed it, but that you knew the contents.
Right. The contents of my suitcase, as I stated earlier, were bathing suits from my drawers, pajamas, there were clothes from my closet, things from the bathroom.
Do you know what type of perfume you put in there?
I have no idea what perfume you put into the suitcase.
Did you place a toothbrush in it?
I did not place the toothbrush in the suitcase.
Do you know if there was toothpaste in there?
I have no idea if there was toothpaste in the suitcase.
Did you tell me what outfits to put in there?
I don't recall telling you what outfits to put in there.
Did you pick out the outfits to put in there?
I hang my clothes as outfits. So, in my closet, there would be a pair of shorts and a shirt. So, in a way, I did plan my outfits ahead of time because you went in the closet and picked the outfits that were already hanging as outfits.
Okay. When we left the house, can you explain to me a little bit better about how you got to the car? Let me say, first of all, you stated yesterday that when we walked past the couch, there was a blanket on the couch, and that you said that I placed it over your shoulders. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now where were the car keys as we were walking out the front door?
They would be where I always place my car keys, hanging on the hook.
Okay. Did you tell me not to take the car?
No.
Did I ask you to take the car?
No.
Do I need to take your car?
No.
No. So it was reasonable that I took the keys and walked out to the car.
It's reasonable that I would let you do that when I was just almost murdered.
When we were married, who drove?
With what?
While we were married, who drove?
You drove.
Pretty much all the time, correct?
Yes.
So who drove this night?
You drove.
Okay. So leaving the front door, do you remember what was carried out to the car?
You had my suitcase, and I don't recall if my white purse was in the house or in the car. I don't recall.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
You don't recall
But
carrying,
I know it ended
carrying
up.
it out to the car?
What?
Do you recall carrying it out to the
Oh,
car?
I definitely did not carry it out to the car. My hands were tied behind my back.
In another statement, did you say your hands were tied behind your back and then that string was tied through your belt loops? Is that how you remember it?
Could have been. I didn't recall that it was tied through my belt loops behind my back.
Okay. So if you made that statement, it would be a lie?
No, if I made that statement, it would probably be accurate.
So do you remember now if you say that you were...
I can't recall at this point, 5.5 years later, of the exact, but if I said it right when it happened, then it probably did.
Okay. So it's an important detail.
It's not an important detail.
Well, I'd like to settle it. Let's see if there's any other way that you can recall if your bindings were through your belt loops. Did you make that statement to law enforcement?
Like I said, I don't recall. You would have to produce something that showed that the bindings went through my belt loops, because at this point all I know is my hands were tied behind my back.
Okay. So back to the items that were taken to the car. We know a suitcase, correct?
Yes.
Did we carry water bottles out?
I carried nothing out.
Were there water bottles carried to your car?
I did not carry water bottles to the car. I do not know if you carried water bottles to the car.
And you don't recall if your purse was in the car? Would you normally leave your purse in the car?
Normally I would not leave my purse in the car.
So you don't recall where do you normally put your purse when you come home?
On the hook with the keys. If it's super heavy, I'll put it on the floor, like underneath the keys. But for them, or hang it on the garage door handle. Would hang my purse there, but it would always be right in that area.
And what purse did you bring with you?
It was a white Coach tote.
Okay. Thank you. What was in your purse?
I cannot tell you what was in my purse 5.5 years ago.
Was your wallet in your purse?
My wallet would be in my purse.
Was and did that wallet have cash in it?
Approximately, I always would keep $200 of cash on hand in my purse.
Did you have cosmetics in that purse?
Possibly.
Did you have a phone in that purse?
I did not have a phone in that purse.
Did phones come to the car with us?
I did not have access to a phone since the night prior, so I did not have a phone. I have no idea at that point what you had on your person.
I'm just asking if phones were in the car with us.
I didn't see the phones until you asked who Cheryl was. That is when I saw a phone again.
I'll ask once more. Did we have phones in the car with us?
Objection, judge asked and answered.
She answered. I'll sustain this to ask and answer.
Okay. So, a lot of things. Suitcase, a purse, water bottles, phones, keys. Can you explain in better detail for us how all of that got into the car with your supposedly having your hands tied behind your back?
You put me in the car with my hands tied behind my back. I had still not regained much strength from being suffocated and losing oxygen. You buckled the seatbelt in front of me. You went a few steps up to my front door. If you can see by the garage and the driveway, it is a very short walk to the front door. You went and you got the other things, whether it be you grabbed my white purse and the suitcase at the same time, but I did not. You did.
Tell me about your neighborhood. How far apart are your houses, side to side?
So they have some distance between the houses. You don't stand in between the two houses and touch when you put your arms out. There is a good amount of distance between the houses, but it is an HOA neighborhood, so they are within, so many feet of each other.
Can you give me an estimate of how many feet apart they are?
If I laid down in between the houses, it would be more than my height, so more than 6 feet, probably 10 or 15 feet.
10 or 15 feet. Okay, that sounds about right. How about across from each other, the houses across the street?
Be a street length across from each other, plus the sidewalk, plus the front yard. So
you say that it's not a big distance between the front door and the street.
correct.
Correct. So would you say that the neighborhood has a pretty dense population of homes?
So it's average for a Tampa suburb.
And this was at about what time Saturday night that we walked outside?
8:45, I'm guessing.
8:45. Okay. And what was the weather like?
It was March. It was not raining. It was chill, a little like chill that time of day.
Okay. Did you see anybody walking?
No,
Did you see anybody outside doing anything?
no,
Did you yell for anybody?
no,
Did you try to wave anybody down?
no,
Did you try to get anyone's attention?
no.
Did you look for anyone?
I did not see any opportunity to get help at that time.
Did you attempt to look for anyone?
I did not see or look to see anyone who was for me to have any help at that time.
Do you know any of your neighbors at that time?
I kept to myself. I knew the lady across the street, but we didn't exchange numbers. I really didn't know my neighbors that well at that time.
Did you try to sit down when you walked outside? Did you try to prevent yourself from getting into that vehicle? Did you?
As I said, I did not have my full strength, and no, I did not.
Okay. So you went willingly?
I went with my hands tied behind my back. Yes, I went willingly.
You went willingly with your purse in your hand?
No, with my hands tied behind my back.
Then you say you put your seatbelt on?
I did not put my seatbelt on. My hands were tied behind my back.
So you're saying I put your seatbelt on?
You had to put my seatbelt on.
Objection, Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. It's actually an answer. Let's move on.
Okay. So you're in the front seat, passenger seat, and we're driving towards my house, and I suggested, what did I suggest we do on the way to my house?
You didn't suggest anything. You didn't make a turn, and I asked where you were going, and you said you needed to make a stop.
Okay. So you're questioning me at this point.
I was curious, not questioning.
And when we stopped at Walgreens, when you said you got out of the car, are you sure your hands were tied?
100% my hands were tied.
So would you have made any contrary statement to law enforcement?
No.
Would you have said that you pushed the unlock button on the door?
No.
Would you have said that you grabbed the door unlock knob and lifted it up?
I may have, but I used my hands behind my back and used to get the door open.
And you managed to do that without falling out on your back or your head?
I can't recall.
Well, let's think about it. If you're leaning against the door with your hands behind your back and you pull the knob and it opens, how do you prevent yourself from falling on your head?
I can't recall whether I stumbled down, stood back up. I can't recall that. All I know is I got that door open and I got out.
Other than Mr. Crosby, do you know if anyone else saw you that night?
I do not know.
You do not know if there were any other witnesses in the parking lot?
At that time, I did not know anything.
You saw the video. Did it seem like there were a reasonable amount of people coming in and out of the store? The traffic was regular?
At that time, I did not know.
Okay. When we parked right in front of the store, did I say anything about what we were getting?
I don't recall.
Did I tell you did I give you any orders?
I don't recall.
Did I leave the phones in the car?
I don't recall.
Did I leave the keys in the car?
I don't recall.
So you remember some specific things, but you don't remember some other specific things.
I was concentrating on getting out of the car and doing maneuvers with my hands tied behind my back to get out of the car. I was not looking for cell phones or being able to dig around in the car to see what it is that you left in the car. My focus was getting out of the car.
Okay. Do you know why I came back out of the store?
Running because you saw me out of the car.
So you were watching me
Yes.
at the same time you were doing the other things that you're talking about?
I was tilted. When I looked, before I tried to get out, I looked back and saw you go into the store.
And you saw me run out of the store, as you just said.
I was running away from the store. So I knew you were, I could feel you, hear you coming after me, but I could not see you because I was running the other direction.
Can you explain
After me, but I could not see you because I was running the other direction.
Can you explain how you can feel me coming after you?
You use your other senses other than sight.
What senses are they?
You can use the sound of a bigger person running behind you. You can feel just in you that there's somebody approaching. It's along those lines.
Okay. So we leave the Walgreens. Did we race away?
You drove away.
We drove away. Okay. Let me ask you. Before we left your house, did you have anything to drink?
Anything to drink? I had no alcohol or anything like that.
Did you have any wine?
I do not recall having any wine. I do not recall any wine.
Do you recall being inebriated at all?
No.
Okay. Did you when we were driving away from Walgreens, where was the first place that we pulled into?
Big Catholic church? Is that what you're looking for?
I'm just asking your opinion.
Pulled into a big Catholic church. I was trying to escape again, and the door flung open.
How about before that? Do you remember pulling into an elementary school?
I don't recall an elementary school.
Inside Fishhawk Ranch?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall conversations in the car right as we were leaving Walgreens?
It was chaotic. It was a panic. You were angry. You were mad. You were so furious. I can't recall exactly what was said, but it was a chaotic time.
So it was a panic. That's a good term. Why would we have been panicked?
I was in a panic trying to escape you. You were in a panic because I was trying to escape.
Could I have been in a panic because of the outstanding injunction?
I don't know.
Did you have any concern about the crossing injunctions at that time?
No.
Did we
My-
have a discussion about what could happen if we were arrested and because of the injunctions?
I don't recall.
During the day, Saturday at all, did we have discussions about being careful because of the crossing injunctions?
I don't recall.
Okay. About how long after we left the Walgreens until the phones started ringing from unavailable numbers?
I did not have the phones. I have no idea.
Did you hear the phones vibrating, ringing? Did you hear the phones ring at all?
The only thing I remember is you asking who is Cheryl.
Okay. So you're saying after we left the Walgreens, we passed by a Catholic church, and you attempted to get out of the vehicle while we were making a left-hand turn?
Correct.
And how did you manage to stay in the vehicle if you opened the door while making a left-hand turn?
I stayed in. You were going too fast. I would have been run over, but I just couldn't get out.
So, did you open the door while the vehicle was moving?
Yes.
Did you attempt to open the door while we stopped at the elementary school?
I don't recall.
Do you remember me saying anything to you like, get out?
I don't recall.
But you do recall me being upset about you causing a scene.
You were livid.
I was livid. And was I concerned about the children?
Using them to make me... You had no concern for the children. You made me... You said, now you don't get to see the children and say goodbye to them. That's no concern for the children.
So would my statement be different than what you're saying?
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
So would my statement be different than what you are saying? I'll sustain as to improper impeachment. No, just Ms. Matthews, if at any time you need a break, you just let me know.
Thank you.
So when we left the Walgreens, you said we looped through Fish Hawk Ranch. We come back out onto Boyette Road, and we make a left past the Catholic church, which is still heading in the direction of my home, correct?
Yes.
And did I say to you before we got to the next turnoff to Rodine Road to go to my house, did I tell you anything about the phones ringing?
I don't recall.
You recall the phones sitting in the center consoles?
No.
You recall the phones being in the area in front of the stick shift in the dash?
No.
So then we continued to drive through. Your testimony is that we continued to drive through the night. Was I panicked the whole time we were driving?
You were not panicked. You were livid. I was panicked.
So how long was I in this state of lividness?
till the next morning,
So I was just,
or when you went to sleep. You were in this livid until Saturday middle of the night hours, and you went to sleep.
okay. Do you recall all of the roads that we rode on before we finally stopped?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you think I would recall the roads that
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Sustained as to speculation.
Do you remember the location that we finally stopped?
Finally stopped at which point? We made
Saturday night.
Three stops Saturday nights prior to you going to sleep. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
When you arrived at the location where you went to sleep?
Yes.
Yes. What was the question?
Do you remember what time we finally stopped?
I'm going to say around midnight.
Okay. When we pulled down the lane, do you remember the lane that we pulled down?
The dirt road?
Yes. Did we pass a house on the left right before we parked?
We passed a house on the left, but it was a large distance before we parked.
Okay. So where we parked, you said was under a tree, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the lights on at that house?
No.
If you were showed a map, and would that help you understand the distance between where we were parked and where that house was?
Yes.
Would you believe that it was 300 feet or less?
How big is a football field?
About 300 feet.
It was more than a football field.
Okay. Do you recall how long that dirt road was?
It was a long, long dirt road.
Do you believe that was less than 1,000 feet?
I haven't been down there in 5.5 years. To me, it seemed longer than 1,000 feet.
Do you remember seeing cars driving on the road while we sat in the car?
Did not see cars driving on the road.
Do you believe that was a busy road?
No, I have no reason to believe that was a busy road.
Okay. Would you be surprised if the traffic count was more than 200 cars a day?
On that dirt road?
On the road that we could see from where we were parked?
I could not see a road from where we were parked, and 200 cars a day does not seem like a lot of cars, but whole day, 200? It doesn't seem like a lot to me.
Okay. When we went to sleep Saturday night in the car,
When you went to sleep Saturday night in the car,
okay, have you ever made a statement on record that you slept on Saturday night in the car?
I don't believe so.
Have you made a statement on record that you were not bound while we were in that location?
I don't believe so. That whole time that we were in the location, I said there was the majority of the time we were in that location, I was not bound. But on Saturday night, I was bound all night on Saturday night.
Okay. Do you recall the statement you made about the razor blade sitting in the center console when we woke up Sunday morning?
When you went to sleep Saturday night and when you woke up on Sunday morning, there was a razor blade on the center console while my hands were tied behind my back.
I'm asking you if you remember what you said to me when you woke up when we woke up Sunday morning.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you make any attempt to flee Saturday night?
No.
Why not?
It was too far for me to run and get help without being captured.
Did you make any attempt to get the razor blade from the center console?
No, my hands were tied behind my back and my concentration was to stop the bleeding with the back of my shirt.
Were you bleeding all over the seat?
Yes, I believe there was blood on the seat that I cleaned up once I was untied with the baby wipes.
Were there baby wipes found in the vehicle with your blood on them?
There was a package of baby wipes. I don't know.
While we were in the vehicle that night, where did we sleep?
You slept sitting in the driver's seat. You put the seat back, reclined it, and I sat upright in the passenger seat with my hands tied behind my back, putting pressure on my wound.
Was this the first time I slept all weekend?
Yes.
And were there any other times that I slept that weekend?
Not that I'm aware of.
How long do you believe I was asleep?
.4 or 5 hours.
Okay. Sunday morning. Do you remember about what time we woke up?
You woke up approximately between 5 and 6 o'clock.
Okay. Do you remember what woke me up?
I have no idea what woke you up.
Do you remember if there were tractors in a field right next to us?
There were tractors in a field.
Do you remember what they were doing?
They were farming.
Do you remember them spraying water all over the fields?
Yes, they sprayed water all over the field.
Okay. Do you remember how far those tractors were from where we were parked?
I can't give you the distance, but it was down a ravine and then back up the ravine over to where the farm was. And I could see the tops of the tractors every so often.
Okay. Would you say it's less than 100 feet?
No.
If you looked at a map and it was about that, would you agree?
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
Okay. So Sunday, we're in the car all day. What kind of things were we talking about Sunday?
The same kind of things, the ramblings that you could just go on and on and on about different subjects, about the money you had in offshore accounts, the...
Right, Judge?
Stretch break? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Just in place. If everybody just stand up and stretch in place momentarily, just to get the blood and oxygen flowing. You need to take a break. Just don't hesitate to let me know.
Thank you.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Summers.
Your Honor, may I ask you about what time you're going to take the afternoon break?
Let me ask the clerk what time we started. Do you remember?
Start at 12:36.
We started at 12:36.
We've been going for an hour and 8 minutes.
Hour and 8, so about 2:15, 2 to 2:15.
All right, thank you. So was Sunday one of those days where you said no one's going to believe us?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking about all of the, talking about theories about this weekend?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussions about what we were going to tell the police?
At one point, you said that if the police find us, if we get pulled over, you need to tell them this is all a big misunderstanding and that you agreed to go with me and that there's no foul play.
Do you recall talking about your potential pregnancy?
No, under no circumstances did we talk about anything having to do with any potential pregnancy.
After the February 18th weekend, did you think you were pregnant?
Absolutely not.
Did you text anyone that you might be pregnant?
No.
Did you research a Plan B pill?
I don't believe so.
Did you have a pregnancy test kit in your vanity drawer in the right drawer of your bathroom sink?
Possibly.
Did you think that I may have reversed my vasectomy?
That was a fear that I had.
Okay. So let me ask again. Did we talk about you possibly being pregnant?
I don't recall any discussion about me possibly being pregnant.
Did any of our conversations prior to March 10th have anything to do with you possibly being pregnant?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any fear that you might be pregnant after we just signed a dissolution of marriage?
No, I hadn't considered that during that time.
Did you purchase a Plan B pill?
I don't recall.
Do you recall on Sunday? Do you recall on Saturday or Sunday if you had made any threatening statements to me?
On this weekend, this weekend,
Yes.
did I make any threatening statements? I could have possibly.
But you were trying to comply?
Yes.
So you were trying to make me angry, or you were trying to not make me angry?
I was trying to not make you angry, but sometimes I said things that made you angry, so I don't recall.
Did you make any threats to me about our children?
I don't recall any threats.
Did you make any threats about false accusations between me and my children?
Don't recall and don't know what false accusations you would be implying.
Did you make any statements about the divorce?
I don't recall any specific conversations about the divorce, other than you rambling about how you did not want the divorce.
In discussing things that weekend, did we have any conversations about changing the divorce?
Not that I recall.
Good. So I did not ask you to reconsider?
I'm confused. You didn't want the divorce. You've kidnapped me. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm trying to get all of these conversations we had, because it's hard for me to believe that there would be.
Objection, Judge?
Sustain, don't testify, ask questions.
Sorry. So you're saying that in these 55 hours, our conversations were mostly about the same thing, about some fantasy boats and offshore stuff?
To keep myself safe, I kept my conversations to a minimal. However, you rambled on about things that just were nonsense, that didn't really have any substance to them, and I just sat there and listened in one ear and out the other. I can't tell you specifics of what you said.
Okay. So Saturday afternoon, did we nap?
I had the adrenaline pumping through that weekend. I do not recall sleeping the entire time.
Did I sleep Saturday or Sunday afternoon?
No, I was not tied up. You did not sleep.
I didn't fall asleep in the vehicle front or the driver's seat on Sunday afternoon between 1 and 4.
No.
No. So let's talk about the evening. When do we run out of water?
Sometime on Sunday. Don't recall what time. In the afternoon, we went walking through the wooded area and found the green pond, so I would assume in the afternoon.
Okay. Then you said we had some cranberry cookies or cranberry crackers, something like that.
There was a bag of dried cranberries that are kind of like raisins, dried cranberries, and then the others it was either protein granola or like those they begin with a B, but they were like those crackers. I always carried those things. I kept them in my car for the kids.
Okay. So when the sun was going down, did we go for a walk to find water?
In the afternoon, went for a walk, got covered in prickle things in the woods, and found a green pond.
Okay. And after that, a few hours later, did we cross the ravine into the field?
Yes.
Okay. While we were doing that, you said you needed help getting across the ravine.
Yes.
Okay. And how did I help you get across that ravine?
Especially climbing up was hard because I couldn't use this hand to kind of help pull myself up the ravine, so you had to assist me and kind of push me up the ravine.
Do you remember me kind of lifting you by your arms up across that ravine?
I remember you assisting me up that ravine.
Mm-hmm. Was there a lot of thick brush covering that ravine basin?
Yes.
And we were kind of getting caught on it?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm lifting you up across to the other side, and once we're standing up on the other side, do you any idea orientation, what direction we headed first?
Directly straight through the crop field
Okay. And why were we going that direction?
to find water.
What was in front of us across that field?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the farmhouse that was in front of us?
No, I recall the farmhouse around the back side and perimeter that I could see off the distance from the outhouses. I do not remember any farmhouse across that field.
Okay. What happened when we were a few feet into that mud?
I sunk down, my shoes were being sucked off of my feet, and I was having a hard time being able to walk in the thick mud.
And then we walked back to where we had started?
Yes.
And then what direction did we walk?
Walked backwards, further down, deeper into the field.
Okay. So would you say we walked on the perimeter of the field?
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
said.
And about how far did we walk until we got to a place where water was available?
We were on that farm for a while. It was a lot of walking. It was a distance.
At what point did I start carrying you?
I don't recall you carrying me.
You don't recall?
I do not recall you carrying me.
Do you recall jumping on my back and me holding your legs?
Possibly I was having problems. I know I was having problems walking when we were sinking into the mud. I don't recall one way or another, but you may have.
Okay. Do you remember your feet hurting?
Yes.
And do you remember from all of that mud and the shoes getting stuck, it gave you blisters?
I had blisters from when my ankles were tied, and then they got worse when we were walking and these sores opened up further.
Okay. So would you estimate we walked maybe a mile, 2 miles
Somewhere in that range.
in wet shoes,
Somewhere in that range.
rubbing on our heels?
Yes.
Yes. And how many water bottles did we bring with us?
A few.
A few. 3, 4?
Something in that range.
Okay. So I carried some, you carried 1 or 2?
I carried one.
Okay. And when we were walking back, had the sun set?
We did not even go onto the farm until it was fully nighttime and there was a big moon and there was no sunset. There was a moon.
Okay. Do you remember it being a little bit daylight when we crossed the ravine the first time?
No.
So you don't remember?
It was not daylight.
The-
It was nighttime.
But you just said that you saw the brush. How did you know?
Because
How
the
thick
moon
and- was
was huge that night. I could see because of how big the moon was. That was the only light and it was huge that night.
Okay. When we got back to the car, did we change clothes?
Yes.
Because they were all muddy.
Yes.
And where did we sleep that night?
It was the same as the night before. You were in the driver's seat, laid your seat back, and I sat in the passenger seat.
Do you
You
remember-
did not go to sleep, but we sat in those seats and you listened to the radio and were changing the stations.
Do you remember sitting in the third row with me?
The third row was everything was laid down.
Okay. Do you remember putting the middle seats down and propping our feet up on them, sitting in the third row?
I do not recall this.
You don't? Okay. Do you remember what time we woke up on Monday morning?
We were awake the entire night. There was no waking up. We were awake the entire night.
So you're saying you were awake for 40 hours?
I was awake. I had dozed several times from the NyQuil on Saturday, and then I was awake the rest of the time, and I actually couldn't sleep for about 2 more days after this event occurred because of the adrenaline, because of how traumatic it was.
Okay. So do you remember what time we left that wooded area on Monday morning?
Maybe the early morning hours, maybe 5 something.
You remember how dark it was?
It was dark. It was starting. Wasn't dark. It was dark, but not like you couldn't see dark.
Okay. Do you remember what direction we turned when we drove down the dirt road? Left or
Turned
right?
right.
We turned right.
I can't recall. I can't recall.
Do you remember us being on Route 70?
Through Lakewood Ranch.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we're on Route 70. Do you remember how much traffic was on the roads at that time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember where we turned next?
The next thing I remember is the McDonald's.
Okay. Do you remember turning onto Highway 75?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the McDonald's, then. When we went through the drive-through, I'm on the passenger side. I'm on the driver's side. You're on the passenger side. And what is next to me as I'm driving through the drive-through?
The wall windows. Is that what? I don't know.
The building?
The building.
Okay. So could I have opened my door?
No.
No. Have you made statements on the record that my hand was on you the entire time?
You did reach over and put your hand on me, but that wasn't on me the entire time.
Okay. So if you've made a statement in another recording, that would be incorrect.
That would be incorrect. You did reach over and had your hand on me for several of it, but you did not have your hand on me the entire time.
Well, we saw the video. Did you
Yes.
see me reach over to get the money to pay for it?
No, I handed you the money.
Okay. What did I reach over and get? It was only 2 seconds.
I have no idea.
Okay. How many other vehicles did you notice were in the drive-through?
There was somebody in front of us, somebody behind us. I can't tell you how many, but the line there. It wasn't a line. It wasn't like we sat there and waited. It was moving.
Were there a lot of vehicles in the parking lot?
A few.
Okay. Was there a pay window and then a receive food window?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Were there people at both of those windows?
Yes.
And then from the McDonald's, what happened when I received the food from the drive-thru window?
We put it in the car.
Did I hand it to you?
I don't remember whether it was handed to me or it was put behind the seat. I don't recall.
Okay. You said we just bought water there. Did you notice?
No. We bought water, orange juice, you got a frappuccino, and then we had gotten some food items, but I had just mentioned that there was water.
Okay.
I just didn't mention the other one.
Then we drove over to the Sitco from that?
Yes.
And your testimony is that I parked in the first spot next to the door for the pumps?
At the first pump. I don't know whether you were on spot number 1 or it was marked as number 10. I don't know, but it was the pump closest.
So if the video shows that spot open, would your statement be incorrect?
There's video that shows that, then yes, I would be mistaken.
Okay. Did you give me money to go in and get whatever I had stopped to get?
Yes, throughout this entire time you used the cash from my wallet.
Okay. And that was because my wallet was not in your vehicle or on me?
Correct.
Have I ever gone anywhere without my wallet?
I have no idea.
All right, Mr. Summers, it's time for our afternoon break. It's about 2:10. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the jury, I know we said we were going to take shorter breaks, and we will, but I do have to give the court personnel breaks. So about 10 minutes or so, maybe a few minutes longer. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll see you all back in the courtroom, pick up where we left off in just a few minutes. All rise for the jury. So if you'll come on back down to the witness stand. You're very familiar with it now. We've done it so many times. I'm going to guess that the jury's ready, but I'll wait and hear and just make sure everybody in here is ready. And then if they are, Deputy State will bring them in. Is the state ready? You didn't have anything? And Mr. Summers, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll get the jury. Thank you. May be seated at times. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Just to let you know, because we did ask and you said that you could go late tonight, it is our expectation that we will go late tonight. I don't know how late yet. At the next break, we'll take another break. It is almost 30 now. We'll take another break before 4:30 or at 4:30, and then after that break, we'll let you know, or maybe before that break, in case you need to make phone calls or anything. But I also may ask you all how late you think you can go, because I know that it is a long day. So I may get some input from you before I decide how late we're going to go, but we are going to go late tonight. So thank you again for your patience with us. Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Mrs. Mathewson, if we could go back for a moment to the Walgreens parking lot. After you had jumped out of the vehicle and ran into the parking lot, do you remember how far you ran into the parking lot?
I can't estimate how far.
Okay. And do you remember how we got back to the vehicle?
You grabbed me and forcibly put me back into the vehicle.
Did you ever say in another proceeding that I threw you over my shoulder and threw you back into the car?
I believe I did.
Okay. So Monday morning, we left off at the Sitco. I went in, and as the video showed, I bought some chewing tobacco. I paid for gasoline and a newspaper. Then you said your statement was that I was wearing your Ann Taylor shorts. Correct?
Yes.
Does that indicate we're close to the same size that I could fit your shorts?
I'm shocked that you fit into my shorts.
And did you notice I was barefoot when I went into the store?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because of the muddy shoes from the field?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell I looked a little, or do you think I looked a little embarrassed going in there wearing your shorts, female shorts, and no shoes?
I can't tell whether or not you were embarrassed or not.
If I was, you know me for 20 years, do you believe that I would be embarrassed wearing your clothes out of the house?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. In the 20 years you know me, have I ever worn your clothes?
No.
No. Okay. So we leave the Sitco. You said you were sitting in the third row
Yes.
of the car. Do you remember where the food from McDonald's was pictured in the car, or would you like me to publish those pictures?
No, it was pictured at that time of them taking the pictures of the car, of it being behind the driver and passenger seats on the floor.
Okay. Did you move it there?
At some point, there was a lot of moving around inside the vehicle during that time frame. So at some point, someone moved it up.
Were we wrestling in the car?
No, I was using the bathroom in a McDonald's cup in the car. You were writing letters. You were strangling me in the car. There were several events that happened in that car after McDonald's.
We'll get to your story on that. But right now, I'm asking if we were, if you ate your food in the second row or the third.
I ate my food in the third row.
Okay. So when we left the Sitco, where did we drive? Where did we drive to?
To Anna Maria Island.
And when we drove to Anna Maria Island, did we stop before we got there?
Yes, right at the entrance of the island.
Okay. And how many vehicles were in the parking lot where we stopped?
There were several.
Do you remember what those vehicles had attached to them?
I do not recall. I just know there were several vehicles.
Okay. Do you remember a man walking his dog?
I saw a man walking his dog.
Do you remember saying good morning to him?
I did not say good morning to him. I had to pee in a cup while we were in that parking lot because I could not get out of the car.
Do you remember smoking in that parking lot?
No, I do not.
Do you remember parking in one spot and then moving to another spot so that you could pee?
I do not.
Okay. When we drove on to... Oh, okay. So was it daylight when we were parked in this parking lot?
Yes, the sun had come up while we were there.
Okay. So it's Monday morning. Roughly what time? 6:30, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Okay. And do you recall the name of the or the number of the route that we drove on to Anna Maria Island from the Sitco?
I do not remember the name of any of the roads.
Are you familiar with that area? The drive to Anna Maria Island?
I just know you go over the bridge and then you go... No, I'm not familiar enough.
No. Do you remember us taking the kids there?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
In light of the last question, I'll allow it.
Do you remember us driving the kids that same route on a regular basis to go to the beach?
I have been to Anna Maria Island before, a handful of times, not frequently.
Okay. Would you agree that that road is State Road 64?
Yes.
Would you agree that there are either 2 or 3 lanes in each direction?
I can't recall.
Okay. Would you agree that it was Monday morning rush hour traffic?
I will agree that it was Monday morning. I can't say the amount of traffic. It seemed like normal amount of traffic.
Okay. So we drive onto Anna Maria Island, and what is the route we take when we get on Anna Maria Island?
I am not familiar with roads. I'm going to tell you, we get onto the island and we hang a right. That's all I know.
Okay. Did we go to a harbor?
I can't recall any harbor.
Okay. Do you know what the purpose of going on to Anna Maria Island was?
Was for you to find the safe house with the green and yellow flag, because they had boats and they were going to get you out into international waters.
What is a safe house?
That's the term that you continually use throughout the weekend. It was like for, not like drug smugglers, like they smuggle people.
And have I ever been involved with smuggling people, to your knowledge?
I had reasons to believe that you had contacts that could do those types of things.
Okay. Do you see people while we're driving on Anna Maria Island?
Yes.
Do we park next to people between the boat slip and the harbor?
I don't remember a harbor. I don't remember this. No.
Okay. Do you remember how many people you saw when we were driving?
I do not.
When we left Anna Maria Island, what direction did we head?
To the top north side of Anna Maria Island.
Okay. And when we left Anna Maria Island and we got back on 64, where did we go from there?
Up 41.
Okay. And we drove through the business district on 64 to get to 41, is that correct?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
Do you remember being stuck in rush hour traffic?
I do not know. I was lying down in the third row.
Do you remember turning left on 41?
I do not. I was laying down in the back row. I started recognizing some things as we got up to Ruskin through the windows, and that's how I knew I was on 41.
Would you be surprised if, say, a street camera caught us that morning and you were in the front seat?
Yes.
Okay. When we drive up 41, where do we go to next?
Turned left onto Shell Point Road, and then pulled into, you drove through a couple of those neighborhoods in that area trying to find a place to go pee. You couldn't find a place to go pee, and then you drove back on Shell Point Road to Little Harbor, turning right into Little Harbor, and then you peed in the car in the McDonald's cup because you couldn't find a place to pee.
Okay. And what direction were we heading after Shell Point Road?
When you pulled out of Shell Point Road, you turned right to get to the house that was up on stilts.
Okay. I'm asking, do you know the direction we were heading when we left the place in the woods from the dirt road? After driving and stopping at all these marinas, where were we heading?
I had no control of where we were heading at any time during this weekend. You were taking us to find these boats that you said that you had contacts with to get us out to get you out to international water.
Does that make any sense to you?
The 20 years that I have known you, I have reasons to believe that that made perfect sense at that time.
Were we heading back to my house that morning?
No.
Does the route indicate we are heading back towards my house that morning?
No.
When we stopped at Little Harbor, did I get out and pee?
No.
Would it have been an easy thing for me to get out and pee next to a dumpster?
Objection, Judge.
Legal basis.
Speculation.
Sustained.
You said that we parked right next to a dumpster.
Yes.
Okay. And was there any discussion about the purpose of being next to that dumpster?
No,
Was there any discussion about Little Harbor at all?
not to my recollection.
So this was just a random place to stop?
This is where you drove to. I have no. I was told this is where you were going to find the safe house and get a boat.
Okay. So then you got into an argument with me about my parents,
Yes.
and you say that a rope was tied around your right arm, around a seat, and then back onto your right arm.
Correct.
Okay. And you did not tie that on your arm.
No.
Okay. So, can you explain how the rope comes around your neck if it's tied around the back of a seat?
You had an additional piece of rope.
Do you know if an additional piece of rope was put into evidence?
I have no idea.
Would you be surprised if it was not?
I would.
Okay. Did you say that I was trying to strangle you for maybe 10 or so minutes?
I don't know. It felt like a long time to me, so I don't know.
Do you know how many minutes we were parked at Little Harbor?
I have no idea.
Did you say in another proceeding that all of a sudden he stopped?
Possibly.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I may have said he stopped before he dove into the driver's seat.
Okay.
Yes.
You saw the picture of all of the items in the back seat, the third row.
Yes.
Did they look all disorganized and thrown all over the place?
Yes.
Did they look like someone was sitting back there?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
Sitting on top of all that stuff?
The car seats are not where they normally are. Yes.
So is it your testimony that I was sitting on top of those items and then jumped into the front seat?
Yes.
Okay. And then you say that I sped away or I peeled out.
Yes.
Did you notice any marks on the
It was gravel.
gravel?
Yes.
Did you notice someone pulling up behind us?
I noticed a black truck in the vicinity.
Did I tell you that I think we're in an employee's parking spot?
Possibly.
Okay. And when we drove from there, we turned right on Shell Point Road, correct?
Yes.
And we parked under that home.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please get photographs?
Yes.
Getting state's evidence P 1 through 50.
Okay. Thank you. And same as before, Mr. Severs, all you need to do is, if you're going to publish any of them, just announce for the record which one you're publishing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, publishing P12. Mrs. Mathewson, whose shoes are on the driver's seat there?
Those are my shoes that Trevor tried to wear, that you had tried to wear, and you couldn't walk in them.
Do I fit those shoes?
You had used them, but you couldn't walk in them.
Okay. Publishing photo P18. Are those my shoes?
Yes.
And where are they located?
Second row.
Second row?
Yes.
Okay. And the McDonald's platter, do you see that?
Yes.
And that is in the second row?
Yes.
Okay. And this is P20, publishing P20. What is in the passenger side door pocket?
Some trash, a pack of cigarettes, and a water bottle.
Okay. When's the last time you took a smoke break? That morning. Do you remember what time?
Under the tree before McDonald's.
That was the okay. Publishing P21. Mrs. Mathewson, do you see any of the gushing blood from you on that seat?
I would have cleaned up the blood from me. This blood is from when you slit your throat.
No. Publishing P29. Miss Mathewson, can you tell me what's in that photograph?
That is my purse.
What else is in that photograph?
A belt?
Did I attempt to tie you up with a belt?
No.
Did I attempt to strangle you with the belt?
It's possible that you try to strangle me with the rope, and I strangled me with the belt, and I thought it was rope. I don't know.
How wide is that belt?
It's wide.
No. And how about the McDonald's bag?
What
Is
about
that in the behind the second row or third row?
This is in the second row.
Okay. Publishing P30. Mrs. Mathewson, is that your purse?
Yes.
Can you recognize what those contents are?
My wallet, my sunglasses, and I can't see other than that.
You see a wire?
I do. I see a charging wire.
That's a charging wire. Did you put that charging wire in there before we left your home?
I don't believe so.
Do you keep that charging wire in your purse?
I don't remember what I kept in my purse 5.5 years ago.
Do you remember what you packed in your purse before we left your house?
I don't remember packing my purse or packing my suitcase. I did not do any of those.
You don't remember. Okay.
Well, I didn't.
Publishing P34. Ms. Mathewson, is that the condition of the back seat that you remember when you left the vehicle?
When I was rescued, this is the condition of the back seat. This is not the way the back seat would normally look.
Okay. Do you know where I may have been sitting on that back seat?
I don't know where you were sitting.
No. Publishing P39. Ms. Mathewson, on the left side of the suitcase, do you know what those files or documents are?
Work files.
Work files?
I believe they're work files.
Okay. And publishing P43. Mrs. Mathewson, are they the clothes that got muddy from the time in the country?
Yes.
And would you say we were in that country area, you said approximately around midnight, Saturday night, maybe just before midnight until about 5:30 Sunday or Monday morning?
Yes.
Is that correct? So roughly 30 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Which is the majority of the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing P35. Mrs. Mathewson, do you see a pink book here?
Yes.
What is that?
I was told to keep some notes of different things that was happening during the divorce. And I didn't do a very good job with keeping notes of the things, but I jotted down some things.
So that's your journal?
I wouldn't consider it a journal. It was just something where I would jot down some notes.
Okay. Does it contain writings from you then?
Yes.
Would anyone else have been writing in it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Try and finish with these exhibits. We'll return them to the clerk. And I would like to please have the photographs labeled F1 through 26, please. Publishing photo F5. You see that photo, Mrs. Mathewson?
Yes.
Does that string look long enough to wrap around the back of a chair, around your arm, back to this arm, and then to then come also around your neck?
that is what occurred.
Okay. And publishing photo F8. Ms. Mathewson, do you see the faint line on your neck?
Yes.
Did that occur when we were wrestling in the back of your car?
That occurred when you were in the third row and I was tied to the second row captain's chair.
Did that occur with a belt?
As I said before, I believe it was the nylon rope that you used, that you wrapped around my neck. I was busy fighting for my life to notice what exactly it was that was around my neck, but I believe it was the black rope.
Do you have any recollection of possibly scratching yourself?
No, I did not scratch myself.
Do you have any recollection of when we were traveling through the mud and the fields and the ravines the night before, of me helping you if I could have scratched you?
No, you did not scratch my neck.
Okay. It was your testimony that this was around both sides of your neck, correct?
Yes.
And publishing F3. Ms. Mathewson, is there any mark on this side of your neck?
There is. When I see the actual photograph, it is clear that there is a mark on both sides of my neck.
I'm asking if this photo shows.
I can't see it with the glare on here, but I know I went through those photographs and there's marks on both sides of my neck.
Would you like me to zoom in?
I went through these photos and there is marks on both sides of my neck. I was also photographed at the crisis center, and at the crisis center there was marks on both sides of my neck.
Would you say that the mark on the left side of your neck is about the width of a fingernail?
No, I would not. A fingernail from your cuticle to the top.
Okay. Finish with these photos. Return them. Thank you. Please use exhibit A1 through A32.
Yes.
Set two.
Set two?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Set two.
Appreciate that.
Publishing photo set to A6. Ms. Mathewson, are those Christmas lights the way that they were left when you left the home Saturday?
I did not witness the Christmas lights be put back into the garage, so I have no idea.
Is that where you kept them stored?
With my Christmas decorations, I would assume so.
But
But
specifically in that basket, is that correct?
I don't remember how I packed my Christmas decorations in 2016.
Okay. Publishing photo set to A111. Do you recognize that pillow?
It is a pink throw pillow.
Okay. Was that the pillow used that you say you were suffocated with?
No.
Let me just, you said A111. Is it A11?
I'm sorry. Yes, A11.
Set to A11.
Yes, sorry.
Not a
A11.
problem.
Publishing photo set to A12. Mrs. Mathewson, is that the pillow that you say you were suffocated with?
That one or the one that's identical to it. It was one of those.
Publishing set to A13. Mrs. Mathewson, are any of those the pillow that you say you were suffocated with?
Like I said, the one that one, they may be the one with the pillowcase off that matched the other one. I can't tell from the glare, but it could.
Could be that one.
It was more the first one, but there was two that looked like that.
Okay. Publishing set to A17.
No.
Mrs. Mathewson, is that the pillow you say you're suffocated with?
No.
Publishing set to A19. Miss Mathewson, is that the pillow you say you were suffocated with?
No.
Publishing set to A21. Ms. Mathewson, is that the pillow you say you were suffocated with?
No.
Publishing set to A23. Ms. Mathewson, is that the pillow you say you were suffocated with?
No.
Publishing set to A26. Ms. Mathewson, is that the pillow you say you were suffocated with?
No.
Returning this file. Mrs. Mathewson,
Yes.
in our marriage, have you ever made a statement in a previous recorded, or have you ever made a previous recorded statement about our marriage, stating that sex really didn't mean much to you? It's not a big deal to have sex with me.
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
So moved.
That means I answer. I answer
I'm
that?
sorry, yes.
Okay. Yes.
And in those prior statements, did you also say that you would do that, you would have sex with me just for financial gain or for some gain of your own?
I would have sex with you to keep in your good graces.
Okay. On February 18th, did you have sex with me because I was giving you a $25,000 check in the divorce paperwork?
I had sex with you because it didn't make a difference to me one way or another. It meant nothing, and I didn't matter.
So on this weekend, where you say I'm promising you money from offshore accounts and all these other wild things, was it the same thing? Did you have sex with me because it didn't matter?
No, I had sex with you so I didn't die. That is what happened this weekend. That is the biggest difference. I was staying alive, and I had sex with you to stay alive.
Okay. That statement you're just making now, does that differ from any previous statements that you've made about the sex that weekend?
No.
Okay. I'm just about finished, Your Honor. Okay. Well, we were in your bedroom. You made a statement that you didn't believe that people would believe you about the events, about things that were happening between us, and that you wanted proof. Is that correct?
I said that this is so outrageous, no one is going to believe that this is happening.
Right.
Along those lines.
Okay. And that was a pattern through the weekend?
Yes, mostly concerning Arden and Landon, and that's why a lot of it had to do with Arden and Landon.
Okay. And you also made a statement that you were relieved when you thought that that I was giving all of these things to you. It was what you wanted. And is that correct?
I was relieved that you were going to be leaving and leaving me behind with my children. That was my main concern, was my children. Not about any financial gain, which there was none, but only about my children.
I'm not asking about how you feel now. I'm asking about how you felt then.
Only to be home to my children, to mend the damage that you had done.
Okay. Did you ask me for proof of what you wanted people to believe?
Never asked you for proof of anything. I never asked you for proof. You said things and I just listened to your ramblings of things.
So you're saying that you don't think that people are going to believe any of this, but then you're saying you're not asking me for proof, correct?
No, I made a statement that nobody's going to believe this.
Okay. Were there any other iPhone videos deleted that you're aware of?
I am not aware of. I did not have access to my phone.
Okay. You also said that after the Sitco, that I made you climb to the third row. How did
Yeah.
I make you climb to a third row?
You would tell me what to do, and if I didn't do it, there would be consequences. That is making someone do it.
I didn't force you physically?
No.
Have you ever researched on your phone or computers anything about a quote-unquote safe house?
No.
Have you ever downloaded pictures of a green and yellow flag?
No.
You also stated that in the car while we were parked next to the dumpster, that you felt a body near me. Do you recall that statement?
I don't recall. I felt your body be from behind me. Something along those lines.
The same as how you felt my body while you're running away at Walgreens?
Yes.
Are you a psychic?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Do you have the ability to sense things around you?
I believe we all use our senses to sense when there's someone around us.
Do you practice any kind of spiritual things that involve this kind of sensuality?
There's a thing called discernment in the Bible, and I am a Christian, so I believe in discernment. So, yes, in a way.
Okay. You also stated that you were not struggling to breathe when you say that you were being strangled in the car. So what gives you the impression that you were that you were about to be killed, or you thought you were going to be killed?
I was gasping for air as you were speeding away from that area. I was so busy trying to fight off. I didn't lose consciousness, is what my answer is.
Okay. You also stated that we were in a panic. Was it just me in a panic, or you in a panic at that time?
I would say both.
Okay.
I would say me. I would say more me.
So you're in a panic, but at the same time you can make calm, argumentative statements about my parents or whatever else we were talking about.
That was prior to you strangling me.
I'm asking about this time in the car. where you
I'm
said
not
you were
in a
panicked.
panic until I'm fighting for my life of you strangling me. So we weren't having conversations.
Okay. You said that we were frantic while we drove away from that dumpster. Is that correct?
More so, I was frantic. You were just focused on getting away. I can't tell what you were doing. I don't know.
Well, where were you when I was driving away from Little Harbor?
I was tied to the chair behind you. I can't see what you're doing. We are not having conversations. I am tied to a chair and had just been strangled.
So how did you see the vehicle behind you if you're tied to the chair?
I can turn my head.
Are you able to turn it all the way around?
No.
Okay. When we arrived at you called it a safe house. Was there a green and yellow flag there?
No.
No. while we were sitting in the car, before my neck was cut, before you got out of the vehicle, did you recognize either of the two men sitting on the steps at the house next to us?
I did recognize the men sitting over in the house next to us.
Were they staring at us in a strange way?
No,
What were they looking at?
I have no idea.
Did you later learn that they were looking at a helicopter in front of us?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you recognize the helicopter?
I did not see the helicopter. The only helicopter I heard was when we were under the tree by the farm.
Okay. Could you describe the two men that were sitting on the steps of the neighbor's house?
One was older than the other. He had white hair. He was a little bit heavier than the other man. That's really all I can tell you.
Okay. And could they have been a witness to anything happening between us?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Sustained is the speculation.
Let me ask this. Did you notice them looking in our direction?
No, I did not.
Okay. At any point during the weekend, did you have the car keys?
No.
So if another record stated, you made a statement that you had the car keys on Saturday night, would that be a lie?
That would be a lie.
If made by you, you lied?
Yes, I did not have the car keys at any point.
Okay. Did I ask you to drive me to the hospital after my neck was cut?
No,
Why was I in the passenger seat?
because you went from the driver's seat and you climbed over into the passenger seat so you could turn and look at me while you slit your throat and said crazy speak like, I'm laying my life down for you. You don't deserve this.
Was I mad at you?
Yes, you were furious
What was I mad about?
that I got out of the car at the Walgreens, that you're getting caught, that all of it.
Did I make a statement about if you're going to tie that rope on you, I'm going to say you tried to kill me?
No,
No. Did I appear to want to leave the vehicle?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Rephrase it.
Did I attempt to leave the vehicle?
not that I saw.
Did I talk about the residents of that house?
Prior, as soon as you pulled underneath, you said that it was a safe house. That's the only thing I knew.
Did I tell you that I thought the police were behind us?
Yes.
Did I say I wanted to run away?
No.
Did I say that I was afraid of the police?
No.
Did I say that I was concerned about being arrested?
No.
Okay. You said that I offered to cut the ropes off of you when you were sitting in that second seat. Correct?
Yes.
And as you saw in the picture, and did I cut the ropes off you?
No, you did not.
I didn't. And you said again, how'd they get on your arm?
You tied them on this arm, ran it around behind the seat, looped it through this arm, which wasn't tied on this arm, looped it back over to this arm, and tied it over here. And so I was confined to this position.
Okay. Did the deputies have to cut you out of that seat?
They did not.
I just wanted to note the time that the cross-examination's been taking place. It's been 4 hours.
Yep, I'm just about finished. We're at the end of the timeline. Did the deputies have to cut you out of the car?
They did not.
They did not. So how did the how did the ropes get cut off of you?
After you started slitting your throat, you leaned backwards with the razor blade in my direction at me, and I pulled my arm, like this weird twist, pulled my arm out to protect myself from you coming at me, and the looped side fell down behind the seat, and I had both my hands forward, telling you, look, I'm out.
But you saw the picture of that rope. It was clearly cut, not looped.
No, it is clearly looped in the picture. When they hold it up, there's a big loop that goes almost down to the floor.
Okay, that's different. I just have one moment here.
Yes.
Okay. Last couple of questions. And after you did the first interview at the District 4 office,
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
Went with the detectives to go collect evidence,
That was your phone?
the Bunker Hill area, and they did find my phone. They found the location where my wrist was slit. So those were the areas.
Did you go to the hospital after that?
I went to the crisis center after that.
Okay. And then where did you go after that?
Then I went to the hospital.
And after the hospital,
I went to a hotel.
went to a hotel. What time did you get back to your house? Was it Monday night or Tuesday morning?
I couldn't go back to my house for 2 nights. I was in a hotel for 2 nights after I was found.
Okay. And when the deputies looked for my phone, they could not find it?
They could not find it in the dense wooded creek area. They could not find it. It was too dense.
Were you happy about the settlement agreement,
It was more than I had asked for.
even with the children?
I had filed for divorce with full custody, and I had reason to believe, even with the marriage settlement agreement that said 50-50, that I would have full custody of my children very soon.
Why do you believe that?
Judge, I'm just gonna, if you would instruct the victim that he has now opened the door so she can answer
What
that
victim?
question. I'm sorry, the defendant has opened the door, so she is allowed to answer that question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What question?
She can answer the question. I've told her before she can answer the
Well,
question.
then I'll strike
He
the
was
question. I
going-
don't understand what we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Do you want to ask the question at this point, or do you not want to ask the question?
I'll strike the question.
All right.
I believe that's it for now, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
All right. And you ready, Red?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Mathewson, on the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017,
when the struggle occurred in the family room? Were things broken, things slammed around, that there would be holes in the walls? People punched, that there would be blood coming from either person's body, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Is that how you ever described this struggle, wrestling, to have occurred in the family room?
No.
And you stated that during that time, though, you did scratch the defendant's face.
Yes.
And is the scratch on the defendant's face in the photographs that had been already introduced?
Yes.
When he was at the hospital?
Yes.
The red mark on the face?
Yes.
Those are the scratches that you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you put any items in your suitcase? Any cosmetics? Any perfume? I know he tried to trick you and say, which kind of perfume did you put into your suitcase? Did you put any perfume in your
No.
suitcase?
No.
So if there's perfume in the suitcase, how did it get there?
It would have been Trevor Summers.
He kept referring to other hearings, things like that. Has there ever been any criminal trial that has taken place with regards to this incident?
No.
He showed you a picture of a duct tape in the trash can, towards the top of the trash can, and asked you if you had done something earlier in the week that it would have ended up there. Would there be trash that you had used and placed in there from earlier in the week sitting on top of the trash?
No.
When he took the sock out of your mouth so that you could finally breathe better since you were congested, were you concerned about where that sock went, where he put it?
No.
Would you agree that there were clothes kind of all over the place? In the kid's bedroom, in your closet, baskets of clothing in your closet, in your bedroom?
Yes.
May I put it to witness,
You
Judge?
may, absolutely.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Set 1, A105 and 106. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
That is in my living room, family room.
Do they fairly and accurately depict how your family room, living room looked on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit Set 1A, 105, and 106.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they will be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may vote.
Publishing a 105 Set 1. I'm going to draw your attention to the landline phone with the cord hanging down there, as well as a 106. Is that phone plugged into anything?
No.
The videos that were made utilizing your iPhone, did you know they were deleted?
I did not. I had no access to the phone.
Did you later learn that in trial preparation? Or did you learn that at another time?
I don't know when I learned that.
Did the defendant ever tell you he deleted those videos that he made?
No.
For all you knew, those videos remained on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that when a forensic dump or a forensic download is performed on a phone, that it can recover deleted material?
I did not know that.
Where did you leave your iPhone when you went to sleep that night of the 10th?
On my end table.
How long did you go straight from, did the defendant drive you straight from your home when you left there to the Walgreens? Were there any stops in between?
No stops.
How long did it take you to get from the Walgreens, from your home to the Walgreens?
Probably 15 minutes.
So if the 911 call was made at approximately 9:07, you would have been somewhere 15, 17, 20 minutes before that. You were leaving your home. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
The defendant brought up that he was asking you questions about whether you were in fear that you were going to get in trouble because you were in contact with him. When you were in contact with him, that was not of your own free will. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Who was the person, the only person that ignored any kind of violation or any injunction, protective order?
Trevor Summers.
Did you ever drive your own vehicle between March 11th of 2017 and March 13th?
No.
There are blisters notated on photographs taken by law enforcement on your body, near your feet and ankles, as well as the crisis center. How did those blisters originally get there?
From the ropes of being tied.
You were questioned on cross-examination about, in another hearing, testifying that he had thrown you over his shoulder when you had fled from the Walgreens. Why is it that you had said something different previously and are saying that he had grabbed you and picked you up and carried you to the vehicle?
So because my hands are bound behind my back, and the way he grabbed me, he came around my body like this, and it was in that motion of that picking up, kind of like he was going to throw me over his shoulder, but he didn't really throw me over his shoulder. It was just more that motion.
Okay. Did you ever wrestle with him in the car during any time between the 11th to the 13th?
No.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were mostly concerned that Arden and Landon were not going to believe that this whole situation had happened. Why was that?
They had severe parental alienation. They were diagnosed with severe parental alienation that was caused by Trevor Summers to have my children hate me, despise me, want to do me harm.
Did you ever tell Trevor Summers what to say in the recorded videos on your iPhone or in the writings that he made in the vehicle?
Absolutely not.
Were those his own words?
His own words.
How long were you under that house with the stilts prior to law enforcement coming in and rescuing you?
A matter of minutes.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes. I know it's not quite 4 o'clock, but gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take the break that I told you we'd take close to 4 o'clock. What I'm going to ask you all to do while you're back there is to collectively agree on what the latest time you would be willing to go tonight, and let Deputy Estea know so that then he can come in and let us know. Yeah, it has to be quick. You all can talk about it, and if you come up with a collective agreement as to what time, let Deputy Estea know, just so I have some idea what it is. I will instruct you again not to talk about the case amongst yourselves, also not to do any research about the case or talk to anyone else for that matter about the case. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Mathewson, you may step down. I suspect that she's not released, given that she was served, so she's excused at this time, but not released as a witness. But you may step down, and you also may remain in the courtroom. Ms. Johnson, I just want to ask just so that I'm sure that I'm not confused. What was the point of noting the record at the 4-hour mark?
I just didn't know if Your Honor was aware that that was the 4-hour mark.
Had I made a ruling though that I was limiting to 4 hours?
No, you were not at all, Judge. You just
I just want to know, because we got other witnesses that I suspect, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. If you have authority that says that I can limit his cross-examination to some time, I prefer that I have that beforehand and that we flesh it out outside of the jury. Just do me a favor, don't note that in front of the jury, and I'll ask him not to note however long the direct examination has gone. But if we have certainly, if you convince me that I can limit him to a certain time and I do it, then I would have somebody let me know where it's at so that I can sit him down. I just don't think that I can do that.
Yes.
I was using that as a reference, and also what strikes me is that if you add the redirect time, if we were doing that, the actual comparison, there's a redirect too. So let's, all right, thank you. Have a nice break. I'll see you back in a little bit. I don't need that on, I don't think. So, the jurors said 8 o'clock, which is reasonable and nice. What I've done is I've told the bailiffs to order pizza to be here about 6, because that'll be the time for the next short break. We'll just take a 20-minute break, allow them to or 15-minute break. Or actually, we'll tell them when the pizza gets here, we're going to take a break, and we'll tell them to let us know, within 15 or 20 minutes that they're done and ready to come back, and then we will pick up and go till 8. So that's the plan. Is the state ready for the next witness?
Yes.
Who is the next witness?
Detective Schrock.
Okay. I don't intend to take another break. Do you mind telling me the witnesses after that?
Deputy Cruz, Corporal Blair, and then Rita Hall and Kimberly Shea, which we'll have on Zoom.
Uh-huh.
Then Francesca Montgomery.
So none of the children are testifying today?
Yes, I believe Bryn will be testifying and Arden, hopefully.
Okay.
But Miss,
Well, I mean, I think she named like 6 witnesses, and that's fine. If we get through them, that's absolutely. I just want to let Mr. Summers know that the same rules apply. You didn't do anything, everything's gone fine so far, but when the children are up here, and I know that they're not necessarily still children, but it's a very sensitive with you cross-examining them, and I just want to let you know, please treat them with the same respect, and I'm sure you will, but it's a touchy situation, and let's just get through it.
Yes,
Okay. All right. All right, let's get the jury. Are you ready, Mr. Summers?
Yes.
Let's get the jury.
Judge, one of the witnesses, Francesca Montgomery, she has to be done by 6:30, so obviously.
Okay, well, what do I have to do with that?
No, I'm just letting you know that we're trying to.
maybe we need to do a dinner.
I mean, I have no control over that, do I?
Can we do a dinner break later? Because
Oh.
the problem is that we can't.
Okay,
break.
yeah, pizza here at 6:30. She's got to be done by 6:30.
Yes.
Pizza breaks at 6:30. Perfect. Thank you. I apologize. Ready for the jury? Yes. Let's get the jury. I mean, if your witness before is still not finished at 6:30, I have no control over that. But I don't mind moving the pizza break. Absolutely. On there when the witness you call is on there. Yes, we're ready.
All rise, jury in courtroom.
All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I don't know if the bailiff told you, Deputy Estea, I'm going to order pizza. We're going to take a next break. I appreciate that you all said you could go until 8. The plan is to order pizza, have it here at 6:30, which will be a good time for our next break. Take a short break to allow you to eat the pizza for 15 or 20 minutes, come back, and go until 8 o'clock. All right. State, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
Detective Todd Schrock.
Todd Schrock. Good afternoon and welcome. Come on in to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable, and it is not on. If you could touch that thing at the bottom, and then the little green light will come on. Perfect.
Detective, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Todd Schrock, SCHROCK,
And where are you employed?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Almost 24 years.
And where are you currently assigned as duties-wise?
I am at the District 5 Intelligence Unit.
Back in March of 2017, what position did you hold?
I was the District 4 Intelligence Unit.
Were you a detective at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is District 4 in the southern part of Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
The Ruskin, Little Harbor area?
Yes, ma'am.
On March 13th of 2017, did you become involved in the case involving Trevor Summers?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved?
I was advised by my supervisor that they had possibly located the vehicle that Mr. Summers and Mrs. Summers may be in, and that it was located off of Shell Point Road. So my unit and several other people started heading towards that area where it was spotted.
On March 13th, when you were advised of this by your supervisors, was it known by the sheriff's office as to the vehicle that Trevor Summers and his wife, Alisa Summers, were allegedly to be in?
Yes, it was known for a couple days of the vehicle and its license plate.
Okay. And so on the 13th, you are asked to respond to the Little Harbor?
Yes.
On Shell Point Road?
It's Shell Point Road, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so did you actually go to Little Harbor or just on Shell Point Road?
The house where the vehicle was parked was actually on Shell Point Road, like the very west dead end, almost near the very dead end of West Shell Point.
Is that west of Little Harbor?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you arrive there?
I would have to look at my report to tell you the exact time I arrived on scene. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. Were you by yourself or was somebody else with you?
I was with Detective Morales also.
Were you guys undercover, with plain clothes, or marked vehicle with uniforms?
No, we worked in an undercover capacity. It was in a plain car and plain clothes.
Okay. What vehicle did you two have that day, if you remember?
I've been through so many undercover vehicles, I honestly couldn't tell you what car I was driving that day.
Okay. But not your typical marked HCSO lights insignia?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you and Detective Morales do once you responded to the address that this vehicle was believed to be at?
As we're pulling up to the address, we could see the vehicle parked on like the south side underneath the residence. And then we continued to the north because the road curved to the north, and we continued north past the residence and took a northerner perimeter.
And what do you mean by you observed the vehicle under the residence?
The residence was like a 2 or 3 story residence on the water, so therefore it was raised above the ground, and all your vehicles would park underneath the house. There wasn't garage doors or anything; it was all open, but you could actually park underneath the house because the house was like on stilts because it was right there on the water.
So when you and Detective Morales drove by the vehicle, were you able to see if the vehicle was turned on?
We could not determine that from where we were at.
Okay, were you able to determine if there was anybody in the vehicle at the time you drove by?
No, because the vehicle had tint on it. Well, all we could tell was the vehicle was there.
Okay, and you said that you took a northern perimeter position of the vehicle?
Yes.
What did you and Detective Morales do at that point?
We put on our ballistic vests, say sheriff and everything, got suited up to wait for everybody else to go approach the vehicle when more people arrived.
How many units ultimately arrived?
I don't know the answer to that. There was several people out there.
Okay, and at some point were you given the command to approach the vehicle?
Yes, we were.
What happened as you approached?
Myself and Detective Morales came from the north, so we're going south towards the vehicle, and you couldn't see the vehicle because of where it was positioned at the house. So we're walking underneath the house, and once we round the corner of being underneath the house around the pillars, you saw the car. I announced sheriff's office. I told everybody to get their hands up, and I saw Mr. Summers in the front passenger seat, and he turned and looked at me and put his hands up.
Prior to giving those commands of putting hands up, did you see individuals in the car?
No, I didn't see them until we actually rounded the pillar, and then there was the car, and there they were. We couldn't see them prior to that.
Okay. And then you indicated that once you gave the verbal commands to put your hands up, you saw the male in the front passenger seat putting his hands up.
Correct.
Did you see anybody else in the car?
There Through the tent, you could tell in the back seat, on the driver's side, in the back seat, there's another silhouette of a person.
And did you approach the front passenger side that the male was sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who approached the other side of the vehicle?
I do not know who was on the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. Do you see the person that you came into contact that was in the front passenger seat in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue button-up shirt with no tie.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Once you got to the front passenger side, were you able to open the door?
No, I was not.
Was it locked?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I ordered him to unlock the door, and he did, and then he opened the door.
What happened after he opened the door?
I ordered him to get on the ground, and he exited the vehicle and went down to the ground.
Did you make any observations of him as he opened the door and got out of the vehicle?
When he was turning to come out of the vehicle to go on the ground, I noticed a large laceration on the left side of his neck.
Was it actively bleeding?
There was some blood there. I mean, it wasn't gushing blood by any means, but there was a little bit of blood on him.
And at that point, you said he got on the ground?
Yes.
Was he taken into custody?
Yes, he was.
Was he treated there at the scene for the cut?
Well, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue arrived on scene, and then they started to treat him there on scene, and then he was transported to the hospital.
Did you have any involvement with him being transported to the hospital?
I followed the ambulance to the hospital.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just because he was in custody for this crime, there was a detective inside the ambulance with him, I believe, and I was just followed to the hospital to where there's going to be marked patrol units there at the hospital to make sure he's secure at the hospital.
Other than the verbal commands to raise his hands and unlock the door, did you ask any other questions of the defendant?
No, I did not.
Any other statements or interviews regarding the purpose for him being taken into custody at that point?
No, I did not.
The state will pass a witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
I just had a couple of quick questions. At the arrest scene, do you know how many men approached from the passenger side?
How many total approached? No, I know there was me and Detective Morales was with me. I do not know if anybody was behind him at that time.
Okay. Did you approach with guns drawn?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you said I didn't give you any trouble?
No, you did not.
No. And do you recall if there was aviation in the area?
I don't recall. No idea, sir.
Okay. And at the hospital, can you just explain to me a little bit more about who relieved you and kind of what happened did you see me exit the ambulance?
When the ambulance pulled up, you were wheeled into the emergency room, and there was already uniformed patrol people there, and those are the ones that took over. I mean,
okay, so they didn't sit me in a hallway.
I have no idea what they did with you inside the hospital.
Okay, so you left at the doors of the hospital?
Yeah, I believe I walked in briefly, then that's when the uniforms were there, and then we were relieved, so I left.
Do you know what uniforms they were there?
Yeah, uniformed patrol deputies.
Do you know who they were?
No, I do not.
No. They were maybe Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
No, they were Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, but to their names, I don't know the names of who was there.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state or
Yes.
And released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Thanks, sir. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Deputy Nicholas Cruz.
Deputy Nicholas Cruz. And welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Deputy Cruz, can you state your name for the record?
Nicholas Cruz, CRUZ.
And, sir, you're employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Since July 18, 2005.
And you're a patrol deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
Back in March of 2017, were you also a patrol deputy?
In a different sense, I was on the motor squad. I was a motor unit at the time.
Okay, and then as you sit here today, what unit are you a part of?
I'm a District 4 patrol.
Okay. What's the difference between the motor unit versus patrol?
At that time, I drove an unmarked car and had a motorcycle as well. So it was more traffic-related duties. Now I do more patrol duties and answer calls for service that are generated from our comm center, like 911 calls, domestic, things like that.
Okay, and back in March of 2017, as a deputy with the motor unit, did you have a uniform or were you plainclothes?
I was uniformed. Similar to this, the only thing, the pants were tapered, and I had boots that came up to like just below my knee.
Okay. Now, on March 13th of 2017, were you asked to respond to a residence off of Shell Point Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in reference to a vehicle that was spotted that the Sheriff's Office had been looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do once you arrived at that residence?
Well, we were instructed by several supervisors that there had been an alert out for our vehicle. So we gathered a bunch of deputies to kind of go to the area and where the vehicle was seen or was called in from a tip. There were some undercovers who were in the area in unmarked vehicles that had an eye or eyeball that were viewing the car and people in it. So we came up with a plan on how we're going to approach and sort of verge or converge on the vehicle, and that's what we did.
Now, at some point, was the decision made and the command given for you and the undercover individuals to approach that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side of the vehicle.
Once you approached the driver's side of that vehicle, did you see anybody inside of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Where and what person?
I noticed two individuals in the vehicle. One was in the front passenger, and there was one in the rear on the driver's side of the vehicle.
The person in the rear driver's side, was that male or female?
Female.
The person in the front passenger side, was that a male or a female?
Ma'am.
And did you ultimately come in contact with the person in the female in the rear driver's side?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
Well, at the point where we were converging on the vehicle, there was the team that was going to address the male that was sitting in front, and we knew that the female in the back was a victim based on the reports that we had. So my job at the time was that once they made contact with the driver and got his attention, my duties were to extract her from the vehicle, from the driver's side.
And did you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Once you were able to extract her from the vehicle, what did you do?
I quickly rushed her from the scene. I observed that she had some injuries to her hand, to her wrist area, and then I quickly got her into my unmarked Crown Vic at the time, and I drove her to our district office, which is probably about 3.5 miles away, and ordered medical to meet us there, and just got her away from the scene.
Did you ultimately identify her as being Alisa Summers?
Yes, ma'am.
What was her demeanor like when you extracted her from the vehicle and got her away from that situation?
From the point of my initial contact to the drive, there was a range of emotions. Grateful for being helped, frantic, scared, crying, and ultimately, she was happy to be out of the situation, but still kind of a shock, like a surreal moment for her.
Now, while you were transporting her to the district, did you ask her any questions about what had transpired between her and the male that was in the front passenger seat of that vehicle?
My initial questions for her was how was she feeling? Was she hurt and whatnot? She complained of the wrist, being cut on the wrist, and then she said he cut me on the wrist.
without telling us what she told you,
Sustained.
did you ascertain some initial facts from Ms. Summers as to what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you later on provide that information to any of the lead detectives in this case?
I did, and I also wrote it in my interview with her as part of my report, my supplement to this case.
Was it a brief conversation?
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement?
No, ma'am.
Once you took her to the district and she was treated, did you remain there with her or go about your duties elsewhere?
Only for a couple moments until I handed her over to the medical staff, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, who was there to tend to her. And at that point, I reached the detectives. They asked similar, hey, did she say anything? I said, yeah, this is what she said. And I said, I'm going to put it in my report. And that was it. At that point, I was cleared from the scene.
The state will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
When Mrs. Mathewson was taken out of the vehicle, was there any resistance to getting her out?
From her, no.
From her, no. Was she tied to the vehicle?
She was not, but she had something wrapped around her, I believe her left wrist.
Her left wrist?
I believe so.
Yes. Did you notice a string hanging from her right arm?
She had, there was something on one of her wrists. I don't recall what it was, but I noticed it was some kind of cloth wrapped on something, and you could see blood on it.
Okay. And who was at the District 4 office when you met?
Range, I mean, specifically for her, or just?
Yes, for her.
Oh, medical staff and detectives that were working the case.
Was it Detective Steele?
I don't recall. It was there was a bunch of detectives that were there.
And you said it was just a few-minute drive from the arrest scene to the District 4 office?
Yeah, it was about 3.5 miles, I think I said, something like that.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state?
Yes.
And released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Released. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this
Have a
time.
blessed day.
Thank you. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Corporal Richard Blair.
Corporal Blair. Wherever you're comfortable, once you get past that gate, if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Corporal. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Richard M. Blair.
And how do you spell your last name?
B-L-A-I-R.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with them?
Almost 23 years.
What's your current assignment and duties?
I'm currently assigned as a supervisor in our Special Victims section, so I oversee crimes related with juveniles, sexual battery, internet predator stuff.
What was your assignment back in March of 2017?
Was assigned as a detective to the homicide section.
What were you originally assigned or given an assignment regarding an investigation of a listed suspect / defendant Trevor Summers?
I was.
And do you recall when you were given your first assignment with regards to this investigation?
Would have been March of 2017. I don't remember the date off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
Yes, in my bag in the back.
Can you retrieve that? Can you retrieve his bag in the back?
When were you given your first assignment?
March the 12th of 2017.
And approximately what time?
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm sorry, March 12th, 2017. It was in the afternoon time.
What? Where did you need to respond to?
I needed to respond to what I was told was the incident scene or the location. At the time, I didn't know where I was, how everything played in, and so I responded to give you the exact address for my report.
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
It would.
Please let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
It's been refreshed.
And what was the address?
1412 Dew Bloom Drive.
And when you responded there, did you meet with anybody?
I did.
And who did you meet with?
Corporal Charles Keene.
Did you get debriefed on the facts and circumstances surrounding this investigation thus far?
I did.
And what did you then do?
I was given a series of telephone numbers in an attempt to, then I was given instructions to make contact with those telephone numbers to see if there was any information that could be gleaned from the individuals with those phone numbers.
Were there any investigative leads with regards to those phone numbers that you followed up on that assisted in furthering the investigation?
We attempted to make phone calls. I attempted to make phone calls to them, and most of the numbers I was not successful on. But those phone numbers were coming from cell phone records that we had obtained.
Okay. And those were cell phone records. Were they regarding from the Trevor Summers phone or from the victim's phone? Or did you know?
I did not know at the time.
What was your next assignment?
From there, I was given the assignment of assisting in processing of the residents at Dew Bloom.
And when you say assisting in processing the residents at Dew Bloom, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so in an investigation like this, the incident scene, and it was because it was a larger investigation, specific tasks were assigned. I was assigned, and the way that I was going to assist the lead detective in this case was I was going to be the scene detective. I was going to process the scene. And what that means is I'm going to work with our crime scene technicians, so the folks that are actually going to physically pick things up, take photographs, take measurements. I'm going to go in and I'm going to work with them inside of the residence, point out things that may be of evidentiary value, and then document the same on my report, and then ensure that the information that we are learning from inside the residence, based on what we see in evidence, is relayed back to the lead detective.
So on this date, did you meet with a crime scene investigator at the Dew Bloom residence?
I did.
And who was that crime scene investigator?
Jake Becker.
Was there a search warrant previously obtained prior to conducting this search and collection of evidence in the residence?
There was.
And what is a search warrant?
So a search warrant is going to be a court authorization for us to enter into, in this case it was a premise, a residence, and seize any evidence related to a specific crime. So the process in which we go through with that is we have to outline on document, we have to write out what we believe is the probable cause for us to be granted authority to go into this residence to obtain any type of physical evidence from there. Once we write that search warrant, it's approved by the state attorney's office and ultimately reviewed by a judge. And it's upon the review of the judge that if the judge does approve of it, then we are we're given the right to go in and seize and secure any evidence and process a location.
Was this still March 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it fair to say the defendant nor the victim had been located at this time?
No, ma'am.
No interviews had been done with either one of them at this time?
Correct.
So you're going into this house with minimal information, is that fair to say?
At the time we went in, very minimal information.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Corporal, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit Set 1, A1 through 104. Have you previously looked through these photographs prior to trial?
Yes, I have.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the observations that you made on March 12th of 2017 when you entered the home?
Yes, they do.
And you worked along with crime scene investigator Becker in the collection of any evidence, is that correct?
Yes, myself, and then there was other detectives who were assisting me.
Is there a specific way that you go through the residence? Do you start on the outside and then go on the inside when you are conducting your initial investigation as a crime scene detective?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to go, the way that I would do it is I go inside of the residence, obviously through the point of entry, front door, and we're going to kind of work our way through from front to back. Once we've done that and we're doing more of a searching, then myself, or if there's other detectives present, they may be assigned specific rooms, like a detective being assigned a specific bedroom, and that's their responsibility to search, or the kitchen, or the garage, or other various locations. And so it's but it's systematic and it's detailed.
Now, were there interviews being conducted of the children at the time that you were conducting the search of the home?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. As interviews are being conducted, I would assume by other detectives?
Yes, ma'am, not us.
Is that information being relayed to you as a crime scene detective as to possible evidence?
Yes, ma'am. What information they're able to get out to us, depending on taking breaks in the interview and so on and so forth, then, or via text message, or I'm sorry, not text messages, phone calls. Then they'll send us, hey, we hear this, we hear that, and so the information comes to us at that point.
What were items of note that were collected during the search of this residence?
There were some notes that were collected from the garage area. There was some duct tape collected from a tool bag, as well as from a trash can inside of the kitchen. There was a water bottle collected. There was some scarves, linen, like clothing scarves that were collected.
Did you know whether or not specifically the scarves, if that information came from the children or another detective that was relaying that while you were there?
That would have been relayed to me. I wouldn't have known that on my own.
Any other items of note that were collected from the residence at that time?
There were some other items in the trash can, water bottle. There was, I believe, a jacket or a. Trying to, if I can,
at your report,
how I describe it in my report, I would refer to
looking at that, refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And how did you refer to it?
I referred to it as a white extra large sports jacket with a pink trim.
When you're there collecting items of evidence with the crime scene investigator, do you know that whether or not everything you collect has evidentiary value, or is it possible that some things you collect doesn't have any evidentiary value regarding the case?
Yes, ma'am. We don't. At that time, we didn't know what was evidence and what was not.
Okay. And is it possible that there were things at the home that were not initially collected when you and crime scene investigator Becker were there, that were ultimately found later on after the victim and the defendant were located?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Corporal, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit B for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this how is it that you recognize it?
It's a crime scene diagram of the children's bedroom at the residence on Dublu.
And is it a fair and accurate diagram of that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
State offers in evidence State's Exhibit B.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
B will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Do you know why, Corporal, there was a diagram that was made of the children's room?
Yes, I do.
And why is that?
There was indications that this was the bedroom in which Mr. Summers had been let into by one of the children.
And is the window notated at the top left of the diagram?
Yes, ma'am. With a dimension.
with dimensions of that window?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct any interviews of the children?
No, ma'am.
Were you requested to conduct any follow-up information with regards to any of the children?
I do not believe so.
Were you asked to follow up regarding any information regarding the path of travel that the 14-year-old Arden Summers took from her drive from the victim's residence to the defendant's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that the same day, or was that a different day?
That was the same day, later in the evening.
And how did you go about doing that?
Made contact with Arden, and then I believe we used like Google Maps to be able to give a description of how the path of travel was.
Okay. And did you relay that information to supervisors?
I did.
Were you tasked with interviewing anybody else with regards to this investigation?
Yes, I was. I believe I interviewed. I believe Mr. Summers' father, via telephone.
And what was his name?
Looking at my report would refresh my
If you let me know. And Corporal, did you literally just leave testifying in another separate trial?
I did.
Okay. And so please let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
Okay. It's been refreshed.
Who did you speak to?
Steven Summers.
Okay. And you spoke to him over the phone?
Yes, I did.
Was he able to provide you information regarding where his son, the defendant, was, or the victim, Ms. Summers?
No, ma'am, he was not.
Did you later learn on March 13th of 2017 that the victim and the defendant had been located?
Yes, I did.
And were you tasked with anything at that point?
At that time, I was tasked with completing the proper documentation, the reports, the criminal report affidavits for the associated with the arrest.
And then on a later date, specifically on November 13th of 2017, were you given another task regarding this investigation?
I was.
And what was that?
I was brought to court. I came to court based on a motion to collect a DNA buccal swab from Mr. Summers.
What is a DNA buccal swab?
It's a swab. It looks, the swab itself, it looks like a big Q-tip, and it's put in the mouth, and it takes all the skin cells and saliva from inside the cheek, the mouth, and then that's used for DNA comparison. That's sent to the lab and used for DNA comparison.
And is the lab that you're referring to called the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
It is.
Okay. And how do you go about collecting this swab? Do you take any protections at the time?
Yes, I put on latex gloves, and when I normally collect a swab, when I open the swabs itself, I give them to the individual, and they swab their own mouth, and then they put it back into this packaging, which is placed into an envelope, which is sealed, and then which is sent away, and then I remove my gloves.
And who specifically did you take the DNA buccal swab from on November 13th of 2017?
Trevor Summers.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
In a blue shirt, button up.
Please let the record reflect he has identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
May I approach the
You may.
witness, Judge? Corporal, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit N, as in Nancy. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
It's my name and my initials across the evidence seal tape.
Okay, if you can please look inside. Let me know if you recognize the contents within.
Yes, ma'am, I recognize the white envelope that would have contained the swabs.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it, November 13th of 2017?
The same,
State
or
offers
substantially
it-
the same.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit N.
N, is there any objection by the defense?
No objection.
N will be admitted.
Permission to have the corporal publish it, Judge?
The corporal may publish it.
This is the white envelope. It's my writing right up there. This would be the packaging that contains the swabs.
And is the swab like a long Q-tip?
Yes, ma'am. This is the this would be the tips of the swab, and then on the other end of it down here is cotton, which I can pull them out if you want me to, or leave them in there.
Might as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you one of the individuals that conducts any of the DNA testing on these items?
No, ma'am. I'm not. Yep.
Did that conclude your duties with regards to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
I just have a few questions. When you first responded to 14 Dew Bloom Road, do you know approximately how many hours you were there that day?
In total, maybe 6 or 7.
6 or 7 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would coincide with the photographs that were taken by Mr. Becker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how does that work? I don't understand completely, but
Okay.
do you walk room by room with the photographer and point out things that you may believe of evidentiary value?
So the way the process works from the very beginning is the photographer is going to go in, and the first thing they're going to do is they're going to take overall photographs of everything. And with that, in that case, I would be at the front door, essentially watching him go from room to room, take photographs. From there, we're going to come back, and that's when we're going to go in and begin to mark items of evidence, potential items of evidence. And with that, yes, I'm walking with the crime scene investigator, or one of the other detectives is walking with the crime scene, in this case, Mr. Becker. And then as things are marked, they are photographed and then collected and photographed, and we go throughout the process.
Okay. Outside of this report that you're reading from, that we're referencing, that's included in the police report, do you have a independent notes or recollection of observations you made that day?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. The dirt you indicated on the windowsill of the window that they say was entered, that was the window on the side of the house?
Yes, sir.
You said you indicated dirt on the windowsill. Did you notice any dirt on the bed as well?
If I didn't document in my report, I may have not noticed it. It would be reflective in the photographs.
Okay. Did you happen to review any of the photographs after they are taken?
Immediately after? No, sir.
No.
I didn't review any photographs immediately after, no.
Between, at any point did you review the photographs?
In preparation for here, I reviewed the hundreds of photographs, yes.
Okay.
So-
Did you notice in any of the photographs that there was dirt on the bed by that window?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't remember even looking for that specifically.
Okay. You state on mine, it's page 291.
Okay.
It's page 3 of your report, that there was a water bottle on a dresser that was information received from Detective Steele.
Objection, Judge, improper question. He's reading from a report.
Excuse me. You can ask the question without reading from the report.
Excuse me, yes. If you would reference your report, sir, can you tell me how you received information from Detective Steele about a water bottle and why to mark a water bottle as evidence?
That was based on information that I received from Steele via phone call or being relayed to me.
Okay.
That it may have some involvement.
Okay. And if that water bottle was among other things would the other things be of evidentiary value too, or?
Again, at the time in which I was inside the residence, information is still coming in, so I didn't know what was and what wasn't. And with relation to the water bottle, it was indicated that that specifically was, so that's why I went ahead and focused on it and collected it.
Okay. And would it be the same thing for the yellow tool bag in the garage? Was that a decision by you, or is information from someone else?
Well, that would have been that's based on the contents found within the yellow tool bag. There was some duct tape that was recovered from there, which, as I write in my report, was consistent with the duct tape that was found in the trash can. Or appeared to be consistent.
I understand that. And lastly, the is it maybe a typo, but did Arden Summers tell you that she drove from her father's house to her mother's house?
Objection, Judge Hearsay.
I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. Sustain.
Does your report say that Arden Summers drove from her
Objection,
father's
Judge
house?
Hearsay.
No, sustain.
Did you have any knowledge of Arden Summers driving from her father's house to her mother's house?
As I recall, or as I indicated, she gave us a path of travel, and I believe that may be part of what she told us.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Corporal, when you say that items are marked and then collected,
Yes, ma'am.
So is it fair to say when you go through the residence, there's no yellow markers around initially?
No, ma'am. The first set of photographs, or first thing that we would see, there's no markers anywhere, and then from there things are marked.
And when we talk about markers, we're talking about these yellow plastic items with numbers on them.
Yes, ma'am. They either have numbers or letters.
And then they're photographed with the markers next to the item that is ultimately taken from the home.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Will the corporal be excused or released?
He's excused, Judge, and released from the state.
And released. Any objection to the corporal being released from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Corporal Blair. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Judge, it's going to be Rita Hall.
Is that on the thing?
Yes.
Person in the waiting room, and they are identified by 860897. Is that them?
I haven't let them in because there's no name.
They're not here?
I have
Oh,
not
there's
let
no
them
name.
in because there was no name.
Well,
I can admit
I believe that is her, Judge.
okay. We'll admit. Gentlemen of the jury, the next witness is going to testify via Zoom remotely. I will swear them on the screen as soon as we can see them. The witness that the state intends to call?
Yes.
And I apologize. What was her name?
Rita Hall.
Rita Hall. Is this Miss Hall?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm Judge Sabella, and apparently you can hear me. I first want to ask you, can you see in the courtroom? Oh,
I
hold
can
on.
see you.
She has to be able to see the defendant.
I think that's what Chris is getting
Okay.
right now.
I appreciate that we're setting up or completing the hookup in the courtroom. I need for you to be able to see Mr. Summers.
I don't know why it keeps blinking.
Summers, you can.
All right. Ms. Hall, can you see the gentleman in the blue shirt, button-down shirt?
Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. All right, I need to swear you in, Ms. Hall. If you'll raise your right hand, please. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hall, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
I'm having trouble hearing.
Ms. Hall, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record? Can you hear Ms. Hall? Can you hear me? Ms. Hall, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. Ms. Hall, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm sorry. Ask me that again.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rita Hall. I'm an advanced registered nurse practitioner at the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay.
Ms. Hall, when did you become a nurse practitioner with the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay?
I became a nurse practitioner in 1974 and started working with the Crisis Center in 1987.
Did you have any special training or courses that you took to become an employee as a registered nurse with the Crisis Center?
Yes, I have a master's degree in nursing from the University of South Florida, and I have received over 100 hours of training in the specialty of forensic examination.
And what do you mean by forensic examination?
Being able to do the evidence gathering exams on alleged rape victims.
And how many exams did you conduct on sexual assault victims while you worked at the Crisis Center?
Well, over 1,000.
Did you have any special licenses for being a nurse practitioner that conducted sexual assault exams?
Yes, at the time I was certified as what's called a SANE, sexual assault nurse examiner, in both adult and pediatrics.
And did you maintain throughout your employment with the Crisis Center the continuing education that you needed for that certificate or licensing?
Yes.
The state will tender the witness.
Does Mr. Summers have any questions at this time of the witness regarding her qualifications in this area?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Hall, can you please explain the process of a person being seen at the Crisis Center for a sexual assault exam?
One of the nurse practitioners is on call, and we receive a call asking for an exam. Either the client can call us or law enforcement. Then we have guidelines, and we'll go through the guidelines with the person asking for the exam, and if it meets the criteria, then we have them come to the center where we do the exam.
When you speak to law enforcement, are you provided basic details as to the reason for the exam being needed?
I'm still having a little trouble hearing you.
When you speak to law enforcement, are you given some basic information as to the reason for the exam being needed?
Yes, because it needs to be within the last 120 hours, and we'll verify that that's the case, and then they also usually tell us a little bit about what to expect with the victim.
So I want to direct your attention to March 13th of 2017. Did you conduct an exam on Alisa Summers?
Yes.
Did you meet with her at the crisis center?
Yes, I did.
When you first came into contact with her at the crisis center, did you obtain information from her as to what happened?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of obtaining that information from her?
Because I need to know where to gather the evidence, and so from the history she gives me, that tells me what I'm going to do in the exam.
And ultimately, were you then able to move on to actually conducting the exam with her after obtaining that information?
Yes.
So what did you do after getting the information from her?
Okay, what we do when the patient arrives, we take her back into a quiet room. There's a counselor and myself, and then I ask her the basic questions. Like I do a little bit of medical information so I know if she has any health issues and allergies on medication. And then I go into the events of what happened because I need to know, did she know this person? How did they get together? What happened while they were together? And how did she get away?
When you are conducting the actual physical exam of the patient, specifically Miss Summers, are you then collecting any evidence?
Yes, I collect the evidence right as I go along. I have her get undressed, put on a gown, and sit on an exam table, and I do a head-to-toe exam. And also, while she's getting undressed, I take the clothes that she's wearing and package them up for evidence.
When you collect the evidence as you're going from head to toe, what type of evidence are you collecting?
I'm collecting any place where there might be something that came from the other person, such as saliva, blood, semen, anything like that.
How are you collecting that?
I take swabs and I have sterile water that I put on them, and then I do two with the sterile water and two with a dry swab and put them in little envelopes, and these then go to law enforcement who takes them to the crime lab.
Are those are those envelopes labeled?
Yes.
Labeled for the area that you took the swab from?
Yes, it says exactly where I took it and that I used the sterile water, and then as I take the evidence, I have a little paper that it goes into, and then it goes into a bigger envelope, and I label the envelopes before I start the exam so that I can seal them as soon as possible. And it has the patient's ID, it has the date of the exam, the area that I took the evidence from, and my initials and the date.
In addition to, well, let me ask you this, Ms. Hall, did you collect swabs of Ms. Summers on March 13th of 2017?
Yes.
And did you collect them in the way that you've just described as using the sterile swabs, 2 of them with sterile water and then 2 of them without?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did you also take photographs?
Yes, correct.
Ms. Hall, can you see me?
Yes,
Okay.
those are the ones that I collected.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as states K1 through 17. Did you have a chance to look at these prior to today?
Okay, I took photographs and I take a picture. I make a slip that shows the identification, and I take a picture of that. And then I take a picture of the client with that same ID tag.
Looking at State's Exhibit K, did you see this before testifying today?
Yes, that's the evidence envelope that I collected.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected the swabs and then placed them in this envelope? Is it in the same or substantially same condition, the kit in State's Exhibit 12, of when you collected the swabs and then placed those swabs in this bigger envelope?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves into evidence State's Exhibit K.
Any objection to K?
No objection.
K will be admitted.
And Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm going to try and do it from here, but loudly. So,
Whatever you need to do.
Ms. Hall, you indicated that some of the envelopes the envelopes are labeled. And in this case, I'm showing you one of the envelopes and it's labeled vaginal swabs.
Some of the envelopes are pre-labeled, and they're just a standard that we take. And then when it's something specific, such as if I'm looking for saliva, then that's when I write on the envelope.
Okay, specifically regarding the vaginal swabs that you collected, are those swabs that you collect up inside the vagina of the patient?
Yes, I take an external swab first, 4 swabs, 2 wet, 2 dry, put those into one envelope. Those are called the perineal. And then I put a speculum in, and I look into the vagina, and I take swabs from the cervical area, and then I also take swabs from the cervix itself, and they're in 2 separate envelopes. It says vaginal and cervical.
Do you also collect swabs of the external genitalia?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that?
The idea is that if the person was up walking around and there was ejaculation, that some of the fluids are on the outside, and so we collect from the outside.
Now, when you're collecting the history from the patient prior to collecting these swabs, do you ask if the patient has either showered, taken a bath, used the restroom since the last offense?
Yes.
And
I do that when I'm doing the interview.
And what is the purpose of asking those questions?
I'm sorry, ask that again, please.
What is the purpose of asking those questions?
Because we need to know, did she wash off afterwards? Like, did she take a shower and really scrub her body good? Because then you lose the evidence.
So when you do a sexual assault exam, what physical findings are you looking for?
I'm looking for any bruising, anything that looks irregular, and I still take swabs even if everything looks normal.
If a patient describes to you a sexual assault having taken place and you don't observe any findings, does that automatically mean that some sexual activity did not happen?
No, it just means that for some reason that there are no actual injuries that you can see.
And is the fact that there may not be actual injuries you see to the patient's genitalia or vagina I'm sorry, I'll strike that question, Ms. Hall. Is it possible for there to not be any injuries?
Yes, in about half of the cases, there are no injuries that we see at all.
Now, in the examination of Ms. Summers, you noted that there was some redness to her external genitalia. Can you describe what that means?
I have to refer to my pictures.
Oh, and I apologize. It was redness to the labia, and if referring to your photographs would help refresh your memory regarding that, please do so. But once you're done looking at them, please look up back at the camera and then tell us what the significance is.
Okay. I do not see a diagram of the vaginal area, so at this time I can't comment on that unless you have the colposcope pictures.
Okay. In addition to the sexual assault exam, did you do what's called a strangulation assessment?
Yes, because she said that she had something around her neck, and so we assessed for any injuries there, and that to make sure that she is breathing okay and swallowing, and that there's no injuries that are life-threatening.
And after that assessment was done, did you refer Ms. Summers to seek additional medical treatment as a result of the strangulation assessment?
Okay, according to the pictures, there were marks on her neck that would document that something was on her neck with enough pressure to make changes in the skin.
And is that why you referred her to seek additional medical treatment?
Yes, because sometimes the swelling in the throat and neck don't show up right away, and so we want to make sure that she does a follow-up so that if she has any trouble, she'll be able to get medical attention.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Who's going to pass the witness?
Mr. Summers, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
You're going to have to be louder. You can come up in this area here.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge,
Oh,
do you want
but
to
you
make
know-
sure she has her volume up?
Her volume, I'll ask her to turn her volume up, but he actually has to be on the camera.
If you mute your whole
I will
computer,
mute my whole
I can
computer.
put my volume on my computer and we won't have feedback. I'm sorry, it was good. Summers just trying to help you out. All right, you just need to talk into here. She'll be able to see you and hear you.
Okay.
Okay?
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Let me ask you, does any of your evaluation allow you to draw any conclusions from the exams that you make?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Does any of your evaluation of a victim allow you to draw any conclusions from the exam?
From what I saw, I could say that the history that she gave me, the findings such as the redness, were consistent with that history she gave me. Now, I was not there, so I can't say. All I can say that it was consistent.
And what redness are you referring to?
Just because there was redness, it was small, thin red line, and there are pictures documenting that, and that would be indication that something thin, like a rope or a scarf or something, had put pressure there.
And Ms. Hall, if you look at your diagram, is this diagram?
Yes, I have it.
Can you tell me if there is a indication of a red line on which side of the neck?
Okay, the back upper picture shows that red line. And also, there is a photograph of the same thing.
We'll wait for that noise.
I'm sorry, I can't reach the phone from where I am.
It's okay. It's a nice ringtone.
It should shut off in another second or so.
That's what I was hoping.
There, okay.
All right.
But in the diagram, it's the upper right diagram of the back view.
Yes.
I have the line, the red line that was there.
Yes.
And then also, on the bottom half of the page, the lower right, you also can see that red line. And then I also took photographs of the same thing.
Yes, and can you tell me what side of the neck that is on?
That would be her left.
Okay. Was there any on
And
the?
then the back.
Is there any on the right side?
No.
No. Okay. And and just so I'm clear, Ms. Hall, the marks that you've indicated on this diagram do not draw any conclusions about what happened to the victim, correct?
That's my documentation of what happened.
It's your documentation of the marks, but it doesn't. You can't draw conclusions on how those marks got there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Hall, you indicated that as far as the bruising goes and the strangulation assessment you conducted, the reason you referred Ms. Summers for additional medical treatment is due to the possibility that bruises don't always appear immediately after the incident, right?
That's correct.
So even though you didn't notice any bruising on the right side of her neck when you examined her on March 13th of 2017, there was always the possibility that there could be bruising on the right side of her neck.
That's correct, yes.
I have nothing oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You can continue, ma'am. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Sometimes it takes 24 hours or later for these marks to show up.
The bruising?
Such as, because it only showed up on the one side, it could have been the next day we would have seen marks on the other side of the neck.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
All right, may this witness be released by the state
Yes, she is released.
and released by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be released as a witness at this time.
I am released? Okay, thank you.
You may be released. She couldn't hear me. What? So, I'll ask the state to please call their next witness.
The state would next call Kimberly Shea.
She is also by Zoom, and she is in. I'm going to admit her. She should pop up. Miss Shea. Is this Miss Shea? Hold on. Is this Miss Shea?
Yes, it is.
All right, Miss Shea, I'm going to need to swear you in. I'm Judge Sabella. And first of all, I want to make sure that you can see the gentleman in the blue shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. if I can have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can put your hand down. You may proceed.
Ms. Shea, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
Oh, I'm sorry, you actually cut out a little bit.
Can you please state your first name and your last name?
It's Kimberly Shea.
And how do you spell your last name?
S-H-E-A.
And where are you currently living?
I am in State College, Pennsylvania.
And are you currently going to school?
Yes, I am a student at Penn State.
And what year are you?
I am a senior.
In what area of town did you live in March of 2017?
I lived in Lithia, Florida.
Did you have an occasion to go to a Walgreens on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you went to that Walgreens that night?
My sister and I went to Walgreens. We were going on a cruise the next day, and she needed a phone case. So I just drove her to the local Walgreens.
How old were you at that time?
I was 16 years old.
And what happened when you arrived at that Walgreens?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened when you arrived at that Walgreens?
Yes, so I was pulling into a spot. I saw a car in one spot, and a man was talking to someone in the car from the passenger side. And there was another spot with a blanket in the middle, and so I just parked in the spot to the right of that.
Now, do you recall what kind of vehicle it was that you observed?
Yes, it was a dark blue SUV, either, I think it was a Saturn Outlook or a GMC Acadia.
When you arrived there, were you parked on the driver's side of that vehicle or the passenger side of that vehicle?
The passenger side.
And you were driving that vehicle, your vehicle?
Yes, I was driving my vehicle.
Did you know this, could you tell if the person in the passenger seat was male or female?
I could not tell if it was a male or female until the man talking to that person walked around to the driver's side and got into the car.
When you made these observations, could you hear any of the communication that was taking place between the man and the woman?
No.
Did you, could you see the male's face when he was talking to the woman?
No.
When he moved from the passenger side and walked over to the driver's side, could you see the female?
Yes.
What observations did you make of her?
She looked distressed. It just looked like they were kind of in an argument. She just looked kind of anxious, upset, distressed. Again, that was just basically.
Did she make any comments to you?
No, I do not believe she saw me.
Oh, okay. And you stated that you saw some kind of blue item that was left in a parking spot?
Yes.
Where was this blue item?
It was close. It was kind of in the middle of the spot, right next. It was on the right of the vehicle.
So
yeah.
On the driver's side or the passenger side of that vehicle?
The passenger side.
And was that in the parking spot directly next to the vehicle that the man and woman were in?
Yes.
And then did you park in the parking spot then on the other side of the blanket?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you observe how the vehicle left, or did you see the vehicle leave?
I did see the vehicle leave. It left rather quickly. I just believe the man got into the driver's side and just really no time, just pulled out and left.
Did you see anything that happened before the female being put in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
When you pulled up to the parking spot, was the female already in the vehicle?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you and your sister enter the Walgreens?
We did, yes.
Did you make any purchases?
We did, yes.
And then what did you do?
We went back home, and it turned out the phone case that we bought was broken. So my sister and my mother returned to Walgreens.
Did you return to Walgreens with your sister and your mother?
No.
Were you
Not
informed?
at that time.
Were you informed that you needed to return to the Walgreens?
Yes, I did.
Who told you that?
My mother called and said that police officers wanted to speak to me.
Did you return
And
to
my
the?
sister.
Did you return to the Walgreens?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to law enforcement and tell them your observations when you were there previously with your sister?
Yes, I did.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Shea. How are you?
Good afternoon.
I just had a few questions for you. Could you tell me maybe how far away from the Saturn vehicle you were you parked?
Yes, I was at 2 spots to the right of the vehicle,
So do you believe that's 20 to 30?
on the passenger side.
Do you believe that's 20 to 30 feet away?
Yes.
Okay, and you had a clear view into that Saturn vehicle?
Not a extremely clear view. It was dark out. It was maybe 9:15 at night. It was darker out, but I could just see the passenger and then the driver.
Okay, and you said it looked like she was distressed, is that correct?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so you could see her face?
Yes, I could.
Okay, and so you would say that was the best description of her demeanor, that she was distressed?
Distressed, upset, anxious, but definitely more distressed.
Okay, and could you show for us any movements that you observed of that female?
I don't believe I saw any movements. I only believe her head was leaning up against, I believe it was her arm, but I am not completely certain.
Do you recall in our deposition your description of her arm on the window sill and like her cheek was leaning
Yeah.
on it? Would you say that was
Yes.
that's an accurate statement?
That is what I believe I saw.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you saw her face clearly, you saw her arm on the windowsill with her head leaning on that. Could you just give us a little little movement of yourself?
Kind of like, more of like against the windowsill, and then her head was leaning.
Thank you. And you said when the vehicle left, it left rather quickly. Did it? It didn't avoid any standby pedestrians, or didn't attempt to ignore the lane it was in, or anything like that.
I don't think so, no.
No. And did it drive in front of you, or did you already go into the store when it left?
It drove, it already left when I was walking into the store.
Okay, so as you were leaving your vehicle, it was leaving?
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Shea.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Shea, did you complete a written statement regarding your observations from that night?
I did, yes.
Did you put anything in your written statement regarding seeing the victim's hands on the windowsill at all?
I did not, no.
Okay. So 5.5 years later, that's what you believe you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that that's what you saw, or you're assuming?
I'm not. That is
Hold
not
on, wait, hold on. There's an objection.
Wait.
Wait, I'm sorry, ma'am.
1 minute.
Hold on.
judge needs
Legal
to.
basis.
I would say meeting, Your Honor.
Rephrase. Sustained. Rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Shea, that statement regarding her arm, is that included in your written statement?
It is not, no.
Do you include in your written statement about Ms. Summers, or this female, being distressed?
Yes, correct.
Do you include in your statement about the blanket?
I did, yes. I believe I said it was either a blanket or a towel, some cloth of those sorts.
Did you include a description of this female and this male in your written statement?
I did, yeah.
Is your written statement very descriptive as to what you saw?
Yes, I believe so.
And there's nothing in the written statement about seeing her arm or her head against the window. Is that correct?
There is not, correct, yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
The state would release the witness.
And the defense agree to release the witness?
Yes, I have her called on my witnesses.
Okay. Well, do you want to release her, though, or do you intend to recall her?
I intend to recall her on the defense.
Is she under subpoena?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, ma'am, you're... Oh, she can't hear me? Let me... Ma'am, you're excused as a witness at this time. You may be recalled, so you're not released as a witness. Okay, she heard me. She's nodded. All right. Can I close all of this? State, call your next witness. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll give it a minute while she clears the podium. Next witness.
The state would call Bryn Summers.
Bryn Summers. Ms. Summers, good evening and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear to tell the truth.
All you have to do is say yes. All righty. You may put your hand down. No need to be nervous. The bailiff is going to show you the path to the witness stand. Please watch your step. I apologize for confusing you.
You're fine.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to need you to get a little closer to that microphone, and it is fully adjustable. Sometimes you got to get pretty close to these microphones. If you're too close, we'll tell you. If you're not close enough, we'll tell you to get a little closer.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Can you please tell us your first and your last name, spelling your first name and your last name?
Bryn Summers. BRYNSUMMERS.
And Ms. Summers, how old are you?
13.
And so 5.5 years ago, you were approximately 7?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what it means to tell a truth and tell a lie?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it means to tell the truth?
Like saying the sky is blue in the morning.
And can you tell me what it means to say what a lie is?
The sky is purple.
And is it a good thing or a bad thing to tell a lie?
A bad thing?
Do you know what it means to make a promise?
Yes.
What does it mean to make a promise?
Like you promise to pay something back or like promise to give something back.
And then if you don't give it back after you made that promise, did you keep your promise or break your promise?
Break the promise.
And is it a good thing or a bad thing to break a promise?
A bad thing.
Okay. Moving on to March of 2017. Do you remember back to March of 2017?
Sort of.
Okay. Do you know who your mother is?
Yes, she's in a pink sweater.
And what is her name?
Alisa Mathewson.
And who is your biological father?
Trevor Summers.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please tell me what color shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
Please let the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Do you remember back when something happened that you had to speak to the police in March of 2017?
Yes.
Back then, were your parents married or were they separated?
Separated. Divorced.
I'm sorry?
Divorced.
Okay. And were they living in separate homes at that time?
Yes.
And did you stay at both of your parents' homes?
Back and forth.
Okay. At your mother's house, where is it that you typically slept?
Some nights we slept in her room, some nights we slept in our bedrooms.
And did you share a bedroom?
In my room there was 2 beds, 2 twin-size beds, and then in my brother's room there was like a smaller bed and another twin-size bed.
Okay. And I'm talking about your mom's house back in March of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Publishing set 1A 68. Bryn, you can look at the screen right there. Do you remember this bedroom?
Yeah.
Do you remember this bedroom being your mother's bed, your mother's house in March of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And so were there 3 beds in that bedroom?
I think that pink bed got switched into the other room, and I think there was 1 bed in that room then.
Okay. So do you remember this bedroom being this way on the last night that you spent, the night at your mom's house that you saw your dad?
I do not remember.
Okay. That night, on March 10th of 2017, that you went to stay with your mom. What other siblings went with you that night?
Grady, Arden.
Grady and Arden?
And myself, yeah.
And yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Is Grady younger or older than you?
Younger.
How much younger is he than you?
2 years.
So that night that you go to your mom's house, do you remember what you did that night?
We watched a movie on the couch.
And what room in the house was that?
The living room.
And at some point, do you go to sleep?
Yeah.
And where do you go to sleep that night?
I slept in my mom's bed.
And,
with Grady.
Did anybody else sleep in that bed?
My mom and Grady.
And do you remember where you slept in that bed that night? Was it in the middle or on one of the sides?
The middle.
And is there something that woke you up that night?
Yes.
Those early morning hours.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what woke you up.
My dad.
And when you say your dad woke you up, how did he wake you up?
Not specifically. Sorry. Not like myself, but like I think either Grady woke up or my mom woke up, and then I woke up like.
And when you woke up, what did you hear or see?
Yelling.
Yelling? Who was yelling?
My mom.
Do you remember what she was saying?
No, I do not remember.
Do you know who she was yelling at?
Yes.
Who was she yelling at?
Trevor.
And where was your mother when you heard this yelling?
She was like farther away from like the end of the bed, so like near the bathroom.
Was she still on the bed?
No.
Was she on the floor?
No.
Was she standing up?
Standing, yeah.
And where was Grady?
Next to me in the bed, on my right side.
And what is, do you say anything at that time?
No, I just kind of like was like in shock. Yeah.
Was Trevor saying anything?
I do not remember.
Did you see if Trevor was wearing anything on him?
Jeans. Jeans and 2 scarves in his pocket.
When you say 2 scarves from his pocket, what do you mean by that?
They were hanging out of his 2 back pockets.
Do you remember what color these scarves were?
Orange, and like the other one was like a cream color.
Had you seen those scarves before?
Yes, they were owned by my sister.
And when you saw those, they were in his back pockets?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mother and Trevor stay in the bedroom?
No, they kind of walked out the bedroom to the hallway to like the living room.
And did you go out into the living room as well, or did you stay in the bedroom?
Kind of like going back to going to the bedroom, and then like bedroom to the living room, and then like back.
Okay. And were you able to stay out in the living room with your mom, or did you have to go back to the bedroom?
I had to go back to the bedroom.
Why did you have to go back to the bedroom?
I'm not sure.
And did your mother return to the bedroom?
No, I don't.
Where was she at?
She was on the couch.
Where did you see her on the couch?
The couch near the wall.
Okay. Publishing set 1, A22. When you say the couch near the wall, do you mean the couch that I'm pointing to with the pillows on it, or the couch that does not have the pillows on it?
The couch with no pillows.
Okay. And where was she on that couch when you saw her? Was she closest to the lamp or furthest away from the lamp?
In the middle.
And the pillows, were they on the ground as well when you saw her?
I do not remember.
Were you worried about your mom or Trevor?
Yes, very.
And why were you worried?
I just didn't like understand like what was going on until like after. But yeah, I didn't like understand what was going on. But, yeah.
Could you hear what was being said between your mother and Trevor?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Just a lot of screaming.
And who was screaming?
My mom.
Did you hear Trevor screaming?
I do not remember.
When you were in the bedroom, is that when you heard the screaming, or was it when you were out in the family room?
Both. Well, actually, in the bedroom, more of like in the bedroom until like it kind of like stopped when I went out into the living room.
Did you ever yell out to your mom from the bedroom?
Sort of. I kind of like went to like the living room to check on her, basically.
Why did you check on her?
Just to make sure everything was okay.
Okay.
Were you worried about her safety?
Yes.
Do you know why you were worried about her safety?
No.
When you first heard the screaming and yelling, and you saw your mom and Trevor, did you see Arden? Was she in the bedroom?
I do not remember.
Did you see Arden at all that night?
No.
Or those early morning hours, I mean, the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017?
No.
Did you stay at your mom's house all night until the next morning?
Until like the early morning. That was when like my sister drove us home.
Okay. So tell me about that. How did you see Arden then?
She was waiting in the car.
Okay. Did you see Arden in the house, or did you see her in the car?
She came inside and she told us, me and Grady, to get into the car, and then Landon was in the car too.
Okay. So when Arden came into the house and told you and Grady to get in the car, did you go get in the car?
Yes.
And where was your mom when you went and got in the car?
She was still on the couch.
The couch that we pointed out earlier?
Yes.
When you got to the car, whose car was this?
Trevor's.
Okay. Can I put it to witness?
You may.
Brent, I'm showing you what's been marked for trial purposes as J1 through 34. Do you recognize the vehicle, the car that's in these photographs?
Yes.
And whose car do you recognize it to be?
Trevor's.
Is this how his vehicle, Trevor's vehicle, looked when you got in it when Arden came to get you?
Yes.
State offers in evidence, State's Exhibit J1 through 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
J1 through 34 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Bryn, was this car a minivan?
Yes.
Publishing J2, is that the front of the minivan?
Yes.
When you got into that vehicle, where did you go to sit?
The captain's seats.
The captain's seats?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Do you remember which side of the vehicle? Did you sit behind the driver or did you sit behind the passenger?
Behind the driver.
Behind the driver.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to show you J18. This is the second row, and there is a seat that's missing from the minivan. So would you have sat in the third row, or would you have sat behind the passenger?
Yeah, I guess I sat in the third row.
Okay.
Behind the passenger seat.
So did you sit back behind?
No, behind the driver's seat, I meant.
The driver's seat. So on the third row behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
Okay. That I'm pointing to in the picture back here?
Yes, that's why I thought I sat in the second, the driver's seat, the captain's seat behind the driver's seat.
Okay. Do you know where this captain's seat was?
I think it was either, I don't know if it was like, I feel like it was tucked into like the like car, because there's like a compartment that you can
down into the, like tucked down in, and then you can bring it back up if you want to use it?
Yes.
Okay. So was Grady with you when you got in the car?
Yes, he was in the captain's seat.
In the captain's seat,
That
meaning
is
behind the passenger seat?
Yes, and Landon was in the passenger seat.
Okay. I see a booster in the third row behind the passenger. Who used that booster?
Cooper?
Did you see Cooper at your mom's house that night?
No.
When you got to the car, you had mentioned that you saw Landon.
Yes.
Is Landon your brother?
Yes.
And is he older or younger than Arden?
Younger.
And so when you got in the car with Grady, did Arden get in the car?
Yes.
And what happened when Arden got in the car?
She drove the car, and Landon said many times that he can drive the car if she cannot drive it.
So did Landon want to drive the car too?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Arden drive to?
To Trevor's house.
Did Arden have a driver's license then?
No. She was 14.
What were you thinking when Arden was driving you and Grady and Landon to Trevor's house?
I was still processing everything that was going on, and yeah, it was just, she was like, okay, I'm just going to go slow, I'm going to drive like an old man, basically.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how she drove?
Yes. Very slow.
And she drove to Trevor's house?
Yes.
You said Landon was talking about he wanted to drive. Did he end up driving too?
No.
And when you got to Trevor's house, what did you do?
I do not remember.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
And did you stay there that day?
Yes.
Did the police later come to that house?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police?
Yes.
Were you afraid that Arden was going to get in trouble when you spoke to the police?
Yes.
Afraid she was getting in trouble for driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell the police what you saw happening at your mom's house?
Yes. I think I remember, well, I probably remember more back then than I do now.
You think you remembered more back then than you do 5.5 years later?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. May I have a moment, Judge?
Hello, Ms. Brady.
Hello.
I'll just ask you a few things about that. I'm glad you remember some things. It's very helpful. Do you remember, Ms. Brand, if I was yelling anything back at Mommy?
No.
Do you remember if I was saying anything at all?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember when Arden came into the house?
Yes.
And where were you and Grady when Arden came into the house?
We were in Mom's bedroom.
Okay. Do you remember me and Mom coming into the bedroom too?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember before you left, do you remember seeing Mom and I sitting on the bed in the bedroom?
I do not remember.
You don't remember. You said you didn't understand what we were talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't know. Do you remember if Mom was yelling at Dad? Or do you remember if Mom was more or less kind of bossing Dad around?
I think she was more of just yelling at you.
Did she sound mad at me?
More of like worried or scared.
Worried or scared? Okay. And when you guys were riding home, do you remember? Were you all scared or were you laughing, or how was your ride home?
It was very scary for Arden. She was crying the whole time.
Do you remember if Landon was on the phone with anybody in the car?
No, I do not remember.
You don't remember? Do you know any idea how long you and Grady were waiting for Mom and I to get done in the living room?
Above 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes, you think so?
Yeah,
Okay.
more than 30 minutes.
Yeah. Were you getting tired of waiting for us?
I don't really know.
You don't know. When you went back to my house later that day, did you get asked lots of questions by the police?
Yes.
And after they asked you guys questions, did they ask you to leave the house?
I do not remember.
You remember Miss Melissa?
Yes.
Did she drive you anywhere after that day?
I do not remember.
Do you remember going to Mama and Carol and Pop-Up Steve's house?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after you got done talking to the police?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. And you said that you saw two scarves kind of hanging out of my pockets.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that they came from your sister?
Yes.
What do you mean they came from your sister?
They were owned by my sister. They were my sister's scarves.
They were your sister's scarves?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think that you saw them in the house there earlier?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Well, that's all the questions I have for you. It's good to see you.
Redirect.
Bryn, you were asked about the scarves and that your dad, Trevor, had these scarves. Do you remember what you told the police about why you thought he had the scarves?
I do not remember.
Would looking at your statement as to what you told the police, would that help your memory?
Sure.
Judge may approach the witness.
You may.
Bryn, if you can read this statement for me, read it to yourself, and let me know when you're done reading it, okay?
I'm sorry, excuse me. Where are we reading this?
Can you tell him what the item is? Actually, go show it to him before you have her. Before you refresh her recollection with it. Show it to the defendant. What is it? Tell me what it is.
It's the summary of her statement, Judge, in the police report.
What's your objection?
That's not her transcribed interview. It's a rewritten by Detective Steele, who's not here.
Anything can be used to refresh a witness's memory if it refreshes. So she can read it and see if it refreshes. It may not refresh her memory, but anything can be used to refresh a witness's memory. So you may approach, allow her to read it and see if it refreshes her memory.
Yes, Bryn, this is your statement that you told the police. If you can read
Well,
it.
hold on. Identify it correctly.
It is your statement that is summarized by the detective that you spoke to at Trevor's house.
So this is a summary of her statement.
Correct.
Okay.
If you can read it and let me know if it helps you remember. you remember why you thought your dad had those scars?
Yes.
And why did he have those scars?
So my mom and dad ran an argument, so I thought that I was to tie my mom up somewhere.
Okay. Did you ever see your mom throw anything at Trevor?
Yes, it was a blue, like, water bottle. It was like a sippy cup.
And whose sippy cup was that?
My mom's.
Is that something that she had with her when she went to sleep that night?
Yes.
Did you ever see your dad touch your mom's feet?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
I remember Landon driving into the neighborhood.
You remember Landon driving into the neighborhood?
I remember them pulling over and they switched seats.
So did you remember that once you read the summary of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about that.
So they switched seats, and then, at the front of the neighborhood, Arden pulled over and they switched seats, and Arden was very overwhelmed.
Arden was overwhelmed with the driving?
So Landon just drove the rest of the way.
To Trevor's house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that once you got into the neighborhood?
Yes.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes. May this young lady be released as a witness by the state?
Yes, Judge.
And by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You may step down and you may be released as a witness at this time. We're going to keep going because I don't think that the food is here for the jury, so we're going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Arden Summers.
Arden Summers. Now, let me let you know that if it gets here, did we already do the witness that had the 6:30 issue?
Judge, I just moved her to tomorrow morning.
Okay, so that's not an issue. So then when the pizza gets here for the jury, we're going to take a break. So they're going to let me know, and wherever we're at in the next witness, we'll just take a short break.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I apologize, the next witness was Arden Summers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Ms. Summers, good evening and welcome. If you'll come forward through that gate, and then wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and please raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony that you may give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat. Please make yourself comfortable, and that microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. If you're too close, we'll let you know. If you're too far away, you might have to get a little closer, but usually you have to get fairly close to them for it to amplify your voice. Whenever you're ready, I'll let let them proceed.
Okay, I'm ready.
You may proceed.
Good evening. Can you please tell us your first and your last name, spelling your first name?
My name is Arden Summers, A-R-D-E-N.
And how old are you?
I am 19.
And how old were you back in March of 2017?
I was 14.
And who is your mother?
My mother is Alisa Mathewson.
And who is your father?
Trevor Summers.
Okay. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for me?
He is right in front of me, and he's wearing a blue shirt.
Please let the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And who are your siblings?
Landon Summers, Bryn Summers, Grady Summers, and Cooper Summers.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw and spoke to Trevor Summers?
The last time I saw and spoke to him was March 11th of 2017.
And do you remember the night preceding and the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
Back then in March, were your parents living together or were they living separately?
They were living separately.
And were they going through the divorce process?
Yes.
Were you staying with both of your parents or mainly one of your parents?
At the time, I was staying with mainly one.
And which parent was that?
That was Trevor Summers.
And why is that?
Due to some things that I had become upset about.
Were you upset the fact that they were getting divorced?
Yes.
Okay. Were you upset about an incident that had occurred in February that you heard about?
Yes.
Were you upset that your mom was moving on from the marriage with your father and dating?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Did you know who she was dating?
Yes.
And who was that person?
That was Jeff Mathewson.
And is she now married to him?
Yes.
Would your mother ever video chat or speak to Jeff or anybody that she may have been dating during this time, February or March of 2017?
Not while I was present.
Okay. On March 10th of 2017, that evening, where were you going to be staying the night?
At my mother's.
And who did you end up staying the night with at your mother's? Which siblings?
Bryn and Grady.
And where were your other siblings, Landon and Cooper?
They were at my dad's house.
And that night on March 10th, what did you do when you got to your mother's house?
We watched a movie for a little bit, and then after the movie was over, my siblings and my mom went to sleep.
Where were you going to sleep that night?
I was going to sleep on the couch.
Is that where you typically slept?
No, I usually, when I was with my mom, slept in her bed with her.
Okay. That night, where did Grady and Bryn sleep?
They slept with my mother.
Was there a plan that was to take place that night
Yes.
when you were at your mom's?
Yes.
What was the plan?
The plan was to let my dad into my mom's house so he could speak to her about some stuff.
And whose idea was this for you to let him in the house?
This was my dad's idea.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you know why he wanted to go in the house to speak to your mother?
He only told me that he wanted to speak to her about some legal stuff.
Okay. And did you agree to participate in this plan with him?
Yes.
At this time in March of 2017, how many phones did you have?
I had 2.
And did you utilize both of those phones?
Yes.
Why did you have 2 phones at the age of 14?
One was from my mother and one was from my father.
Now, this plan, was this the first time that it was discussed that this plan was going to take place on March 10th of 2017?
No.
When was it discussed previously?
It was previously discussed a few days before it had occurred. We were originally planning on just me going over there alone, and it didn't end up working out.
Why didn't it end up working out?
My mom and I had gotten into an argument about my dad, and so I had been taken home.
Were you protective of your father during this time?
Yes.
The night of March 10th of 2017, moving into the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017, did you communicate with Trevor Summers?
Yes.
And how did you communicate with him?
Via Google Hangouts.
Is that an application?
Yes, text message.
And did you communicate with your brother Landon?
Yes.
And how old was he at the time?
Landon was 12 at the time.
Was the plan, was this discussed, or was the plan for you all to be communicating that night?
Yes.
And what was the plan with regards to the communication? How was your dad going to know what time and when he was going to be let into the home?
It was pretty much just me letting him know updates and, hey, they're going to bed, and then they waited for Cooper to fall asleep to come over.
Why is it that you were going to have to let your dad in, or Trevor Summers in through, in the house? Why couldn't he just come during normal hours that someone would come to the house?
I don't remember if there was ever an actual reason I was given.
Okay. Did you know whether or not your mother had a domestic violence injunction against your father at that time?
Yes.
Judge may approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Summers, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit I, 1 through 66 for identification purposes. Have you previously gone through these messages?
Yes.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the conversation that took place on the night of March 10th and the early morning hours of March 11th between you, Landon, and Trevor Summers?
Yes.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit I, 1 through 66.
Any objection?
No objection.
That'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
State I-1. Now, this is a photograph of your actual phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement take these photographs when you ultimately spoke to them?
I don't know when specifically they were taken, but I assume so, yes.
Okay. Did you provide your phone to law enforcement?
Yes.
And did they pull the messages up actually on your phone and then photograph them?
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at your phone. It says FORM Voltron. What is that?
Voltron was a Netflix show that I was really into at the time, so it was just what I had based the group chat name off of.
So you called this group chat
Yes.
that name. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we see a text from Landon on Friday at 4:13 p.m. What is that photograph?
That is a picture of my dad's father.
Okay. And OMG, is that shorthand for oh my God?
Yes.
Okay. And everything in the gray, is that your response?
Yes.
And otherwise it would have Landon or the other person, the defendant's responses. Is that correct? What are we looking at underneath your response, OMG?
It was another funny post I had just sent. There was no reason for it.
Okay. Publishing I-2. We have the bottom, at the very, very tip top, we have the bottom of your last post. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now we have a message from a person called Taylor. Who is Taylor in this group chat?
That would be Trevor Summers.
Why is it that his name was Taylor in this group chat and not something like Dad or Trevor or something else?
He went under an alias in the group chat just so if my mom looked at my phone, she didn't think that I was talking to him.
Whose idea was it that you put him under an alias?
That was his idea.
Okay. So, question at 7:10 p.m., how's it going? From Taylor. And your response is what?
Good so far.
And Taylor responds, no booger man there? Who's the booger man?
That would have been Jeff Mathewson.
Okay. And what is your response?
We're not home yet, pulling into the neighborhood now.
And what did you mean by that?
My mom had just recently picked us up, so we were on the way to her house at that time.
And Landon responds, hi?
Yes.
And what do you respond?
Hi, Lan, which was a nickname for him at the time.
I-3. At 7:11, the defendant responds, did you go somewhere first or straight there? And what is your response?
Straight there.
And the defendant responds, you took the long way, I guess. And what is your response?
Yeah, we're there and I see nothing.
What do you mean by that? I see nothing.
Having to do with Jeff Mathewson.
Were you told to look out for him if he was going to be there when you got there?
Yes.
Why did the defendant want to know if Jeff Mathewson was there?
He wanted to know if perhaps he would show up or intervene or anything like that.
Intervene, what do you mean?
I don't know if there was anything that we were worried about if he would stop us from seeing my mom, just that he would show up is what the concern was.
Okay. And Landon had responded, look for the black pound sign, whole car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what does it mean, pound sign, whole?
He would be referring to the word asshole.
Is it fair to say that Landon was not happy that your mom was dating?
Not at all.
I-4. And what is your response to that?
My response was, I did, LOL.
And LOL is shorthand for what?
Laugh out loud.
So then it jumps to 7:25 p.m. The defendant responds, all good there? And what's your response?
Yeah, just watching a movie.
And Landon states, secretly take pictures, make sure your flash is off. And what do you respond?
Just okay.
And Landon responds, is mom with you? Publishing states, I-5. What is your response?
Yeah, she hasn't been on her phone yet.
And what do you mean by that?
If she was perhaps texting Jeff or just on her phone in general, not spending time with us.
Okay. And Landon responds, is she hanging out with you? And what's your response?
Yeah, we're watching a movie.
And Landon asks, or says, and use the code word once and a while. What does he mean by use the code word?
We had a code word in case, like my mom had taken my phone and was replying to the messages, but it wasn't really used.
Whose idea was it that a code word was needed?
Trevor Summers.
Do you remember what the code word was?
If I remember correctly, it was peach.
Okay. So what do you respond?
I responded with yeeples.
Was that the code word?
No.
I-6. The defendant responds, that's a different code word. Did it change? And what's your response?
Me and Landon made it up. LOL.
Taylor responds, what's it look like there? And that's at 8:01. What is your response?
Everything is normal.
And then the defendant asks, meant a picture. Publishing I-7. And do you text message the picture?
Yes.
And is this, what's this photograph of?
That is a photograph of my mom's living room from one of the couches.
And is it from where you were seated?
Yes.
Watching the movie?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, looks like no one there. Publishing I-8. Landon responds, who is in this photograph?
That would be a picture of Landon.
And what is your response?
The heck, Landon, LOL.
Publishing I-9. Do you send another photograph?
Yes.
And who's in this picture?
That would be Bryn and Grady.
And where are they?
They are sitting on the couch. And my mom is there, but she's cut out.
I'm sorry?
She's in the picture, but she was cut out.
So she's on the couch?
Yes.
In the middle of Bryn and Grady?
Yes. Grady was on her lap at the time.
Okay. Publishing I-10. The defendant sends a photograph. Do you know what this photograph is of?
It was when they were fishing in Apollo Beach.
And that's what they were doing that night while you were at your mother's house watching a movie with Bryn and Grady and her?
Yes, correct.
And what's your response?
My response was, where are you? And then I had corrected it to, where are you? And then, oops, LOL.
Publishing I-11. The defendant responds, Apollo Beach fishing. And what's your response?
Oh, looks like Landon is miserable in his picture XD.
And what do you mean XD?
It was sort of like a smiley face emoji kind of response.
So now people can typically hit on a smiley face or a sad face, and that's what it comes up. Is that correct?
No, it's like when you put a colon and then a parentheses, it's supposed to look like a smiley face.
But I'm talking nowadays, like people can just hit the
yes.
sign of it. Okay, and so this back in 2017, did your phone have that ability?
It did. I just didn't use it.
Okay. So Landon responds with another photograph. Is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing I-12. What is your response?
Much better, XD.
And what do you mean by that? Just the photograph, responding to his photograph?
Yes.
And then Landon responds, and that was I don't smiles, cringe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And publishing I-13, how do you respond?
XD, and then I meant to say OMG.
And the defendant responds with a photograph. Who is that in the photograph?
That is Trevor Summers.
I-14, what do you state back?
LOL, nice. Mom went into her room to get ready for bed.
And Landon responds, you need to stay awake, in all caps.
Mm-hmm.
And why did you need to stay awake?
To let my dad in the window later.
And what is your response?
I am dum-dum, and then a little face.
Landon asks you at 8:51, are you tired? And what is your response?
No.
Publishing I-15. Landon responds, did the kid say anything about new car? What does he mean about the new car?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And what is your response?
Nope.
And Landon says, did the kid say anything about the pool? Do you know what he meant by that?
I do not remember.
And what is your response?
No.
Landon replies, good. And what do you reply?
I said, yeah.
Publishing I-16. The defendant responds at 9:04 saying, it's milkshake time.
Yes.
And what do you respond?
And I respond with lucky.
What does it mean to be milkshake time?
That they were going to get milkshakes.
Okay. And the defendant responds, perump. What does that mean?
That is where my friend at the time lived, and he had promised me that I would go see her if I allowed him to talk to my mom.
Okay, so your friend lived in Pahrump?
Yes.
Where is that?
That is located in Nevada.
And so you were promised a trip to visit her if you let him in to your mother's home that night?
Yes.
And what do you respond?
I responded with, I know, XD.
And Landon responds, LOL?
Yes.
I-17, the defendant asks, still watching a movie? And what's your response?
Yeah, sorry. I just put on a movie after everyone went to bed.
And this is at 9:43 p.m.?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, everyone is in bed already, question mark?
Yes.
And you respond?
Yeah.
And the defendant asks, is mom by herself? And publishing I-18, what is your response?
My response was, no, little kids are with her.
And the defendant states, you should check on them. Are they sleeping with her tonight? Make sure she's not video chatting and introducing them to that guy, code word. And what do you respond with?
I responded with, Peach, all is silent.
And Peach, was that the code word?
Yes.
And then the defendant says, okay, peek in there or go to the bathroom. Make sure they're okay. I-19, what do you respond?
I responded with, okay, just checked, she's fast asleep.
And that's at 9:51 p.m.?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, little kid's asleep too, and what do you respond?
I responded with, Bryn is, Grady isn't.
And the defendant asks, what's he doing? Arden, you still awake? And that's what Landon had texted, correct?
Yes.
Publishing I-20. What is your response to Landon's question?
I responded, he was getting a drink of water, then laid down. That was supposed to send like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm awake.
And that was referring to Grady, who is still awake?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, did she leave her purse out? Any pills in there? What did he mean by that?
He was looking to see if she had any birth control prescriptions or anything of the sort.
So did he ask you to go look through her things to see if you saw any of that?
I do not remember.
Okay. Was there discussion that he wanted you to do that before you got there that night?
Not that I remember.
And what did you respond?
I responded with IDK, which is short for I don't know.
Okay. I-21, the defendant responds, "Well, have a look if you can." And what do you respond?
I responded with, okay, all there was Alka-Seltzer.
And where did you look for these pills that he wanted you to find, and then all you found was Alka-Seltzer?
I don't remember.
The defendant then says, okay, any receipts for prescriptions or birth control, and what do you respond?
Not that I see.
And the defendant responds with okay?
Yes.
And that's at 10:35 p.m.?
Yes.
Publishing I-22. What is your response?
My response was, when do you think you're coming?
And the defendant responds, soon as Coop goes to sleep. Is Coop short for Cooper?
Yes.
So at 10:45, Cooper, 3-year-old Cooper is still awake?
Yes.
And what is your response?
My response was, good Lord, how late is that child staying up, XD?
And the defendant responds, make some coffee?
Yes.
Did you drink coffee at the time?
I did not.
Okay. And what did you state?
I replied with, I am not tired.
And that's at 10:47?
Yes.
Publishing I-22, look, the defendant responds, look out front for that jerk's car with the hood scoop. Whose car is that?
That would be Jeffrey Mathewson's.
And how did you respond?
I responded with, I know.
And then the defendant responds, did you notice if mom had a passcode on her phone or a thumbprint? And I-24, how did you respond?
I responded with, she uses thumbprint.
And were you aware that she had recently gotten a new phone?
I don't remember.
Landon responds with, I'm making a house for your cat. What did he mean by that?
I'm not sure, but I did have a cat at the time.
Okay. And what's your response?
I said, LOL, thanks.
And then Landon sends a picture?
Yes.
And what, do you know what that's a picture of?
I don't remember.
Okay. Publishing I-25, what's your response?
Nope, don't do it. Landon Trevor Summers, don't you dare.
And was that in response to the photograph he had just sent?
Yes.
And Landon says, sorry, it's being done. And what's your response?
No.
Publishing I-26, another picture is sent. Is that a cupboard? A kitchen cupboard?
I believe so.
That he made a cut from?
Made a cut in the hole in it, yes.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
OMG Landon in all caps.
And Landon responds, I'm still working on it. And what is your response?
Did Dad let you in all caps?
Publishing I-27. Landon responds, yees, oop, yes. What's your response?
LOL, okay.
And Landon, you can ask him, and your response?
Cooper asleep yet?
Landon states no, and what's your response?
Good Lord.
And this is at 11:48?
Yes.
Publishing I-28. Landon types back IKR. What is that shorthand for?
That stands for I know right.
And that's in response to Cooper still being awake?
Yes.
And what's your response?
Dang child.
Landon responds, yeah, and then what do you respond?
Does he seem tired?
And then the defendant responds, yes, making coffee now. Cooper didn't drink coffee at 3, did he?
No.
Okay. Publishing I-29. What's your response?
I said good. Oh, okay.
And Landon says, yay, coffee. What's your response?
OMG.
And then there's a picture that gets sent of a coffee machine?
Yes.
Okay. I-30. What do you respond?
Yum.
And Coop is almost asleep, Landon states. What's your response?
Good.
And the defendant still states, everyone's still asleep?
And I responded with yeah.
Okay, and that was meaning your mother, Grady, and Bryn?
Yes.
Then it states that you were in a call at 12:10 a.m. Is that a group call with this Google Hangouts, or would it have been with one person or another?
It would have been a group call.
Between all three of you, Landon, and the defendant?
Yes.
Publishing I-31 this is now early morning hours of March 11th of 2017 at 12:31 a.m. What is your response?
I responded with, "How far away are you?"
Landon responds, "Not too far." And what do you say?
Okay.
And Landon says 10 minutes, and your response?
Okay.
And then is there another group chat or call, at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what occurs with these two group calls at 12:10 and 12:36?
I do not.
I-32, what is your question? Or I'm sorry, this is, now I'm looking just down at, there was another group call at 12:42 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what is included in that call?
I do not.
I-33, there appears to be a missed call from Landon at 12:45.
Yes.
And that would have been a group call as well?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're jumping to 12:50 a.m. And the defendant responds, "You guys okay?" So tell me, leading up to that point, you were at your mom's, is that correct?
Yes.
And Landon and the defendant were together?
Yes.
Now, from the way this question comes out, where was everybody at that point at 12:50 a.m.?
At that point, me and Landon were both waiting in the Chrysler Pacifica that was parked down the street.
Okay. So let's stop for a minute and let's talk about how we get there. So what happens? How do you get down to the Chrysler Pacifica?
I opened the window of the kid's bedroom in my mom's house, and I climbed out the window, and I had passed my dad and met up with Landon, and Landon and I walked back to the Chrysler Pacifica.
Okay. So how did you know when to open up the window?
I don't remember if there was, I believe there was a call, but I don't remember exactly if there was a call or a text.
Is it possible that one of these calls alerted you to the fact that Landon and the defendant had arrived?
It is possible.
If it was a text, would it have been in the group text? If he had let you know he had arrived, that it would have been in the group text?
Most likely.
Okay. And there was no text saying he had arrived, correct?
No, there was not.
So, you stated you opened up what window from your mom's house?
I opened the kid's bedroom window, which is the window on the side of the house.
And was anybody sleeping in there?
No.
And did you go out that window?
I did.
And is there a fence around your mom's house?
There is not.
And do you close the window after you go out the window?
I believe I left it open, but I don't remember for sure.
And where do you go then?
Met up with Landon, and we went down to the community center to sit in the Pacifica.
Where was the community center?
It was right down the street. It was pretty much at the end of my mom's street with like one street crossing it.
Why was the defendant's vehicle left there?
I don't remember exactly why.
And when you met up with Landon, did he go with you down to where the defendant's minivan was?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got in the minivan?
We sat and waited.
Was that the plan? That's what was going to happen?
Yes.
Why isn't that you didn't stay in the house?
I don't remember.
So then the defendant asks at 12:50 a.m., "You guys okay?" And Landon responds, "Yup." Publishing I-34. The defendant then asks, "Okay, this might take a little while." Publishing I-35, what is your response at 12:51 a.m.?
My response was okay.
Landon asks, "Are you okay?" And the defendant responds, "Yes, trying to wake mom up, get her out of her room to talk." And what's your response?
My response was okay.
Ms. Johnson, this is probably a good time. The jury's pizza is here, so we're going to go and let them eat maybe 20 minutes or so and bring you back and go up to 8 o'clock. So let us know if you need additional time. When Bailey goes back to get you at 20 minutes and you want some extra time, that's absolutely not a problem. And the plan is to come back and go until 8.
Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury.
You ready? All right. Mr. Summers, defense ready? All right, let's get the jury. It's 7:15. They said 8. So, Ms. Johnson, you think that how much longer you have?
We think we're going to, finish with her, and we have 2 more witnesses that we hope to get on.
You remember that the defense gets to cross the witnesses.
Yes.
Okay.
So, we have to guess. So,
Okay.
if we get the 2 on, great. If not,
Okay.
we'll have to put them on in the morning.
Let's get the jury. I wish I could. May be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. How was dinner? All right, everyone looks thumbs up, looks good. All right, I do apologize again for the early start and late end, but we're going to go up till 8 o'clock, and I'm going to allow the state to pick up where they left off.
I believe where we left off is Landon had asked at 12:51, "Are you okay?" And the defendant responds, "Yes," trying to wake mom up to get her out of her room to talk. And your response is what?
My response was okay.
And the defendant responds, "Don't start the car. Wait for me." Because you were sitting in the Chrysler Pacifica. Is that correct?
Yes.
I-36. What is your response to that? Wait for me.
Shoot, we're turning it off. It's off.
So had you turned the car on?
Yes.
And the defendant responds at 12:54, I'll be quiet for a while. I'm going in. And did you know what he meant by that?
I assume he meant that he would not be texting for a little bit.
Did you know if that meant he was going in your mother's bedroom or not, or going in the house?
I do not know.
And what was your response?
My response was okay.
And his publishing I-37, the defendant responds, actually going in now, nervous. In your response?
My response was good luck.
He responds, thanks. This is taking forever. I took her phones, hope she notices and gets up to get them. Publishing I-38, Landon asks, still asleep? And what's your response?
She's still asleep.
With question marks, correct?
Yes.
And are you referring to your mother?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, yes, but stirring any minute now at 1:19 a.m. What is beautiful?
It was meant to be slang for beautiful.
And who's photographed there?
That is me and Landon.
And in the Pacifica?
Yes.
I-39, what's your response?
My response was, just take the kids, that'll wake her up.
And the defendant says, keep an eye out for that jerk. Is that Jeff Mathewson? Yes. And Landon responds, I am. And what's your response?
We're keeping an eye out for that son of a bitch.
And Landon says, Arden's not. And what do you state?
Yo.
And Landon says that she is on Pinterest. Were you on Pinterest?
Probably.
I-40. She has a PIN code for the new phone but can't figure it out. That's the defendant's statement at 1:21 a.m.
Yes.
And her new phone, did she have a new iPhone?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you had originally told him that she unlocked her phone via thumbprint in the text that we previously reviewed?
Yes.
And Landon says, we drank 3/4 of Monster, and the defendant responds, okay, and what did you state?
I don't know what it is.
And is that response to not knowing what the code is to get into your mother's phone?
Yes.
I-41, there is a missed call from Landon, a group call that he had placed at 1:24 a.m.
Yes.
And the defendant responds, can't talk on the phone. Landon responds, okay, and the defendant says, really taking forever, you guys okay? I'm going to make a noise to wake her up. And what is your response?
I responded with okay.
I-42, Landon says, Jeff, car. And what do you state?
I stated, just saw a car that kind of looked like Jeff's.
And Landon responds, crap. Did you in fact see Jeff's car at around 1:40 in the morning?
No.
I-40 or I-43, what is your response?
I responded with shit.
And Landon responds, is Jeff there? The defendant responds, no. And Landon makes some kind of smiley face, so relieved. And the defendant states, I'm turning on the TV now. Publishing I-44. She's dead asleep. And Landon responds, is that woman awake? This should work. And what's your response?
My response was okay.
I-45. Landon responds, good. Any response? The defendant responds, she's just about awake at 1:56 a.m. Landon responds, good. And the defendant responds, still not waking up. Time for extreme measures. You guys okay? And what's your response?
The hell, with a question mark and an exclamation point.
I-46. Did you have another response?
I responded with, yeah, we're fine after that.
Landon states, water on face. The defendant says, okay, you guys okay? And your response?
My response was, yeah.
At 2:17 now, the defendant responds, it's still working on her. Landon responds, yup. Publishing I-47. The defendant responds, great, thanks. Landon responds back, everything okay? The defendant says, yep, she's finally getting up. That's at 2:29 a.m. And what's your response?
My response was good.
And at this whole time, you were in the Chrysler minivan?
Yes.
Was Cooper in the minivan?
He was not.
Where was Cooper?
Cooper was asleep at my dad's house.
Okay. Who was at your dad's house while he was sleeping?
Nobody, just Cooper.
Okay. I-48. The defendant says, so now like 15 minutes. And Landon responds, after 50 minutes. And what's your response?
Okay, OMG Landon.
And the defendant says, IKR, and that's I know, right?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, exactly at 3 a.m. she just woke up?
Yes.
And you respond?
Well, finally.
Then, publishing I-49, the defendant responds, false alarm, she rolled over, I've had the TV on full blast, slammed the door, turned on the light, and she keeps going back to sleep. Guess it's water time. What is your response?
My response was, damn it, hurry up.
And were you tired of sitting in the car, all that? Because you had been in the car since, was it about 12:30?
Yes.
a.m. So the defendant says, I'm doing the water now, and your response?
Good.
Publishing I-50, the defendant responds, just finishing up with her, and your response?
My response was, okay, can we turn the car on now?
And he responds in a few minutes, and that's at 4 a.m.?
Yes.
And your response is?
My response was, okay.
The defendant says then, you need to turn off the daytime running lamps in the screen menu, otherwise the lights will be on suspiciously. I-51, and that was at 4:01 a.m. What is your response?
My response was, there's no lights on in the car, though.
And Landon says, I'm the getaway driver. Had he driven the car anywhere up to that point?
No.
Okay. And what is, the defendant responds, LOL, the headlights come on when the car is on. And then Landon responds, the car is on. Publishing I-52, so can we turn the car on and turn the headlights off? And the defendant responds, if you turn off the daytime running lamps in the settings menu. And Landon starts questioning about this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing I-53, what? How do you do that? And what is this photograph or image of?
It is a photograph that says what in marination, and it was supposed to be in response to our confusion about the daytime headlights.
And was that did you send that?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, never mind, I'll be there soon at 4:05 a.m.?
Yes.
And Landon responds, okay, publishing I-54. What is your response?
My response was, okay, are you leaving the house now?
The defendant says, in 15 minutes at 4:06. And your response?
My response was, okay.
And Landon says, tell us when you are about to leave. Publishing I-55. The defendant responds, okay, and your response is?
My response was, try to hurry, don't forget about Cooper. Landon wants me to drive to the house.
Were you upset, or were you concerned that Cooper was going to wake up and no one was going to be there?
Very much so, yes.
And when you say Landon wants you to drive to the house, what did you mean by that? Did you mean drive to your mom's house?
Yes, from the community center.
Did you think that your dad was almost done talking to your mom?
We weren't sure at that time.
Okay. Were you hoping that was going to maybe hurry things up?
Yes.
And the defendant says, we are hurrying, everything okay? And your response?
My response was, yeah, in front of the house.
Okay. So at some point, do you move from your location in the parking lot to your mom's house?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We pretty much just drove the Chrysler Pacifica from the community center parking lot to my mom's house. It was only about a minute away.
When you say we, who is that?
I was the one driving, and then Landon was in the passenger seat, so it was just me and Landon.
Okay. So that was at 4:23?
Yes.
That you send that message that you were in front of the house?
Yes.
Publishing I-56. The defendant says, I can see Cooper from my phone. He's fast asleep. Was there a monitor in Cooper's room in your dad's house?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What is your response?
My response was, okay, good.
And the defendant responds, thank you for being patient. And your response?
My response was, you're welcome. And then at 5:03 and texted, are you almost done?
And then the defendant responds, yes, stay in the car at 5:03 a.m.?
Yes.
Publishing I-57, what was your response?
My response was, we are.
And the defendant states at 5:13, come in and get Bryn and Grady, door is open. And your response?
My response was okay.
So did you go in the house to get Bryn and Grady?
I did, yes.
And was that the first time that you had gone in the house since your dad had entered the house?
Yes.
Tell me what you saw when you walked in the house.
I walked in the house. I don't remember how I knew where they were in the house. I do remember walking back to my parents' bedroom and them being there.
When you say your parents' bedroom, was
or
that
my
ever
mom's.
your dad's bedroom?
It was not, no.
Okay. So did you see anything that you remember, anybody in the family room?
I do not. That part of the night was fairly blurry.
Okay. Had you slept at all that night?
I had not, no.
Okay. So where did you go to get Bryn and Grady?
I went to my mom's bedroom to get Bryn and Grady.
And what were they doing?
I don't really remember exactly what they were doing.
Do you remember seeing your mom?
I thought I did, but it's blurry. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know where your mom was?
No.
Did you see the defendant?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what do you do when you see Bryn and Grady?
I just remember walking with them out of the house into the car that was parked out front.
And that was the defendant's car?
Yes, the Chrysler Pacifica.
Okay. And do you all, the three of you, get in the car?
Yes.
Is Landon in the car as well?
Yes.
Do you remain there at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So you went in and you got Bryn and Grady, as you were instructed to do, and then the defendant at 5:24 says walking out now, and what is your response?
My response was okay.
And at I-58, publishing, the defendant responds, sorry, one more minute. And what's your response?
My response was, okay.
And the defendant responds, just about ready, you all are great. And your response?
My response was okay.
Okay, so then the next text we have is a jump to 6:03 a.m. The defendant is saying, you doing okay driving, nice and slow. So what happened between him saying he's just about ready at 5:34 to then texting you, asking you how you're driving at 6:03 a.m.?
He came out to the car shortly after he had said that and asked me if I could drive back to his house because Cooper was still asleep and he might wake up soon, and that he needed to still talk to my mom for a bit and it was going to be a while.
Do you remember what his demeanor was when he came outside?
He seemed calm. That's all I really remember about it.
Did you ever go back in the house at that point?
I did not.
So when he asked you to drive home, did you agree to drive home?
I did, yes.
Did you have a driver's license?
No.
And so what did you do?
I made sure that all the kids were buckled, and I drove about 26 minutes from my mom's house to my dad's house.
Did you know the map or the way to get, did you know how to get there, or did you have to use a map?
I had to use a map.
Like a Google's map?
There was if I remember correctly, a navigation panel on the Chrysler Pacifica.
And did you drive all the way home?
I drove to the neighborhood, and then Landon asked if he could switch just to drive and pull into the driveway of my dad's house.
Were you scared when you were driving?
Yes.
Did you ever have to pull over or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever get pulled over?
No.
And did you let Landon drive then from the entrance of the subdivision to the defendant's home?
Yes.
And about how far was that?
It was only about a 2-minute drive, if I remember correctly.
And how old was Landon?
Landon was 12.
And why is it that he wanted to drive?
I don't remember exactly if there was a reason.
Okay. And so what happens when you got to the defendant's home?
When we got home, we went inside, and Cooper was just about waking up when we came into the house.
And where was he? What bedroom was he in?
I don't remember.
And so then you had arrived safely at the home with Landon, Grady, and Bryn?
Yes.
Okay. So then the defendant had responded at 6:03, you okay driving nice and slow? And then Landon says yes. And what is your response?
My response was, we're in the neighborhood, Landon's driving now, and then we're home.
And that is at 6:18 a.m.?
Yes.
And the defendant responds, awesome. And what did you say?
I responded with, I did it, in all caps.
And then at publishing I-60, there appears to be a missed group call from Landon at 6:21 a.m.
I don't remember. Or yes, there was, but I don't remember what was said.
Okay. And the defendant says, you are awesome, and your response?
Thanks.
And then so then there's a jump from 6:26 to 9:22 a.m. You all doing okay? What happened at the house between the time you getting home till about that time, 9:22?
As soon as I got home and Cooper woke up, I made the kids some breakfast and got them settled, made sure that they were comfortable and okay, and then I went and I slept.
Is that because you had been up the whole night previously? What was Landon doing?
I don't remember what Landon was doing.
Okay. And then the defendant had sent the text and publishing I-61. There doesn't appear, there's no response from you or Landon between the 9:22 and then there's another text publishing I-61 from the defendant. If Gummy texts or calls, don't answer until I let you know. Thanks. And that's at 11:40?
Yes.
Who is Gummy?
Gummy is my mom's mom, my grandmother.
Okay. And did you know if she would have been calling because she wasn't able to get in touch with your mother, or why she would have called you all?
I don't know.
Okay. And what is your response?
My response was, okay, when you be back.
And that's at 12:07 p.m.?
Yes.
And the defendant says about an hour. And that's at 12:10?
Yes.
And your response?
My response was, kids are being a pain in the ass, and I still sleeping because I got no damn sleep.
And the defendant responds, okay?
Yes.
And publishing I-62, the defendant says, is Landon awake? Can you take turns with him taking a break? Landon responds, when are you getting home? This is at 7:03 p.m.
Yes.
So the whole day has gone by on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
And you and the kids were at the house?
Yes.
Were there any adults there?
No.
When then the defendant responds about 8:30, Landon says, when are we seeing the tigers? What does that mean?
If I remember correctly, my dad had a friend who worked with a big cats sanctuary, and we were going to go see them at some point.
Okay. Did you think you were going to do that on March 11th?
I don't remember.
The defendant says we can tomorrow, and land on publishing I-63. You respond what?
I respond with awe and an angry face.
And then publishing the rest of I-63 and I-64 is Landon with mad tiger faces.
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant responds LOL, and Landon is saying it's not funny, I'm mad, and with more emojis. And what is your response then from at 8:33 p.m.?
My response was, "Where the hell are you, Dad?" with exclamation points and question marks.
Did you have any idea what was happening at your mother's home?
Not at all.
Did you have any idea where they could be?
No.
I-65, the defendant responds at 8:34, leaving now, Mom is coming with me. And Landon makes an emoji face, and what do you state?
I said, finally, do you know how hard it is to take care of kids when you gotta barely any sleep? I'm so tired.
And the defendant responds, you'll be rewarded greatly, my dear. Do you know what he meant by that?
I do not.
And Landon, publishing I-66, Landon says, what about me? All Arden is doing is yelling. And what do you say?
My response was, hey, in all caps.
And the defendant responds, you'll both be rewarded, of course. Love you. Mom's coming home. And that's at 8:38?
Yes.
And your response?
My response was, okay, love you too.
Was there any more texts from the defendant on this group chat?
No.
That was the last that you had heard from him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did he ever arrive home?
He did not.
Did your mom ever come to the house?
No.
Did you ever see a suitcase of your father's packed at his home?
I did not.
Did you know where your mother and the defendant were?
No.
On March 12th of 2017, did you know where your mother or the defendant was?
No.
On March 13th, did you know where they were?
No.
Were you later told that on March 13th of 2017 that your mother had been found as well as the defendant?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did law enforcement come to the defendant's house?
Yes.
And was that on the late hours of Saturday, leading into the early morning hours of Sunday? Do you remember?
Yes.
And tell me how that happened. Were there any adults at the house at that time with you and the other children?
When the police first showed up, no, there were not.
Okay. And then, so the police came, and tell me, who opened up the door?
I did.
Okay. And tell me what happened.
When I opened the door, they asked if my parents were home. I had told them that they were not. I didn't know where they were, which they had asked me if I knew where my parents were. And they asked if there were any adults at the house, and I said there were not. So we got in contact with my dad's parents and then a family friend.
And did the defendant's parents come over to his house?
They did, yes.
And were you questioned by law enforcement about if you knew where your parents were?
Yes.
Is that when you shared the text messages with law enforcement, when you spoke to them?
That's when I shared a different string of text messages from the night before March 10th, when I had gone to my mom's house by myself.
Okay. So had gone to your mom's house Thursday night by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for what purpose?
That was for the plan that we were going to let my dad in that night instead of Friday night.
So the plan was for this whole thing to take place on the night of March 9th?
Correct.
But you stated earlier that you had ended up going home because you had gotten a fight with your mom about your dad.
Yes.
So you had showed those text messages to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately tell them how you had gotten from your mom's house to the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you drove?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Arden, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit G and H for identification purposes. We'll start with G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize it?
I put my signature on it.
And have you previously viewed this disc?
I have, yes.
And is it a fair and accurate video of the minivan arriving back at the defendant's home at approximately 6:18 a.m. on the morning of March 11th?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit H for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize it?
I have my signature on it.
And is this have you previously watched this?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the video that had taken place on your mother's street?
Yes.
That depicts you and Landon as well as the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit G and H.
Any objection?
No objection.
G and H will be admitted.
Permission to publish. Let me just make sure, check my exhibit list, Judge. I want to make sure that I did not mix up the exhibit tags. Permission to publish H first, Judge.
You may publish.
If you can tell me, Arden, who we just saw walk across the screen there
That was Landon.
at 12:45 a.m.? Who is that walking?
That is Trevor Summers.
And is this your mother's street, De Bloom?
Yes.
See the cursor up there. Who do we see in this shot now?
That is me and Landon.
Oh, there it is. Why can't I? Were you walking just in a second ago towards your mother's home?
Yes, when we turned around.
Now, what direction are you and Landon walking in?
We were walking towards the Chrysler.
At 12:46 a.m.?
Yes.
Where was the defendant going?
He was going towards my mom's house.
And how far of a walk was it for you and Landon to walk down to where the defendant's vehicle was?
It was only about 5 minutes.
Now, for trial purposes, this video with with dead time of nobody in the frames, it's been cut to 4:22 a.m. There are some headlights coming down the street. Can you tell me if you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that is the Chrysler Pacifica.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
And is that consistent with being you responding in the text message at 4:23 a.m. that you were sitting in front of your mother's home?
Yes.
Permission to publish G. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that is the Chrysler Pacifica.
And who is driving at that point?
Landon was driving.
And where was he pulling into?
He was pulling into my dad's driveway.
And you had texted that you all had arrived home at 6:18 a.m.?
Yes.
Take a moment, Judge.
Examination.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Summers.
Hello.
me ask you about a few things that you mentioned earlier tonight. One of the first things that you spoke about was that we could intervene, that Mr. Jeff might intervene. Do you know what you meant by that?
Not necessarily, more of just that he would come into the house and make a show, just make an appearance.
Do you know if at the time I was afraid of him?
I do not remember.
Do you know if we knew much about him?
We did not know much about him.
Do you know if we knew if he had guns?
I don't remember.
Judge, relevance?
I'll sustain.
May I use the exhibits, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. For the record, I'm using the same exhibits I, 1 through 66.
Not a problem. And just as before, just before you publish, you don't have to ask to publish, just identify as you publish.
Yes. Yes, sir. These are in reverse order.
We need to switch the screen. It's switched now to the computer.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Publishing I2. Arden, do you remember why we called Mr. Jeff the Booger Man?
I do not.
You do not? Okay. And publishing, I3. Arden, do you remember why Landon would have said, look for the black pound, pound, pound whole car?
Because at the time he did not like Jeff.
He did not like him?
No.
Pardon me, Your Honor. These are in reverse order. I'm trying to sort them back so that it's easier to get through the pictures. Publishing I-39. Arden, do you see my comment there? Keep an eye out for that jerk.
Yes.
Do you remember why we talked about him as a jerk?
Because at the time he was in a relationship with my mom.
And Arden, let me ask, do you remember communications that we had with Mom about Mr. Jeff?
I do not.
Do you remember me using your phone to communicate with your mother?
I do.
You don't?
I do.
You do. How often would you say I communicated with your mother right before this night?
I don't remember how often exactly it was, but it was a couple times a week.
It was a couple times a week. Do you know if your mother responded as we were communicating?
I do not remember.
Do you remember some conversations we were having leading up to this evening?
I do not remember.
Do you remember me saying that we needed Mom's permission for you to go to Nevada?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you believe that that's a true statement?
Yes.
Okay. And why would we need Mom's permission?
Because at the time you were separated.
And Mom still was legally responsible for you?
Yes.
Yes. And I couldn't just send you to another state, correct?
Correct.
Other than to talk to your mother, do you remember any other conversations that you and I, or you and me and Landon had about going to Mom's house?
I just remember that you said you needed to talk to her about some legal stuff and to get permission for me to go to Nevada.
Okay. And Arden, publishing I-7. Arden, on this photograph here, where were you sitting when you took that photograph?
I was sitting on the couch that was against the wall in the living room.
Okay. And publishing I-9. And Arden, where are you sitting there?
I was still sitting on the couch that was against the wall in the living room.
Is that a pillow on your lap?
Yes.
What pillow is that?
One of the throw pillows that was on the couch.
Okay. And after your mother and Brandon Grady went to bed, sorry, let me leave that there for a moment. Did you stay on that couch?
Yes.
Were you just watching television that night?
Yes.
Did you just toss the throw pillows off and just sit there?
I don't remember.
Okay. What are Brandon Grady covered with?
Blankets.
Do you any idea what blankets they were?
I know one of them was Grady's Minions blanket, and then another one was just a white blanket we had in the living room.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a starfish blanket there with them?
I do not remember.
Okay. And publishing I-21. Arden, do you see where I say any receipts for prescriptions or birth control?
Yes.
Do you remember me speaking to your mother about her possibly being pregnant?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay. And publishing I-60. And I know there's a little glare on there. Do you see where it says you were in a call with Landon?
Yes.
You remember me being on the telephone with you guys and you drove home?
I do not remember.
You don't remember?
No.
So in that evening, when you were with your mother at the house, I'm sorry, when your mother picked you up, where did she pick you up from that evening?
She picked us up from one of the community centers in the neighborhood, Panther Trace.
Okay, that was just down the road from my house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember any conversations you had with your siblings or your mother on the way home?
I do not.
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
Yeah. You can answer if she remembers any conversations. Just don't tell us what the conversations were. Only if you remember them.
I do not remember.
You don't? Okay. Do you know if our neighbor was watching our house?
I do not remember.
Do you remember your friend who lived up the street whose dad had a boat?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained.
When you got home the next morning, where was Cooper sleeping?
I do not remember.
When I came out to the car to speak to you, do you remember what I said to you?
Just that you told me that you still had to talk to my mom, and that you asked me if I could drive back to your house because Cooper was still sleeping there.
Okay. You said I seemed calm when I came to the car.
I don't really remember, but that's what I remember from it, yes.
Okay. And when I sent you a text saying that Mom was coming home, you knew that I was coming home as well?
Yes.
And what did you think about your mother coming home?
I was happy about that.
Why were you happy about that?
No kid wants their parents to get divorced.
And did it seem strange that your mother was coming home?
I don't remember at the moment.
Do you remember me and Mom talking about these kind of things in phone calls leading up to this night?
I don't remember.
When you saw the video of you and Landon walking on the street, and then you saw me, and you guys went back and talked to me on the street that night, do you remember what we talked about?
I do not.
When you saw me in the video, is that what I was wearing?
Yes.
Did I have anything on me?
Not that I remember.
No. Okay. And Arden, you said you didn't really remember when you came in to the house to get Brendan Grady where your mother and I were.
Yes.
If I showed you a statement that you gave during a deposition recently, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Your Honor, may I?
Yeah, let me just have
publish
the
that?
let me have the bailiff handle the deposition. If you can identify exactly where the page and line number, I'll have the bailiff take it to her.
Yes, I can. It's page 17 and 18. Starting on page 17, line 23, and going to page 18, line 2. Would you take a look at that, Arden, and see if it refreshes your memory?
Sure.
Does that refresh your memory?
A little bit.
Okay. Can you tell us then, when you came into the home, where you saw your mother and I?
I guess I remember seeing you and her in the bedroom with the 2 little ones.
Okay. And the 2 little ones just went with you right after that?
That's what I remember, yes.
Okay. And were they happy? Were they sad? Were they... Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you just want to come in and get out?
I believe so.
Okay. And Arden, did you ever see us physically fighting in the home when you came in?
Not physically, no.
Not this time?
No.
That was your thing? Have you seen us physically fighting before?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. And let me ask you, were you able to answer all the questions tonight of your own memory?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Arden, when you were walking in the street and saw the defendant pass by walking to your mother's home, did you stop and have a long verse conversation with him, or was it simply a passing by?
From what I remember, it was a passing by.
And was it dark out?
Yes.
If your father had been on the phone with you the entire time that you drove home and had arrived home, there would have been no need for the text saying you had arrived home at 6:18 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
She can be released by the state.
and released by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness.
Detective Wachowski.
Detective Wachowski. Detective Wachowski, good evening and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. You may proceed, Ms. O'Connor.
Sir, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Richard Wachowski, Woychowski. I'm a master detective of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And sir, how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Since 1988,
And what do you currently do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a covert operations technician.
Do you take part in analyzing or downloading electronic devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Briefly explain how that's done.
We're given a cellular device or a tablet or what have you. It's either accompanied with a search warrant or a consent to search by the owner. We have a device called Cellbrite, and it's all software on a PC. They have toggles that basically go into the data port on the bottom of your phone where you charge it, plug it in, there's prompts for each telephone, follow the prompts, and it does everything else for you.
Do you receive training in order to use Cellbrite?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is that training?
It's online. I hate to say this was so long ago. I don't remember how long it was.
That you received the training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been doing forensic downloads of phones or other electronic devices?
Since 2003.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to March of 2017. Were you asked to conduct a forensic download on several cell phones regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, an iPhone 6. Were you asked to do a forensic download on an iPhone 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that based off of a search warrant or a consent?
Search warrant.
And when you are provided the device, are you provided that from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're asking you to do the download?
Correct.
Do they then also provide you with either the search warrant and the consent or consent?
Yes, a copy.
Okay. And if it's a device that has a passcode, are you provided the passcode?
Yes, ma'am.
If the detective had obtained it?
Correct.
If there is no passcode, are you able to access the phone?
You are now. At that time, you weren't.
Okay. Is that because the software's gotten technologically better?
There's a new piece of equipment called Gray Key that does that now.
Okay. But back in 2017, Gray Key did not exist.
We didn't possess it.
Okay. So if you didn't have the passcode, you would not have been able to get into a phone back in 2017.
Not an iPhone, no ma'am.
Okay. So in a case in which either there's a search warrant or a consent, if you are provided the passcode from the detective, you're able to access the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in regards to the iPhone 6S that you forensically downloaded, you said it was from a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided a passcode?
It was unlocked when I got it.
It was. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to put it to the Cellbrite software program?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to download or extract the contents of the phone using the Cellbrite software?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what the software does when you are extracting information from the phone?
What it does is all the data on the phone that has been released by whatever provider manufacturer of the telephone, it goes in and makes a copy of that and then puts it on a media device.
So is it fair to say that Cellbrite is basically taking a copy of whatever is on that phone and putting it into a PDF format?
Correct. PDF, Excel, whatever they prefer. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about videos or photographs, text messages that are deleted from an iPhone? Could those still be extracted using Cellbrite?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that?
If the partition hasn't been written over and it's still there even though it's been deleted, it's still on the telephone. Once it's been written over, it's no longer available.
What do you mean by written over?
So if you have a storage card and it only takes 16 gigabytes and you try to put 17 on it, it's going to go back to the beginning and write on it's basically going to overwrite one of the older files.
And then because of that, it's going to delete that older file from the phone's data storage for good.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit X. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's the extraction report that Cellbrite produces when you download a telephone.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the first few pages of the extraction report from Cellbrite for the iPhone 6S that you did regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get these extraction reports, how big are they?
They give anywhere from a page. I've seen them all the way up to 10,000 pages. Just all depends how much data is on the device.
Okay. Ultimately, what do you do with the extraction report?
The extraction report is put on whatever media device the detective provides me, and then it's given to the detective.
Do you go through and review any of the contents from the extraction report?
No, ma'am.
Just put it onto the media device, and then give it to the detective.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state can move into evidence states Exhibit X.
Any objection?
No objection.
X will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may publish to the jury.
And Detective, you can see that screen there behind you. So we're looking at the top of the extraction report, and it says report creation time March 16th, 2017. Is that the date and then the time of when Cellbrite created this report?
Yes, ma'am. That's when the extraction began.
Okay, and your name is listed as being the examiner?
Correct.
Where it says notes at the bottom of that top column area, it says Detective J. Sands S/W CID. What is that?
Detective Sands would have been the case agent that provided me with the device. SW stands for search warrant, and CID is Criminal Investigations Division, where she worked at.
Okay, and then moving to the table for source extraction, we see that it is an iPhone 6S.
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean by encrypted, by UFED, physical logical analyzer, during the extraction process for user credentials information?
It's basically password protected with that 1234 for the detective.
Okay. And then looking at the table here under device information, are you inputting the information that is listed here as far as any emails, Apple ID, phone numbers?
No, ma'am. That's all extracted from the device through that toggle cable.
Okay. Do you recall doing a forensic download on any other devices in this case?
I think there was a couple other devices.
And did you follow the same process with those?
Yes, ma'am.
And provide the report on a device to the lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other involvement?
Not that I recall.
And again, going back to those other phones that you did the extraction on, same as with the iPhone, are you reviewing those extraction reports?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time. The state will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Detective Wojcicki. How are you? Just a few quick questions. So you said that not an iPhone could be opened unless you had the passcode?
At that time, yes, sir.
And you said you received that phone unlocked?
Correct. The case detective.
How does that get unlocked?
That would have been through the case detective. I don't know what the process was.
Okay. And do you remember receiving 2 other Samsung phones?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
And do you remember one was unable to produce a report?
That I doubt. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
And redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state and the defense?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective Wojcicki. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness, released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome. I know the state indicated you had one more witness. It's 10 minutes till 10. Is it a very short witness that you think we can get done in 10 minutes?
Not with direct and cross. We could start, or we might have them come back tomorrow morning.
Well, I prefer not to start if it's going to be, so we'll just do that. We'll let the jury go home a little bit short of 8 o'clock. Again, I appreciate them willing to stay late. It was a long day, and I am going to instruct you again not to do any research related to the case, discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom, including news media and or social media. So we're going to start again tomorrow at 8:30. And just be prepared just in case. I don't know, but just in case, and I'll do the same thing as I did today. I'll ask you all if you can go late if we have to. I just don't know that at this point. But we'll handle it the same way tomorrow. So please have a safe trip home. I'll see you in the morning at 8:30. All rise for the jury. Seated.
All right, I just have a couple of questions scheduling. At first, Ms. Johnson, I want to thank you. You've taught me something very important. When I ask the state from now on how many days, I'm going to follow it up with 8-hour days or 12-hour days, just to be sure. I'm just giving you a hard time. I want to know, though, what you think now regarding if and what time you would rest tomorrow.
We are hoping, Judge, it will be early afternoon.
Okay. So that means, Mr. Summers, if that's accurate, that we will turn to you, sir, to be ready to present your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to do that tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I do not foresee, tomorrow is Thursday, right? Yes. I do not foresee us at all getting to a point of closings tomorrow. We'll see how long the defense case lasts, assuming they begin, or he begins the case tomorrow, and try to get to closings on Friday. There is still the possibility, if necessary, I'm not at that stage yet, but we'll see where we're at tomorrow, where I could ask the jury if they can come back on Monday. So I just want to let you all know it's a possibility. It's obviously a last resort, but we'll see where we get tomorrow and then what we can get to on Friday. Is there anything else from the state before we end for the night?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
And I assume 8:30, I didn't confer with you all, but I assume we started at 8:30 today, we can start at 8:30 tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. And Mr. Summers, anything from the defense before we conclude for the evening?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. See you in the morning.